Chapter 1, Be a Shameless Woman. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Joo Chang had just left a party when a sexy woman in a black low-cut evening dress chased after him. "Mr. Liu, are you going home so early?" Joo Chang didn't say a word, and didn't even turn his head. At this moment, he felt hot all over, as if there was an uncontrollable beast in his body. The burning sensation made him realize in an instant that someone had drugged his drink, and he had to rush to the hospital. The woman saw that Joo Chang was walking in a hurry, and his originally upright body was now slightly bent. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Mr. Liu, are you feeling unwell? Let me take you home," the woman said, and stretched out a pair of jade arms to prepare to put them on Joo Chang's arm. The woman was only as tall as Joo Chang's shoulders, and the dress she was wearing had a really low neckline. Joo Chang, who was almost 1.9 meters tall, looked down from above and accidentally saw all of the woman's charms. The feeling of excitement in his body intensified. Joo Chang's Adam's apple rolled a few times, and his eyes couldn't help but wander. The woman saw Joo Chang's reaction in her eyes, and her heart was filled with joy. If she could win the most wealthy man in Jiangqing tonight, she would have the hope of becoming Mrs. Liu, the envy of everyone in Jiangqing and even the whole country. "Mr. Liu, let's go. My car is right in front. I can take you home soon. Get lost." Joo Chang kept his voice down, and it was clear that he was trying hard to restrain himself. The woman thought she had heard wrong and looked up at Joo Chang. "Mr. Liu, what did you say? Get out of here quickly," Joo Chang said, shaking off her arm, and walked quickly towards his Rolls-Royce Phantom. The woman was a little dazed and didn't know what she had done wrong. Just now, Joo Chang's eyes were about to stick to her body, but why did he suddenly change his face? Seeing that the fat meat was about to fly away, the woman reluctantly chased after it. "Mr. Liu, I know you must be feeling terrible right now. If you want, I can help you." The woman was desperate to climb into Joo Chang's bed. Such temptation is undoubtedly fatal to Joo Chang at this time. Sure enough, Joo Chang stopped and looked back at the woman. The woman thought that Joo Chang was tempted and hurriedly walked towards him. Just as she got close, she was kicked in the stomach with one foot. "You're not worthy of my bed." The woman fell to the ground and groaned in pain, but Joo Chang didn't even look at her. He opened the car door and got in. At this point, the excitement in his body became more and more intense. He knew he couldn't delay any longer and had to go to the hospital immediately. He had planned to go straight back to the old house to see Mrs. Liu after the party, so he had not taken a bodyguard or a chauffeur with him. He never imagined that someone would be so bold as to drug his drink. Joo Chang was furious. He hoped that no one would dare to do such a thing, otherwise he would not let them off lightly. The car was speeding down the road. He looked at the navigation system and saw that the nearest hospital was more than 20 minutes away. He didn't even bother to look at the traffic lights, just racing against the clock. The underground parking lot of Shinkong Hospital. Suji was crouching in front of a white van, sobbing silently. She had just seen a white van outside the hospital that looked like the one in the surveillance footage, so she ran after it. After looking around the car, she realized that she had made a mistake. She cursed herself in her heart for being so stupid. With such a serious traffic accident, the driver had fled the scene, and now he was probably too scared to show his face. But if she can't find the driver, she won't be able to get compensation, and without compensation, her nephew's life will be in danger. Thinking of Chen, who was lying in the emergency room, waiting for money to save his life, her tears fell again. The car accident more than half a month ago had made her lose two loved ones in one fell swoop. Her 5-year-old nephew is still in the intensive care unit, and the child has not woken up in more than half a month. Her brother died on the spot. Although her sister-in-law was seriously injured, she was still lucid enough to be resuscitated, but she refused. She took Suji's hand in tears and begged her not to bother with her. She wanted to save the money for Chen, who had been thrown from the car and landed on his head, causing intracranial bleeding. Chen has been in the intensive care unit for more than half a month, and has already spent all of her savings. Yesterday, the doctor urged her to pay the bill, and today, when the doctor again urged her to pay, she was given an ultimatum. If the follow-up treatment costs of 1 million yuan are not paid, they will have to move Chen to a regular ward. Moving to a regular ward means waiting to die. This is something Suji cannot accept. She had already lost her brother and sister-in-law, and she couldn't afford to lose her beloved little nephew. Early this morning, she went back to the Su family and knelt there, begging them to lend her 1 million. She would work hard to pay it back, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the Su family had the maid throw her out. Then they slammed the door of the villa shut. Looking at the closed door, she could feel her heart bleeding. She was the daughter of the Su family, but she was treated very differently from the other children of the Su family. Is it because she didn't grow up in the Su family that they don't have any affection for her? Although the Su family is not a wealthy family in the imperial capital, it is not to be underestimated. 1 million is just a drop in the bucket for them. But they were unwilling to lend it to her. In Mrs. Su's words, "I would rather lose 1 million playing mahjong than lend it to you. If you still want to eat at the Su family, don't meddle in other people's business, otherwise you will never be able to return to the Su family." What Mrs. Su meant by "don't meddle in other people's business" was that she was not to interfere with Chinchin again. If she is not allowed to take care of Chinchin, she would rather not return to the Su family than abandon Chinchin. Suji was sad and upset because she couldn't get the money. A Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly drove over. As Suji watched the Rolls-Royce getting closer and closer, she suddenly remembered what the nightclub hostess, Shan Shan, had told her. Shan Shan said that it was difficult for ordinary people to get 1 million yuan, but it was nothing for the rich. With her pretty face, as long as she was willing to lower herself, 1 million yuan was really not a problem. Hearing this, she was tempted. She was willing to sell herself for Chinchin, but when Shan Shan led that fat, middle-aged man to her, the man came up and pinched her ass, and she almost threw up. She escaped as fast as she could, and now that she was cornered, she regretted it a little. If she had just endured it, she might have gotten the million and saved Chinchin. The Rolls-Royce was getting closer and closer, and Suji's mind was filled with bundles of red bills. She made up her mind. For the sake of Chinchin, she would be a shameless woman tonight. Suji took a deep breath and suddenly opened her arms, blocking the Rolls-Royce in front of her. Joo Chang was about to park the car in the parking space when he was startled by the woman who suddenly appeared. In a panic, he quickly stepped on the brakes. Chapter 2, Mr. Liu was stopped by a car. Joo Chang was in a hurry to park the car in the parking space so that he could go find a doctor, but suddenly a roadblock appeared, and he angrily cursed. "You want to die." When Suji, who was standing in front of the car, saw that the driver was a handsome young man, her heart was even more determined. It is better to sell yourself to a handsome man than to be raped by those lecherous old men. "Sir, will you buy me for 1 night? I'm very clean. Please." Suji clasped her hands together in a gesture of supplication. Joo Chang's hand that was reaching for his wallet suddenly stopped. He let out a cold snort from his nose. Are prostitutes now so brazen as to stop cars in broad daylight? He thought that the woman was in front of his car because he had accidentally scratched her car. He was like being bitten by countless insects, and was about to throw some money to get rid of her quickly. After hearing the woman's words, his hand stopped. He was wrong. The woman had stopped him to talk business. He, the president of the Lu Group, the head of the first consortium in the imperial capital, has seen many people throw themselves into his arms. Just outside the reception, the woman he had kicked to the ground was obviously trying to crawl into his arms, but he didn't even look at her, so how could he do business with such a lowly woman? Joo Chang subconsciously glanced at his face in the rearview mirror. In the mirror, his eyebrows and eyes were deep, his facial lines were as sharp as if carved by a knife, and his whole body exuded a coldness that kept people away. His tailored suit was well cut and perfectly tailored, making him look like a business executive. It is an insult to his identity that a prostitute would even look at him. Not to mention that he has never been attracted to women. Even if he really needs a woman to vent his anger, he won't want any woman. Just thinking about the kind of women who sell themselves for a living, who spend their days under all kinds of men, makes him want to throw up. This kind of lowly woman dares to come out and disgust him. She is just looking for death. Joo Chang felt that even looking at her would dirty his eyes. At this moment, the restlessness in his body made him feel increasingly uncomfortable. He had no patience to continue to deal with her. "Get out of the way." Suji, however, paid no attention and continued to beg him in front of the car. Joo Chang took a deep breath and then lightly pressed the accelerator. He didn't believe she was not afraid of death. He wanted to use the speed of the car to force her back. Unexpectedly, the woman in front of the car was not afraid at all, and as the car moved forward, she gradually backed up. She kept calling him sir and asking him to buy her a night. Joo Chang really regretted not bringing a bodyguard with him today, otherwise he would have had someone throw this woman far away. The woman's words really made him sick, so he increased the speed of the car a little. The woman was forced back by the car and kept backing up, but she had no intention of giving way. On the contrary, the look in her eyes was one of desperation and determination. She really is fearless. Joo Chang had to increase the gas a little more. The car's forward momentum finally overwhelmed the woman, who was unable to retreat in time and fell straight back. What bad luck! Joo Chang slammed his hand on the steering wheel, opened the car door and got out. Don't pretend to be dead, it's useless. He looked down at the woman on the ground with a cold and terrifying voice. The woman was lying on the ground with her eyes closed. When she saw Joo Chang standing in front of her, she suddenly stood up and hugged him. Sir, please be merciful. I really have no other choice. Please take me. I promise you that I am still a virgin and my body is very clean. I will never lie to you. Suji said, and tears followed. She saw that the man kept his face cold, and was afraid that he would not want her. Then she would really be at a loss. Without money, what would happen to Qinshan? Can she just stand by and watch her child die? She thought of her sister-in-law's eyes, which had not closed even in death. How could she not worry about Qinshan? Her sister-in-law's last words still rang in her ears. She had cried and promised to fulfill all of her sister-in-law's requests. She had promised her sister-in-law that she would save Qinshan and raise him. How could she go back on her word? No, Qinshan cannot die, absolutely not. Thinking of this, Suji stood on her tiptoes and kissed the man directly on the lips. At this point, she regarded the man in front of her as the last straw to save Qinshan, so she desperately wanted the man to marry her. Joo Chang's body stiffened. His body told him that it had reached the limit of its endurance. He picked up the woman and threw her into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Is she really a virgin? Joo Chang held his hands above the woman's head and stared at her intently to confirm. Sir, don't worry, this is really my first time. After saying this, Suji was afraid that the man wouldn't believe her, so she asked him if he had any tissues. Joo Chang reached over and took a pack of tissues from the passenger seat. Suji took out a dozen sheets of paper in one go and then spread them over the seat. Is she trying to prove herself in this way? Seeing the woman's actions, Joo Chang finally let go of his worries. The pain of the first time spread throughout Suji's body, and she gritted her teeth and endured it. But the pain was so excruciating that she couldn't help but push the man above her. The man was like a wall, and no matter how hard she pushed, she couldn't move him an inch. In the pain, she threw her head back and left a row of teeth marks on his shoulder. Joo Chang let out a low groan and looked down to see tears welling up in Suji's eyes. Bear with it, it will be over soon. Please, sir. Suji begged in a low voice. Joo Chang was a little displeased. Say it, how much do you want? Hearing the man ask, Shinji's eyes blinked. She had been so intent on wanting the man to want her that she had not even discussed the price. Now that the man had taken the initiative to ask, she would not hold back. 1 million, I want 1 million. Chapter 3, Qinshan is saved. Joo Chang said nothing in response, but gritted his teeth and made a strong effort, causing Suji to let out a scream. With this scream, she also became a real woman. I don't know how much the person who drugged him used, the medicine was too strong, Joo Chang never touched Suji's body, and he repeatedly tossed her around for nearly 3 hours until Suji kept begging for mercy before Joo Chang finally let her go. Suji felt as if she had been repeatedly run over by a truck, and her bones were about to fall apart. Are you a cow? Suji glared at Joo Chang, wondering where he got his stamina from. You think money is that easy to come by? You say 1 million and you have to work for it. Suji got up and tried to put her clothes back on before talking to him about the million. The man stared at the small patch of red tissue under her, and then satisfiedly raised the corners of his mouth. She really is a clean woman. He looked from the paper to Suji's face. A small face the size of a palm, with fair skin and delicate features, she looked very pure. He hadn't paid any attention to her appearance just now because he was so hungry, but now that he looked at her closely, he was surprised to see that she was actually so pretty. Perhaps because of the strenuous exercise just now, Suji's cheeks were flushed, and her little mouth was slightly swollen from his hard sucking, red like a ripe fruit, making her little face even more vivid and bright. At this moment, she appeared both lustful and pure, making people unable to help but want to. As Suji sat up to straighten her clothes, the man pushed her back down into the seat with his arm. "What are you doing?" Suji looked at him in horror, her heart already racing. "I already told you, $1 million is not that easy to earn. Don't you have any sense at all?" The man's voice of sexual frustration rang in her ears, and then he kissed her and held Suji firmly under him. "Ah, no, please. MMM. Suji panicked and tried to push the man off her with her hands, but the man's tall body was like a mountain, and she couldn't move. In desperation, she raised her head and bit the man's shoulder again. The man grunted and stopped moving. "Can you bite in a different place? You're going to bite off a piece of meat." Suji heard this and let go of the man's shoulder. She saw that there were teeth marks on the man's shoulder. It turned out that she had bitten the same place she had just bitten, and it was almost bleeding. Suji's face immediately turned red. She shyly apologized to him and then turned her head to the other shoulder and bit down on the bulging muscle. Joo Chang didn't expect her to be so obedient, and she really changed her position and bit. He used his waist to push her down again. "If it hurts, then we'll both hurt." When he rolled over again, Suji was so tortured that she fainted. After more than 10 rounds of fighting, the effect of the medicine on Joo Chang finally disappeared, and he put on his clothes with a sense of relief. After he finished packing, he reached out and patted Suji's face. Suji slowly opened her eyes and let out a sigh of relief when she saw the man in front of her, who was already dressed. She got up and tidied her clothes, and also cleaned up the traces of the two people's battle in the car. Then she sat down and waited for the man to fulfill his promise of 1 million. Joo Chang saw that she was looking at him, and knew that it was time to show off his financial ability. He took out a check, then picked up a pen and wrote a series of numbers on it, then held the check up to Suji's face. Suji was overjoyed, and reached out to take it, but Joo Chang suddenly remembered something and took the check back. Mr. Suji's heart tightened, not knowing what the man meant. Joo Chang reached into the glove compartment and took out a small bottle of medicine. This bottle of medicine was accidentally left in his car by Ziming the other day when he was drunk. The guy carries this stuff around with him all day. He later called Ziming to come and take the medicine away, but the kid said with a smirk that he had given it to him as a gift so that he could use it in an emergency in the future. He scolded him for being a pervert, and when he realized that Joo Chang was the same as him, he grabbed the bottle of medicine and was about to throw it out of the car, but then he looked at the pedestrians on both sides of the road and stopped. Later, for some unknown reason, he forgot the bottle of medicine in the car. He never thought that Ziming was right, and that he really needed it. "Take this first," Joo Chang said, and handed over half a bottle of water. Suji immediately understood that he was afraid of leaving behind the seeds. Not to mention that he is afraid, she is also afraid. Even if he doesn't give it to her, she will buy it herself and take it later when she leaves here. Now that Chen Chen is already giving her a headache, how dare she go looking for trouble? Suji took the pill and the half bottle of water from the man's hand, and swallowed it with a gulp. Joo Chang smiled contentedly and then handed the check to Suji. Suji took it, counted the 7 digits, and carefully held the check in her hand. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Chen Chen is finally saved. After getting off the car, Suji bowed deeply to Joo Chang. "Thank you." Joo Chang was stunned. He didn't expect the woman to say thank you to him. One was greedy for money, the other for sex. They were just two people trading what they needed, so there was no need to say thank you. Joo Chang didn't say anything. He watched her leave, but he noticed that her walking posture was a bit strange, and it didn't quite match her delicate back. Recalling her screams and the teeth marks on his body, Joo Chang guessed that she must have been in pain. After all, it was her first time, and he had been going crazy on her for hours. She must have been unable to bear it. The figure was getting further and further away, and he suddenly felt an urge to call out to her and ask her name. After thinking about it, he finally gave up. The two of them had only had sex once, so there was no need to know who the other person was. A prostitute. If he hadn't been drugged tonight, he probably wouldn't have crossed paths with her in his life. When he thought about it, Joo Chang suddenly felt a wave of annoyance. He never expected that the woman he slept with for the first time was a prostitute. Although he took her virginity, he felt uncomfortable thinking that she might do that with different men in the future. He had a strange habit since childhood, that is, he would rather throw away used things than let others touch them. But people are people, not just objects to be thrown away. Joo Chang persuaded himself in his heart. Women, after all, will inevitably be touched by men in this world. She didn't sell herself to him, so why shouldn't he allow others to touch her? Chapter 4, A Steady Stream. Joo Chang looked at his wristwatch. It was already past 2 in the morning. So he had been arguing with the prostitute in the car for 4 whole hours. No wonder she was walking in such a strange way. Sleeping with a woman like that, he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. This feeling was even better than signing a billion-dollar contract. Recalling the woman's pleas for mercy. Just now, Joo Chang couldn't help but smile again, and it was a taste that was infinitely delicious. He now finally understood why Ziming was so obsessed with women. Only after tasting it could one know how wonderful it was. After indulging in his thoughts for a while, Joo Chang drove away from the underground parking lot, thinking that there was no need to return to the old mansion so late at night. He was about to turn around when his phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw it was his mother, Mrs. Liu, calling. "Mom, why aren't you asleep yet?" "Son, are you asleep? You said you were coming back tonight, but you didn't show up. Mom is a little worried and wants to make sure you're safe." Joo Chang felt ashamed. "I haven't slept yet. I got held up tonight. Are you coming back?" Mrs. Liu's voice clearly contained a hint of expectation. Joo Chang's heart softened. "I'm going back now." "Good, I'll be waiting for you," Mrs. Liu happily replied from the other side. When Joo Chang returned to the old house, it was exactly 2:30 in the morning. Mrs. Liu was already waiting for him with a late-night snack. "Mom, I'm sorry. I should have called you earlier. It was my oversight." When Joo Chang saw Mrs. Liu's tired face, he knew that she had not slept and had been waiting for him to return. He felt a pang of pain in his heart and went over to hug Mrs. Liu's shoulders. "No matter if I come back or not, you must go to bed on time, okay?" Mrs. Liu nodded with a smile. "Mom knows. You must be hungry. Eat something and then go to sleep." Joo Chang agreed like a good boy in front of Mrs. Liu, and picked up the egg noodles she made for him and started eating. After 4 hours of physical labor, the food in his stomach had long since been consumed. After eating this bowl of noodles, his stomach felt much better. After he finished eating, Mrs. Liu urged him to go upstairs and go to bed. He obediently lifted his legs and went upstairs. After 4 hours of intense fighting, he was naturally sweating a lot. He took a shower first, and just as he came out of the bathroom, there was a knock on the door. "Son, you forgot your phone downstairs. I've brought it up for you." It was Mrs. Liu's voice from outside. Joo Chang wrapped the towel around his body and turned to open the door. Mrs. Liu stood at the door and handed the phone to Joo Chang. She had originally planned to deliver it and leave, not disturbing her son's rest, but when she looked up, she saw 2 rows of teeth marks on each side of her son's shoulders. She suddenly smiled. "Does my son have a woman?" Mrs. Liu leaned forward to get a better look. Joo Chang didn't know what she meant and hurriedly backed away. "Mom, it's already late. You should go to bed." Mrs. Liu, however, kept looking at his shoulders and laughing, which made Joo Chang a little nervous. Is she having another attack? Joo Chang was about to speak, but unexpectedly, Mrs. Liu spoke before him. "Son, tell me, do you have a woman?" Joo Chang's heart tightened, but his mouth was very stubborn. "Mom, I don't have a girlfriend." "Don't talk nonsense. You're still too embarrassed to tell your mother. Look at the 2 rows of teeth marks on your shoulder. I can still see the marks. No wonder you came home so late tonight. Tell me, did you go out with your girlfriend?" "Mom, I really didn't." "Don't think about it, just go to bed." Joo Chang pushed Mrs. Liu out of the room while he was talking. It's my fault, it's all my fault today. Mom shouldn't have called you today. Your girlfriend must hate me for separating you two." Mrs. Liu walked out of the room, regretting and blaming herself. "Son, if you don't have time in the future, come back less often and spend more time with your girlfriend." "I'm going to sleep now, so you should go back." At this point, Mrs. Liu had already walked to the door, and Joo Chang shut the door without any courtesy to prevent her from returning, and locked the door behind her. Mrs. Lu was not angry at all. She leaned against the door and shouted at Joo Chang, "Son, bring your girlfriend back to see me some other day. Don't worry, as long as it's something you like, I'll definitely like it too. Even if I don't like it, I'll force myself to like it slowly. You have to hurry up and propose to her soon. I've been waiting for a grandchild for many years, and you can't make me wait any longer." Joo Chang didn't know when Mrs. Lu left. He fell asleep to Mrs. Lu's endless chatter. After all, 4 hours of physical labor in one go is too much for even the best of us. That night, Joo Chang slept exceptionally soundly. He even had a dream in which his little sister, who was like a little shadow, unexpectedly did not cry, but instead smiled sweetly at him, grabbed his arm and called him Brother Mau Mau. After playing with his little sister for a while, he suddenly realized that she was gone. He woke up in a panic. He picked up the cell phone on the bedside table and realized it was already 11 a.m. After becoming the president of the Lu family, he had always been strict with himself. As long as he wasn't on a business trip, he would get to work on time every day. Today was the first time he had been lazy. He quickly got up, washed up, and went downstairs. Mrs. Lu was waiting for him in the living room downstairs. When she saw her son coming down, she asked the maid to prepare a meal for Joo Chang while holding his hand and sitting him down in a chair next to the dining table. "Son, were you exhausted yesterday? I'll tell you, you mustn't be greedy with that kind of thing. You mustn't overdo it, or your body won't be able to handle it." Cough, cough. Joo Chang saw Zhang Ma coming over with a tray of food and hurriedly coughed twice to interrupt Mrs. Lu. His mother has always been mentally unstable, and from time to time she would say things that would shock people to death. Joo Chang was deeply affected by this. Fortunately, Mrs. Lu saw the food in Zhang Ma's hands in time, and her attention was diverted to the food. She personally placed the food in front of Joo Chang. "Son, you have to eat well in the future, and eat more nutritious food, otherwise you won't have the energy to keep up with your girlfriend in bed." Joo Chang had just taken a sip of milk when he spat it all out. Mrs. Lu hurriedly called out to Zhang Ma to get a tissue, while she ran to Joo Chang's back to help him straighten his back. After a while, Joo Chang finally straightened up. Mrs. Lu turned to Zhang Ma and said seriously, "Zhang Ma, you should buy more nourishing ingredients for men in the future. When Jojo comes back for dinner, you should make him some nourishing soup to drink. I'm afraid my Jojo is exhausted." Joo Chang could feel Zhang Ma's old face, which was getting more and more distorted as she tried to hold back her laughter. Chapter 5, You weren't coming, were you? Early in the morning, Suji transferred the 1 million yuan into Chun Chen's medical account. With the money to pay for the treatment, the doctor's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, saying that they would do their best to treat Chen Chen. Chen Chen has been in a coma, unable to eat or move, so there is no need for anyone to look after him. Besides, even if the patient is conscious, the doctor will not allow the parents to go in to look after them in the intensive care unit, for fear of infecting the patient. Suji looked at Chen Chen again through the visitation system. She saw that his eyes were closed, as if he were asleep, and that his breathing was relatively stable with the help of various medical devices. His once chubby little face had lost a lot of weight. Suji looked at him again and felt a pang of pain. The day of the accident, Chen Chen had just turned 5, and the heavens had played such a big joke on him. If the child wakes up and finds out that both his parents are gone, I don't know how sad he will be. After seeing Chen Chen, Suji went home. Suji has always lived with her brother and his wife. The rent for their 3-bedroom apartment is nearly 4,000 yuan per month. In the past, her brother never let her pay the rent, but she was too embarrassed to live for free, so she always tried to find ways to spend money on food and fruit, and occasionally bought clothes and toys for Chen Chen. Now that her brother and sister-in-law are gone, she has been working at Changjiang for less than a year, so her monthly salary barely reaches 10,000 yuan. When Chen Chen gets better, she will have to go to kindergarten. If the child has a headache or a fever on weekdays, the salary is not enough to cover the costs, so the 4,000 yuan rent is a bit of a strain for her. Besides, in the future, she and Chen Chen will live together, so there is no need to rent such a large house anymore. Now that the rent is about to expire, it would be a good idea to rent a cheaper place. In order to save the agency fee, Suji did not bother to find an agency. She searched online for a landlord-owned house and did not find a suitable one. She had to look for a place in one neighborhood after another. She didn't dare to enter the high-end residential areas, because she knew that the rent would be expensive. So she only entered the old, small, family-style residential areas. Seeing the old ladies sitting in the courtyard, Suji approached them to get to know them and find out the rent prices in the neighborhood. Then she asked them if they knew anyone who had a room to rent. Using this method, Suji quickly rented a small, old apartment with only 50 square meters. The building was almost 40 years old, and the facilities were very old, but it was clean, and most importantly, the rent was cheap, only 1,500 yuan a month. Afraid of more trouble in the future, Suji immediately signed a 6-month lease with the landlord. After paying the rent, Suji checked her bank card balance on her phone. There was less than 2,000 yuan left, which would last her for another month at most if she spent it carefully. No, she had to go back to work at the company the next day. Considering that she might not have time to move after going back to work, Suji went back that night to pack up and then called a van to take away as much of her belongings as possible. Since the house was relatively small, the things she moved in suddenly filled the house, leaving almost no room to move around. Suji didn't finish tidying up until nearly 12 o'clock, when she finally managed to make some space in the house. It was getting late, and she had to go to work the next day, so she washed up and went to bed. In the morning, she was woken up by the alarm clock, quickly got up and freshened up, simply made a bowl of noodles, and after eating, she stood in front of the mirror and tidied herself up again. She wore a white chiffon blouse today, a black professional skirt underneath, black pumps, and her long hair was tied up in a high ponytail with a black hairband, looking youthful and capable. Looking at herself in the mirror, Suji raised her fists. Suji, cheer up. Chen will depend on you in the future. You have to pull yourself together and make good money. The old, broken apartment she rented was not too far from her workplace, and she arrived at the company 30 minutes later. At this time, she didn't know that she had almost been fired on her first day back to work. Suji worked in the secretary's office. As soon as she walked into the office, Zhang Hanlu, who had always had a bad relationship with her, said to her in a strange voice while putting lipstick on her lips. Hey, Suji, I thought you weren't coming anymore. How come you're here all of a sudden? Who said Gigi wasn't coming? Gigi just took a leave of absence. Li Shuoyue gave Zhang Hanlu a cold stare and walked towards Suji. Gigi, what's wrong with you? You've lost so much weight. Don't tell me you're on a diet. You're so slim already. You're not going to give us a chance, are you? Li Shuoyue is a little chubby, with a small, meaty face that is quite cute. Li Shuoyue said while reaching out to hold Suji's small waist. Her slender waist was almost in her hand. Suji smiled and said, No, I just haven't been feeling very well lately. I can't eat much, and I think I'll be back to my old weight in a little while. When Suji asked for leave from her boss, she specifically asked the leader to keep it a secret, so no one in the office knew that the car accident that killed 2 and injured 1 reported in the news last month was related to her. Even Li Shuoyue, her best friend, didn't know. She didn't want to gain sympathy from everyone because of this incident. What could she do if she told everyone? What could she do if everyone knew? Other than casting 2 sympathetic or pitying glances at you, nothing would change. Maybe there will be some dark-minded people secretly celebrating her misfortune. Gigi, if you don't come back, I'm going to die of exhaustion. It's a good thing you're finally back. I don't have to work overtime today. Wang Mimi said as she put a thick stack of documents on Suji's desk. Thank you, Mei Mei. I'll treat you to a nice meal someday. Really, I'll keep my promise. Wang Mimi's eyes, which were not very big to begin with, immediately became crescent-shaped when she heard that she would be treated to a delicious meal. Wang Mimi, pay attention to your figure management. Look at all that fat on you. Don't you think it's a bit affecting the overall image of our office? Zhang Hanlu, while applying makeup to her face in the mirror, couldn't help but give Wang Mimi a disdainful glance. Wang Mimi also couldn't stand Zhang Hanlu dressing up like a demon every day. She gave Zhang Hanlu a cold look. Do you live by the sea? Why are you so nosy? Wang Mimi is a typical foodie. She can't walk when she sees food, so her weight has always been high. Everyone has a love of beauty. For a while, she was determined to control her appetite, and her weight dropped at a visible rate. But ever since she met her online boyfriend, she has given up on herself. In her own words, I'm already like this. I'm not beautiful, I'm not loved, and if I don't treat myself better, then I'm just wasting my time on this earth. Naturally, what she meant by treating herself better was not the material things that other girls pursued to make themselves shine, but the satisfaction of her appetite. After being scolded by Wang Mimi, Zhang Hanlu rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart, "Fat girl, why don't you die of being fat?" Everyone, I have some news to share with you. The rumor that was going around a while ago is true. Our company has really been acquired by the Liu family. The president of the Liu family will be coming to the company today to inspect it. Everyone should be prepared. As soon as Chang Qian finished speaking, the entire office exploded. Chapter 6, How could it be him? Really? Wang Mimi excitedly patted her chubby palm. Hey, I've heard that the president of the Liu family is a super handsome guy. The most important thing is that this handsome guy is still not married. It seems that he doesn't even have a girlfriend. No, from tomorrow, not today, from today, I'm going to start losing weight again. Zhang Hanlu, who was just finishing her makeup, snorted in contempt and muttered, "Don't look in the mirror." Then she quickly touched up her makeup in the mirror. She wanted to look beautiful in front of the new president. Everyone swarmed around Xian Chang. Hey, Chang Chang, do you think the new boss will fire us all? I don't think so. I haven't heard anything about it. No, our company is not very big, but it has hundreds of employees. How can they just fire us? Don't you think that if they fire us, where will they find so many people to replace us? Right, if they do lay people off, it will probably be just a few insignificant positions, and they will probably replace some of the bosses. As for us, the little guys, we should be safe for now. Everyone was talking at once when they saw Li Jun, the head of the secretarial office, walk in. Everyone, quiet down. The new president will be here soon to meet with you. Soon a group of men in suits and ties walked into the secretary's office. The man at the head of the group was tall and handsome, with a pair of deep eyes that quickly swept over everyone's faces like two sharp searchlights. When his gaze fell on Suji's face, his expression froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Mr. Liu, this is our secretarial office. After introducing the new president to him, Li Jun quickly turned to everyone in the office and said, "Everyone, this is our new president, Mr. Liu. Let's welcome Mr. Liu." "Good day, President." Everyone immediately bowed to the new president and greeted him. Zhang Hanlu found the most conspicuous position to stand, smiling and looking straight at the new president, hoping that the president would look at her more. "Hello everyone, I hope we can work together to create a brilliant future for Changjiang." When Suji realized that the new president, who was tall and handsome, was the owner of the Rolls-Royce she had bought for one night, her delicate face turned white. She slipped quietly behind the crowd, wishing she could find a crack to crawl into. The president was speaking to everyone, but Suji didn't even hear a word. Her heart was already in turmoil. Why is it him? Why him? Oh my God, how is she going to face this boss in the future? After Joo Chang finished his speech, he looked around at the people in the secretary's office. When he saw the figure of the person hiding behind someone else with a small head bowed, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the spacious CEO's office, Joo Chang stared at the list of personnel in the secretary's office for a long time, not sure which one was her. The quality of the company's employees represents the image of the entire company. It's one thing not to know that a prostitute is working in his company, but now that he knows, he's sorry. Jianhui, go to the secretariat and ask about the name of the employee in the white shirt with the ponytail. Yes, Mr. Liu. Joo Chang's special assistant, Jianhui, left in response. Jianhui returned shortly after. Mr. Liu, the employee's name is Suji. She took a leave of absence for more than half a month and just came back to work today. Do you know why she took leave? Joo Chang flipped through the employee roster and quickly found Suji's name on the secretary's page. He picked up a pen and drew a slash across it. It showed that she had joined the company at this time last year, was 24 years old, and had 1 year of work experience at another company. Ask the person in charge of the secretarial office to come over. Yes, Mr. Liu. Jianhui hung up the phone and quickly called the secretary's office. Li Jun, the person in charge of the secretarial office, came over soon. Mr. Liu. Li Jun called out to Liu Zong with some trepidation. He didn't know why Liu Zong had called him to the office on his first day on the job. There had been rumors that the company's management might be fired, and he was still a little scared. Manager Li, what's wrong with this employee of yours? He's been on leave for 18 days in a row. Joo Chang frowned at Li Jun. Our company does not support idle people. If it is not possible, we will pay 2 months' salary and fire him directly. Mr. Liu, Li Jun looked at Mr. Liu with some difficulty. Suji is a very conscientious worker and is one of the people he is focusing on training. Besides, he didn't take leave without a reason. His family had a big problem, and any company would approve of it. Li Jun felt that he needed to explain to Mr. Liu, so as not to miss such a good employee. Managerly, if you have something to say, just say it. Joo Chang continued to flip through the employee roster without even looking up. Mr. Liu, I don't know if you saw the news about the two cars colliding a while ago. The couple died on the spot, leaving behind a 5-year-old child who was still in the intensive care unit. What does that mean? Joo Chang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had glanced at the news. Zhangchang was so big, and news like this happened almost every day, so he had only glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. Mr. Liu, the couple were Suji's brother and sister-in-law. Her parents had passed away a long time ago, and they had taken some time off work to attend to the funeral arrangements for her brother and sister-in-law and to take care of her nephew in the hospital. I see. Joo Chang's cold eyes slowly warmed up, and he remembered the scene of Suji stopping in front of his car that night, crying and asking him to buy her a night. He suddenly felt relieved. It turns out that she really was in trouble. The 1 million she got for selling her body wasn't for herself, but for the child in the hospital. Mr. Liu, Suji is a very conscientious worker. With such a big family tragedy, the driver who caused the accident has not been caught, and the child has not woken up yet. The fact that she can still come to work shows that she must need the money. If she loses this job. Joo Chang slammed the employee roster in his hand and looked at Li Jun and said, I know. You can go to work. Chapter 7. That night was an accident. Unable to get a clear answer from the president, Li Jun walked out of the president's office somewhat unwillingly, and after thinking about what the president had said, he knows, his mind suddenly turned a corner. He slapped himself on the forehead, cursing himself for being so stupid. The president had already agreed to let Suji stay. Li Jun returned to the secretary's office and told Suji about the president's dissatisfaction with her taking such a long leave of absence. He specifically told Suji to behave herself in the future and not to give the president any reason to hold her back. Suji nodded and said thank you to Li Jun with gratitude. Fortunately, Li Jun helped her explain, otherwise she would have lost her job. The next day, Suji came to the company early in the morning. She wanted to make up for all the work she had missed. Wang Mimi only helped her with the more important work, and she had to do the less important work herself. She probably arrived too early and didn't see anyone. She got into the elevator, and just as the doors were about to close, an arm blocked the elevator door. Then a slender figure stepped in. It was Joo Chang. Suji panicked and nervously backed away. There were only 2 people in the elevator, and she was filled with regret. Why had she not met the person she least wanted to meet, and why had it happened in such a small elevator? Since they had met, it would be rude not to say hello. He was the company's CEO. Good morning, Mr. Liu. Joo Chang grunted in response, but there was no further movement. Suji let out a sigh of relief. Seeing that he had not turned around, she dared to look up at his back. The man had a good body proportion, and the black suit made by hand perfectly accentuated his figure. Looking at his back, the image of the man lying on top of her that night, repeatedly and endlessly, kept flashing in her mind, and her face suddenly turned red. The secretary's office is on the same floor as the president's office. After the elevator doors opened, Joo Chang got out of the elevator directly. Suji let out a sigh of relief and deliberately delayed getting out of the elevator. Miss Su, make me a cup of coffee, no sugar, please. Ah. Suji didn't expect him to ask her to make him coffee, so she let out an involuntary ah. Joo Chang turned around, and there was no expression on his handsome face, except for a glance at Suji. Okay, Mr. Liu. Suji's heart was pounding, and she quickly responded and fled to the pantry. The coffee was ready soon, but Suji really didn't have the courage to deliver it to him. As she was passing the secretary's office with the coffee, she glanced inside and saw that there was no one there. Suji sighed and had to pluck up her courage and walk to the president's office. Mr. Liu, your coffee is ready. Put it there. Joo Chang was looking through the documents and gestured to Suji to put the coffee next to him. Suji put down the coffee and turned to leave, but then she heard Joo Chang speak. I heard about what happened. That night was an accident for me. Don't think about it too much. Just work hard from now on. Thank you, Mr. Lu. When she mentioned that night, Suji's face immediately turned red, and her bright eyes looked at Lu Jocheng's eyes, and then quickly withdrew like a frightened little animal. When Suji turned to leave, Lu Jocheng stared at her slender back for a long time. Although the 4 hours he spent with her that night were the result of drugs, he had to admit that he had let himself indulge in the name of drugs. The sound of the girl's breath under him that night was still in his ears. He thought of her in his arms, so soft and delicate. No wonder Ziming would spend all day in the flower garden. Without self-control, one would really be led astray. Fortunately, he had always been a person with strong self-control since childhood. If he hadn't been drugged, he wouldn't have fallen for the company's female employee. Damn it, how dare she drug him? If he finds out. Mr. Lu, the person who drugged your drink that night has been found. Lu Jocheng had just thought of this when Jiang Huai hurriedly walked in. It was the daughter of Tian, Shi Shuer. Tian. Lu Jocheng repeated the name, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Within a month, the Tian stock market will plummet, and then Tian will be acquired. Jiang Huai was about to leave after receiving the order, but Lu Jocheng continued, since Miss Qi likes to climb into men's beds, let's satisfy her and send her to Changye to enjoy herself for a month. Changye is a paradise for men in Jiangcheng, where women are free to play. Jiang Huai once again saw the cold and ruthless side of Mr. Lu. Yes, Mr. Lu. Jiang Huai left in response. In the afternoon. It was almost time to leave work, but Suji stayed behind for a while to finish her work. When she finished, she found that everyone in the company had already left. She turned off her computer, put her bag on and took the elevator down. Lu Jocheng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the fragile figure in the back, with a dark and unclear light in his eyes. This little girl is really as dedicated as Li Jun said she was. Suji went to the hospital first. The nurse told her that Chen Chen's condition had improved a little in the past 2 days. If the inflammation in his body could be completely eliminated in the next few days, he could undergo a craniotomy. This was the best news Suji had heard since the day of the accident. She kept saying thank you, and after looking at Chen Chen on the monitor, she was ready to go back. As soon as she walked out of the hospital, her cell phone rang. Suji took out her cell phone from her bag and saw that it was Jian Lu calling. She quickly pressed the answer button and Jian Lu's voice came through immediately. Gigi, I'm back. Where are you now? Let's get together. Bring Shenfeng along. Jian Lu sounded very happy. Jian Lu was Suji's college classmate. After 4 years of getting along with each other, the two were like sisters. She studied design in college, and this time the company paid for them to study abroad for 3 months. As soon as she returned, she hurriedly made an appointment to meet Suji. Jian Lu was going to come and pick her up, but Suji refused, thinking that the hospital was not far from the agreed meeting place. The hospital was just outside the bus stop, so it was very convenient to take the bus. When Jiang Lu heard that Suji refused to pick her up, she said she wouldn't drive, for fear that she would be unable to drive after drinking. When Suji arrived, Jiang Lu had already ordered barbecue and draft beer. It was a roadside stall, and no one knew how many years the owner had been running it. Anyway, it had been there since they were in college, and now that they had graduated for 2 years, the barbecue stall was still going strong, with no fewer than 20 tables. The good taste and reasonable price are probably the main reasons why this barbecue stand has been able to continue to operate. Lulu. Suji shouted when she saw Jiang Lu, and Jiang Lu turned around and saw it was Suji coming over, and her eyes immediately filled with a smile. She got up and ran to Suji, giving her a big hug first. Gigi, I've missed you so much. How have you been lately? Have you missed me? Chapter 8, Good Sisters. Suji forced a smile and said, Of course I do. The two walked hand in hand to the table. At this time, Jiang Lu suddenly remembered something and looked back. After looking for a long time, she still couldn't find her target. Gigi, why isn't Shenfeng here? Didn't I ask you to invite him along? Suji pursed her lips. Lulu, I broke up with him. Can we not talk about him tonight? You broke up? Jiang Lu was a little skeptical, but looking at Suji's suddenly somewhat gloomy face, she knew that what Suji said should be true. She suppressed the question mark in her heart and agreed, okay, we won't mention him. Come on, let's have a good time. Jiang Lu said, picking up a squid skewer in one hand, and shoving it into her mouth while handing another skewer to Suji. It still tastes the same. I've been dying for this for the past 3 months abroad. Jiang Lu squinted, looking intoxicated by the aroma, and her short hair made her look very pure and cute. You've been gone for so long. Have you been out and about? Oh, it was like being in prison. The day after we arrived in the US, our leader took away our cell phones for fear that we wouldn't study hard, and didn't give them back to us until the end of the program. I didn't have time to go out and about. Every day, I had classes and homework. Sometimes I would have the illusion that I was still in school. It turns out that Jiang Lu was so busy. No wonder she only contacted her twice during the 3 months she was away. It was only the first 2 days after she arrived in the United States. After that, Jiang Lu never contacted her again. Come on, let's drink a toast. Jiang Lu said, raising her glass. Suji saw that Jiang Lu was in a good mood and didn't want to spoil her fun, so she took a sip of her glass. Jiang Lu finished the beer in one gulp, and seeing that Suji's glass was almost empty, she filled her own glass again. Gigi, you're not being very nice. Lulu, I've been feeling a bit sick lately and can't drink. Jiang Lu picked up a meat skewer and put it in her mouth, and all the meat on it went into her mouth. Just as she was about to ask Suji what was wrong, her phone suddenly rang. It was from her roommate, Fu Mingjie. Lulu, are you back? Yes, I didn't see you when I got back, so I thought you might still be working overtime and didn't disturb you. Where are you? I'm eating kebabs with Gigi. Come over, we're still at the same place. Suji used to visit Jiang Lu often, so Fu Mingjie also knew Suji. She had a relative who lived in the same neighborhood as Suji's brother and sister-in-law, and she had heard about what happened at Suji's house from that relative. Lulu, Fu Mingjie called her name, but then suddenly she stopped talking. Hey, Mingjie, what's wrong? Say something. Jiang Lu called her twice, but there was no response. She then picked up the phone and hung up. Jiang Lu opened WeChat and found Fu Mingjie's profile picture. Hurry up and come over, we're waiting for you. After a while, Fu Mingjie sent a text message, Lulu, do you know that something happened at Suji's house? Upon seeing this text, Jiang Lu looked up and saw Suji. She noticed that Suji was a little thinner than before, but didn't seem to have changed much. It shouldn't be anything serious. She replied with 3 words, what happened? Fu Mingjie guessed that Jiang Lu must not have known yet, so she simply replied, Suji's brother and sister-in-law died in a car accident more than half a month ago, and the little nephew seems to still be lying in the hospital. Jiang Lu's hand holding the wine glass suddenly shook. She put the glass down on the table and turned her head to stare at Suji. Gigi, did something happen while I was away? Lulu. Upon hearing Jiang Lu ask, Suji's eyes suddenly turned red. After calling out to her, her throat became choked. Is this true? Jiang Lu put the chat record between her and Fu Mingjie in front of Suji. Suji nodded and tears fell on the table. Gigi. Jiang Lu got up and hugged Suji tightly. This is too sudden. Gigi, why didn't you tell me about this big event? How did you get through it? Jiang Lu was really distressed by Suji. Compared to death, these are nothing. When Suji said this, although there were tears in her eyes, her tone was extremely relaxed, which made Jiang Lu feel even more heartbroken. What about Chen? How is he? Jiang Lu asked carefully. He hasn't woken up yet, but the doctor said that his vital signs are stable for now. If nothing goes wrong, he can have a craniotomy in a few days. A craniotomy? It must cost a lot of money to keep Chen there, right? Yes, it's a lot. Suji, who had just said that she was not feeling well and could not drink, raised her glass in front of her and gulped it down. Jiang Lu took her bag from the stool next to her and took out a bank card from it. Lulu, I still have 100,000 yuan in this card. You can use it to pay for Chen's treatment. Jiang Lu said, and then she shoved the bank card into Suji's hand. Lulu, no need. I've already raised enough money. It's enough for Chen's medical expenses for the time being. Gigi, we are good friends. How can I stand by and do nothing when you are in trouble? I have heard that the treatment cost in the intensive care unit is tens of thousands of yuan a day. Your brother works alone to support the whole family, and you have only been working for 2 years. I know how much money you have. Don't be polite with me. Take this card. Although it is not much, it can save an emergency. Lulu, I'm not being polite. I really don't need it. I've already raised enough money for Chinchin's medical expenses. If I really need it, you won't give it to me, but I'll ask you anyway. Are you sure? Don't lie to me? Jiang Lu still looked unconvinced. Suji had no choice but to show her the hospital payment certificate. Seeing the new payment of 1 million yuan for treatment, Jiang Lu finally believed it, but the problem also followed. Ji, have they caught the culprit? Suji shook her head. Then this 1 million. Jiang Lu knew that Suji and her brother's financial situation, they definitely could not afford this million. Lulu, I'll tell you about this later. We haven't seen each other in 3 months. Come on, let's drink up tonight. Jiang Lu saw that Suji was unwilling to talk, so she didn't pursue the matter. She filled the glass that Suji had just emptied. Come on, tonight we won't go home until we're drunk. The two of them ate kebabs and talked about unimportant things. Suji's tense mood was completely relieved at this moment. Now she didn't want to think about anything, she just wanted to drink. When Fu Mingjie came over, the two of them were already a little drunk. When they were about to be sent home, they were targeted by 3 tattooed men. Boss, what about those 3 girls? What, are you getting hungry again? Come on, Big Brother will take you out for a good time tonight. Chapter 9, Joo Chang saves them. Sister, it's no fun drinking so much. Why don't you let us 3 keep you company and drink together? Fu Mingjie knew these 3 were bad guys, so she said, we don't know you, so please leave. You don't know them, but that doesn't mean the 2 sisters don't know them, right, sister? One of the men said as he walked up to Suji and put his hand on her shoulder and rubbed it. Suji pushed the man's hand away and looked at him with a drunken gaze. The man's face was covered with a sinister smile, and she was startled and half sobered up. Jiang Lu had already fallen over onto the table. In fact, she could drink more than Suji, but she had drunk too much too quickly, and as a result, she was drunk and unconscious. We don't know you, so you all go away. If you don't go, I'm going to call someone. Suji shouted angrily. At this moment, a tattooed man in tight pants and platform shoes came over with a drink in one hand. Come on, little sister, let me feed you. That's the fun part. The man said, and then pinched Suji's chin, forcing her to open her mouth, and raised the wineglass to pour it into her mouth. Suji twisted her head and waved her hand to knock the man's wineglass over. She shouted at the man, go away, you pervert. Don't touch me. Everyone around the barbecue looked over. The beer spilled all over the tattooed man, and he immediately became angry. The tattooed man pulled his face back and said, little bitch, you're shameless, aren't you? It's my honor to feed you beer, and I'm going to make you drink it today. The tattooed man said, picked up the beer and poured another glass out. He grabbed Suji's hair and was about to pour it into her mouth. When Fu Mingjie saw this, she wanted to help, but was stopped by the other 2 tattooed men. Let them go. Several men in black suits and black shoes, with imposing figures, suddenly came over. Buddy, don't meddle in other people's business. The other 2 tattooed men immediately stepped forward to warn them. The man who had grabbed Suji's hair let go of her and walked towards the men in black suits with a glass of beer in his hand. Which gang are you from? Do you want to know who Brother 6 is? You dare to ruin my good luck? I'll make you pay for it. Whether you are Brother 6 or Brother 7, we are going to take care of this matter today. Seeing that he couldn't scare the other party, the tattooed man grabbed a stool and smashed it at the men in black suits. The people at the table next to them were so scared that they all stood up and ran away. Seeing this, the men avoided the stool, twisted their necks, and then pounced on the 3 tattooed men. After a few rounds, the 3 tattooed men were all pinned to the ground. At this time, a handsome and tall figure walked over. It was Joo Chang. Suji looked at Joo Chang and immediately understood that he had saved the 3 of them. She was a little embarrassed and also a little relieved. If he hadn't intervened, the 3 of them would have been in danger. Joo Chang had specially brought his bodyguard to the kebab stand today. Yes, the president of the Lu Group also loves street food. He has been patronizing this roadside stall for more than a year. It was Ziming who dragged him here in the first place. After eating here once, he could never forget the taste. Today, he had originally planned to bring Ziming along, but Gu Ziming had just met a new hot girl, and the guy who valued his friends less than his girlfriends had actually rejected his invitation. But he was so hungry that he brought Jianghuai and his bodyguard along. Suji and the others had arrived earlier than him, so he didn't see them when he came. When he heard the commotion, he recognized the voices and asked Jianghuai to take a look. When Jianghuai saw that Suji, the secretary, was being bullied by some thugs, he hurried over to report to Joo Chang. "What should we do, Mr. Lu? Should we go over and help?" Joo Chang asked him in return, "Do you think you should do anything when a company employee is being bullied?" Jianghuai understood and immediately asked the bodyguards to deal with these guys. "Mr. Lu, what should we do now?" Several bodyguards respectfully asked Joo Chang for advice. Joo Chang was about to have the bodyguards take the 3 tattooed men to the police station when a few police officers came over. It turned out that the owner of the barbecue stall had immediately called the police after seeing someone causing trouble. When the police arrived, the barbecue stall owner hurriedly pointed to the 3 tattooed men lying on the ground and said, "These are the 3 of them. They were here molesting the little girl and were subdued by these good people." After asking Suji and the boss some questions, the police took the 3 tattooed men to the police car. Since Suji and her friends were the ones involved, they had to go with them. Fu Mingjie knew that Suji and her friends had been drinking, so she offered to go with them, but she was worried about them. At the moment of difficulty, Joo Chang said, "You go, I will have my people take these 2 friends of yours home safely." They had just helped them, and now they dared to make such a promise in front of the police. Fu Mingjie no longer worried, and after giving her address, she followed the police. Joo Chang asked Jianghuai and one of the bodyguards to take Zhang Lu, who was drunk and confused, away, and then asked the bodyguards to put Suji in his car and then sent the bodyguards back. Suji was still relatively lucid, but she was a little unsteady on her feet. After she gave Joo Chang her address, she sat crookedly in the back seat. The window was half open, and as the car drove forward, the cool breeze blew in, and she fell asleep without realizing it. As he was walking, Joo Chang's phone rang. He glanced at the phone number and found that it was from the old house. He pressed the answer button and heard Zhang Ma's somewhat anxious voice. "Young master, please come back soon. Madam is sick again. Auntie Wang and I have been trying to coax her for a long time, but she just won't listen. She keeps asking to go out and look for you." "Okay, I'll be right back." Joo Chang hung up the phone, looked back at Suji, and then called out, "Miss Su." Sitting in the back, Suji not only did not respond, but instead emitted a slight snore. Joo Chang tried to call her again, but she still didn't respond. Joo Chang helplessly raised his lips. He was really relieved to have her ride with him. Joo Chang looked at the navigation system. It would take more than 20 minutes to get to Suji's house. He was afraid that Mrs. Lu would have an accident, so he turned the car around and drove quickly to the Lu family mansion. He had already decided that when they arrived at the old Lu residence, he would ask Uncle Zhao to drive Suji back. As soon as Joo Chang arrived at the villa, he heard Mrs. Lu crying and calling for her son. Auntie Zhang and Auntie Wang each took one of her arms and patiently coaxed her to calm down. Joo Chang got out of the car. Perhaps it was the sound of the car door closing that woke Suji from her deep sleep. Chapter 10, I'm going to find Jojo. It was dark inside the car, and Suji, who had just woken up, was a little confused. She couldn't remember where she was for a while, and she closed her eyes and thought for a while before remembering that she was sitting in President Lu's car. Is this home? Suji sat up and suddenly heard a commotion outside. She hurriedly pushed open the car door and got out. After a short nap, she had sobered up a bit. I have to find Jojo. They lost my Jojo. I have to find Jojo. Don't stop me. Suji saw a group of people arguing in front of her. One of them had a tall and straight back, which looked like Lu's own. Where is this? Suji looked around and saw a cluster of Western-style villas with pointed roofs scattered among the tall trees, like ancient castles in a fairy tale. The villa in front of her was brightly lit in the courtyard. Suji estimated that the villa and courtyard must cover at least 10 acres. This kind of place looks expensive. What did General Lu bring her here for? At this time, Joo Chang walked over to her. He had forgotten to take his cell phone when he got out of the car, so he came over to get it and was about to call Lin Wenyang. Mrs. Lu suddenly had a seizure, and it looked like it would be difficult to calm her down tonight. When he saw Suji coming down, he shouted at Uncle Zhao, "Uncle Zhao." Uncle Zhao came quickly. "Young master, what's the matter? Please take a trip and take Miss Su home." "Yes, sir." Uncle Zhao responded while taking a look at Suji. Although the light was not very good at night, he could tell at a glance that the girl in front of him was very beautiful. Uncle Zhao couldn't help but smile. The young master had never brought a girl home before, but today he finally made an exception. He guessed that Miss Su must be the young master's girlfriend. Mrs. Lu had been nagging him every day, and now he finally had a girlfriend. If Mrs. Lu wakes up and sees that her son has found such a beautiful daughter-in-law, she will be overjoyed. Joo Chang took his mobile phone and left. Uncle Zhao walked over to the Rolls-Royce Phantom, opened the door and said respectfully to Suji, "Miss Su, please get in the car." Suji walked over, but didn't hurry to get in. "Uncle Zhao, is something going on over there?" Uncle Zhao had already decided in his heart that Suji was the young master's girlfriend, so he didn't feel the need to hide it. He sighed and said, "Miss Su probably doesn't know that our wife has a mental illness. She hasn't had a relapse for a long time, but someone from the Lu family said some unpleasant things to her today, and it made her ill again. So that's it." Suji looked back at Mrs. Lu, who was still arguing about going out to find Jojo, and suddenly turned and walked over. "Madam, I will take you to find Jojo. I know where he is." As she spoke, Suji held out her small, white hand to Mrs. Lu. "Miss Su, I told Uncle Zhao to take you back, so don't make trouble here. Hurry up and go back with Uncle Zhao." Joo Chang was at his wits' end with his own mother, and when he saw Suji come over to make trouble, he said to her in displeasure, "Really? Do you really know where my Jojo is?" When Mrs. Lu heard that Suji knew where Jojo was, she suddenly became quiet. She stared at Suji with her eyes wide open, and a light suddenly appeared in her eyes. "Really, please believe me," Suji said, and then she held out her hand to Mrs. Lu. Mrs. Lu hesitated for a moment, then she put her hand into Suji's hand. Suji gestured for Joo Chang to lead the way, and she took Mrs. Lu's hand and walked into the villa. The villa was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Suji casually glanced around and saw only lush greenery and blooming flowers everywhere. It was like being in a garden. When she entered the villa's hall, Suji was once again amazed. She had seen the villa before and had even been inside it. When she first stepped into the Su family villa, she thought to herself how good it was to be rich. It wasn't until she saw the Lu family villa that she realized how little she had seen of the world. In front of the Lu family villa, the Shen family villa can only be considered an ordinary residential building. Suji followed Joo Chang into the hall and saw a beautiful and luxurious crystal chandelier hanging in the middle of the high-ceilinged living room. Under the refraction of the light, the crystals emitted a dazzling brilliance. The retro Roman columns standing in the empty hall made people feel as if they had walked into a palace. Seeing that the lady was being obedient, Zhang Ma quickly went to bring the lady's medicine. They tried countless times tonight to get her to take the medicine, but every time she knocked it over. She had broken so many cups that she was not giving up hope and decided to try again. "Where is my 99? Where did you hide my 99? Mrs. Lu, who had not seen her 99, became agitated again. "Who is Jojo?" Suji turned her head and asked Joo Chang in a soft voice. "I lost it once when I was a child, and that's when her mental state became abnormal. Every time she had a fit, she would scream for Jojo. Do you have any photos? Bring me all the photos of you from when you were a child." "What do you need photos for?" Joo Chang raised his eyebrows. He had thought of using photos to make Mrs. Lu accept the fact that he had grown up, but it had no effect at all. When she was sick, she only remembered how he looked when he was a child. He stood in front of her, but she didn't recognize him. "Don't ask so many questions. I'll try to see if it works." Although Joo Chang didn't believe that Suji could calm Mrs. Lu with photos, he still had a glimmer of hope and got up to fetch them. "My Jojo, where did you hide my Jojo? I'm going to find my Jojo. Jojo, don't be afraid. Mommy is here. Mommy is looking for you." Mrs. Lu cried and tried to walk out again. A group of servants hurried to stop her, but Suji quickly told them to move aside. She walked up to Mrs. Lu and held up a finger to her lips. Madam, please keep your voice down. Jojo has been found and is now sleeping. Please don't wake him up, or he'll start crying again." As she spoke, Suji casually pointed to a closed door. Mrs. Lu glanced at the door and then asked in a low voice. Really? Jojo is really in there? Suji saw that Mrs. Lu was on board, so she nodded. At this time, Joo Chang came over with the photo album. Here you go. Shoo, keep your voice down. My Jojo is sleeping inside. Don't wake him up. Joo Chang froze for a moment. He looked at Suji, who nodded at him and then said softly to Mrs. Lu. Madam, Jojo is sleeping. Let's hurry back and get some sleep. When Jojo wakes up, we can play with him again, okay? No, if Jojo wakes up and can't see his mother, he'll cry. I have to stay here with him. Chapter 11, 6-digit consultation fee. Madam, you see, if you don't go back to sleep, they won't either. If everyone keeps walking around and talking, won't it affect Jojo's rest? Suji coaxed again in a soft voice. Mrs. Lu nodded. Madam, I'll take you back to your room. First, I'll leave Auntie Zhang to watch over him. When Jojo wakes up, I'll ask Auntie Zhang to bring him to you. Is that okay? Mrs. Lu turned her head and looked at Auntie Zhang. Madam, you should go back to your room and rest. I will definitely take good care of Jojo. Mrs. Lu seemed to be convinced, but she was still a little worried. She turned her head and looked toward the door again. Lock the door. You go lock the door. No one is allowed to come in. Joo Chang quickly went over and locked the door, then he pulled a chair over to the door and sat on it. Mom, you go rest. I'll be guarding the door today. No one will be let in. Mrs. Lu seemed to finally feel relieved, and with the help of Auntie Wang and Suji, she walked towards the bedroom. Once in the room, Suji coaxed Mrs. Lu to take her medicine. After the two of them helped Mrs. Lu lie down, Suji told Aunt Wang to go rest. She helped Mrs. Lu knead her legs so that she could relax. In no time, Mrs. Lu closed her eyes in peace and fell asleep. Suji stopped, rubbed her sore wrists, and thought that if she wanted Mrs. Lu to sleep more deeply, she would turn off all the lights in the room and then walk towards the door. The lights outside were also all out. She opened the door and suddenly saw two long figures standing outside the door, one black and one white. Suji's head suddenly grew big and she didn't know how to suddenly associate it with the black and white ghost she heard about when she was a child. She was so scared that she fainted before she could even finish saying the word ghost. Fortunately, Joo Chang caught her quickly. Suji slumped in Joo Chang's arms. Joo Chang was afraid of disturbing Mrs. Lu, so he called her name softly, but she didn't respond at all. What happened to her? Joo Chang looked at Lin Wenyang in puzzlement. She probably fainted from the shock. Lin Wei said lightly. Fainted? Who scared her? Joo Chang subconsciously looked around. Lin Wenyang looked at Joo Chang and then looked at himself. You're dressed in black, I'm dressed in white. What do you think we look like standing together? Joo Chang looked at the two of them in their clothes. In this dark hallway, it was indeed a bit scary. Just now, Auntie Wang went downstairs to say that Madam had just gone to bed, and Joo Chang and Lin Wenyang, who had hurriedly arrived, sat in the hall for a while before coming over. Seeing that Suji had not yet come out, they did not dare to go in, for fear of startling Mrs. Lu, who had finally calmed down. They stood quietly in the hallway waiting. Seeing that they had both left, Auntie Wang also hurried to rest and turned off all the lights to go inside. You said you were in the middle of the night, why are you wearing a white coat for nothing? Joo Chang said to Lin Wenyang with dissatisfaction. This is my professionalism. I must wear a white coat when I make house calls. Otherwise, how can I show my professionalism? Pa! You scared the person to death. What do you think should be done now? I came to see Mrs. Lu this time, but since she is fine now, I will go back first. The consultation fee is 6 digits, so please transfer it to my account tomorrow. Bye-bye. After Lin Wenyang had said that, he blew a kiss to Joo Chang and turned to leave. Hey, don't go yet. There's still someone fainting here. Joo Chang chased after Suji, holding her tightly. How much is the consultation fee? Lin Wenyang's eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were full of cunning light. Old Lin, do you know what you look like? What? A robber taking advantage of a fire. Look at you, there's nothing about you that looks like a doctor who saves lives and heals the sick. Mr. Lu, you are wrong. I am not robbing you, I am robbing the rich to help the poor. Who says Mr. Lu is so rich? What's wrong with charging a little more for a consultation? I didn't think that the Honorable Mr. Lu would be so stingy. Since Mr. Lu's money is hard to earn, I, Lin Wei, won't earn it. Lin Wenyang said and made a gesture to walk out. Come back, 6 digits. Lu Chang was so angry that he was itching to bite his teeth. Sooner or later, he would make him give back all the money he had taken from him over the years. That's right, I like Mr. Lu's domineering manner. Lu Chang found an empty room and put Suji on the bed. Lin Wenyang went over and flipped her eyelids, then put his hand under her nose and looked at her face for a long time without saying a word. At this time, Lu Ji seemed to be asleep. Her skin was naturally fair and white, and after she fainted, her face became even paler, just like the sick Lin Dayu on the sickbed, making people unable to help but feel pity for her. Lin Wenyang and Lu Chang had played together since childhood, and Lu Chang knew all the women he knew, but Lu Chang didn't know many women in total, but this girl he had never seen before. Lu Chang never brought women home. The fact that this girl could appear in the old Lu residence could only mean that Lu Chang was in love, and that this girl was Lu Chang's girlfriend. He never thought that this 1,000-year-old iron tree would finally bloom. Lu Chang saw that Lin Wenyang's expression had always been very serious, and he was shocked. What's wrong? Is he dead? Lin Wenyang looked at Lu Chang with a look of idiocy. Don't worry, he's not dead. Lu Chang was relieved to hear this and kicked Lin Wenyang in the shin. You're not dead, so why are you making that face? Lu, how long have you been dating? You're not being very considerate. You didn't even tell me about this big event. You're so secretive. Are you planning to wait until you have a child before announcing it? Lu Chang looked at Lin Wenyang's mouth opening and closing, and for a moment he didn't understand what he meant. Lin Wenyang looked back at the bed. Old Lu, your judgment is as good as ever. This girl is a good match for you. Get married quickly. I've been waiting for your wedding for many years. Lu Chang finally understood. His eyes darkened. I have to tell you, she is not my girlfriend. She is just a small clerk in my company. Do you believe it? Damn it, Lu, you can't just want to have fun with her. I never thought that you, the great President Lu, are also a scumbag who likes to deceive young girls' feelings. Shut up, I'll tell you again, I have nothing to do with her, don't talk nonsense here. Really? Lin Wenyang suddenly brought his face close to Lu Chang's, and the pair of eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses stared at Lu Chang's face without blinking. He didn't believe it. When the girl fainted, Lu Chang reached out and caught her. He didn't even have time to react before he had the girl in his arms. Later, he pretended to leave, and Lu Chang bit his teeth and shouted out 6 digits. Lin Wenyang still knew what kind of person Lu Chang was. In this world, Mrs. Lu is his only weak point. No one else can manipulate him. But when he saw that he was leaving, he immediately surrendered to him. Doesn't this show the problem? Chapter 12, If you want to do it, you do it. Being stared at so closely by someone would put anyone under pressure, not to mention that his relationship with Suji was not clear, and Lu Chang suddenly panicked. The subtle expressions on his face did not escape Lin Wenyang's eyes. Lin Wenyang suddenly smiled and patted Lu Chang on the shoulder. I'm leaving. I've given the maid Mrs. Lu's medicine. Remember to transfer the 200,000 yuan consultation fee to my account tomorrow morning. She's not awake yet. What am I supposed to do if you leave? Wake her up before you leave. Lin Wenyang blinked and said with a mischievous smile, she is your girlfriend, you have to wake her up. Lu Chang realized that Lin Wenyang was talking nonsense, so he raised his leg and was about to kick him again. Lin Wenyang quickly dodged. Tell me, how can I make her wake up quickly? Don't worry, she'll wake up after a nap. Lin Wenyang left without looking back. Lu Chang was still a little worried, so he went over and put his hand under Suji's nose to check. He found that her breathing was still relatively stable. He had never seen anyone faint from fear before. After sitting in front of Suji's bed for a while, he was about to go to Mrs. Lu's room to take a look. Aunt Wang just crept out of Mrs. Lu's room. When she saw Lu Chang, she hurriedly waved at him. Young master, you go rest. Madam is sleeping well. I will take care of her. You've worked hard. No, you should go rest. You have work tomorrow. Lu Chang nodded and went upstairs to rest. The next day, Joo Chang came down from the second floor. As soon as he walked into the living room, he saw Mrs. Lu holding Suji's hand. The two of them were sitting at the dining table, and Mrs. Lu was looking at Suji with a loving expression on her face, asking her questions non-stop. At this time, Auntie Zhang came over. Joo Chang looked at Auntie Zhang and asked, "How is Madam today?" "Don't worry, Master. She's fine now that she's awake." Auntie Zhang replied with a smile. Joo Chang nodded, and seeing that Mrs. Lu was in good spirits, he was relieved. The thing he feared most in his life was his mother falling ill. "Joo Chang, come quickly, we're eating." Mrs. Lu turned her head and waved at Joo Chang. Joo Chang walked to the dining table and sat down. Suji hurriedly got up and greeted Joo Chang. "Good morning, Mr. Lu." Mrs. Lu hurriedly pulled Suji down to sit down. "Silly child, why are you being so polite at home? Let's eat." Mrs. Lu picked up an egg, peeled it, and handed it to Suji. It was even more embarrassing for Suji to let an elder peel an egg for her, but since Mrs. Lu had already handed it to her, she couldn't refuse. She took it and thanked Mrs. Lu, then subconsciously glanced at Joo Chang. She was afraid that he would blame her and come back to the company to find trouble for her. When she woke up this morning, she looked at the magnificently decorated bedroom and didn't know where she was. After lying there for a long time, she remembered that she had been scared out of her wits by the pair of black and white ghosts outside the door last night. Could it be that she was still at the Lu residence? Oh my god, she had already caused trouble for Joo Chang by drinking last night, and now she was still sleeping at someone else's house. She got up, washed her face, and thought about leaving quietly. But when she opened the door, Mrs. Lu came over with a smile. Mrs. Lu woke up early and heard from Auntie Zhang that when the young master came home last night, a very beautiful girl came back with him. Mrs. Zhang said that when she was sick last night, she insisted on going out to find Jojo, and the young master had no choice. Unexpectedly, the girl coaxed the lady into a good mood with just a few words. Afterwards, Auntie Zhang asked Mrs. Lu if the girl was the young master's girlfriend. Mrs. Lu didn't know any more about her son's love life than Mrs. Zhang. Seeing that he was about to turn 30, she had never seen him bring a girl home. Seeing other people holding their grandchildren, Mrs. Lu had been anxious for a long time. All the rich and famous ladies in Jiangcheng are trying to get close to her, hoping to form a relationship with the Lu family and make Joo Chang their golden son-in-law. But the little rascal doesn't know what's going on. She's shown him pictures of almost all the famous ladies and young ladies in Jiangcheng, but he hasn't even looked at one of them. Mrs. Lu has no particular requirements for her son's marriage. As long as he is a good person with a kind heart and loves her son, it doesn't matter if he is from a good family. After all, the Lu family's financial resources are not only in Jiangcheng, but also among the best in the country. They don't need to get married for business reasons. As long as her son likes it, she likes it. Early this morning, she heard Auntie Zhang tell her that the young master had brought a girl home last night. She was so excited that she stayed by the door the whole time. The first time she saw Suji, she thought she liked her. She never thought that her son would finally open his eyes. Mrs. Lu was in a good mood after seeing Suji and kept asking about Suji's family situation. Suji did not mention the Shin family to Mrs. Lu, only saying that her parents had passed away long ago. When Mrs. Lu heard that her parents were no longer alive, she patted Suji's hand in sympathy and sighed, "Poor child." After poking at someone's sore spot, she was embarrassed to ask any further questions. A rich family has more than 10 kinds of breakfast alone. Mrs. Lu was afraid that she was being polite, so she kept asking her to eat this and that. In the end, she gave up when she saw that Suji really couldn't eat anymore. Joo Chang sat quietly and waited after he finished eating. He couldn't help but smile when he saw his mother acting like a maid and constantly hovering around Suji. His mother was really crazy about her daughter-in-law, and she thought every girl she met was her future daughter-in-law. Finally, Joo Chang was getting a little impatient. He looked at his watch and asked Suji, "Can we go now?" Suji quickly nodded and turned to look at Mrs. Lu. "Mrs. Lu, thank you for breakfast. I have to rush to work, so I won't bother you anymore." Mrs. Lu reluctantly took Suji's hand and led her to Joo Chang's car, asking when she could come again. Suji looked at Joo Chang awkwardly, but Joo Chang turned his face away pretending not to see. Knowing that Mrs. Lu was mentally ill, Suji was afraid of affecting her mood, so she had to coax her, "Madam, I've been a bit busy lately. I'll come see you again when I have time." Mrs. Lu nodded and watched Suji get into the car. She didn't turn around until the car had driven out of the villa's gate. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove smoothly down the road. Suji watched Joo Chang skillfully turn the steering wheel, and she opened her mouth. Mr. Lu. Joo Chang shifted his gaze to the rearview mirror. Chapter 13, I should have gotten off the bus earlier. Joo Chang looked at the girl in the rearview mirror. She was not wearing any makeup, but her skin was still as white as snow. Her pair of watery eyes were clear and bright, and her nose was slightly upturned, making her facial features appear even more three-dimensional. He had to admit that she was indeed very pretty. No wonder his mother thought she was his girlfriend. Just say what you want. Joo Chang looked away. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry for disturbing you and Mrs. Lu last night. You helped me too, so there's no need to be embarrassed. We're even now. Joo Chang said this, so Suji couldn't continue. She thought about Jiang Lu and Fu Mengjie and wondered what had happened to them. She should have called them as soon as she got up, but she was held up by Mrs. Lu and couldn't get away. Now that she had some time, she took out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu quickly replied with a voice message, but since Joo Chang was there, Suji had to convert the voice message into text. Jiang Lu said she was fine, and told her that Fu Mengjie had gone to the police station yesterday and had actually met her college classmate there, and that classmate had later brought her back. She also said that the bad thing that happened last night might turn out to be a good thing, and it might even lead to a good marriage. Yesterday, she got Fu Mengjie involved and ran to the police station for the two of them in the middle of the night. Suji was originally a little guilty about her, but after hearing Jiang Lu say this, she felt much better. Finally, Jiang Lu said that she would go to see Chen Shen after work that night and asked her to wait for her at the hospital. Suji hurriedly replied with a yes. She chatted with Jiang Lu all the way and soon arrived at the company. After Joo Chang parked the car, Suji thanked him and quickly got out of the car. She arrived a little later than usual. It was the peak time for company employees to come to work, so Suji was afraid that someone in the company would see that she had come in Lu's car, so she deliberately walked quickly in front of them. She didn't expect to be seen by someone. Zhang Hanlu came in behind them. Looking at the Rolls-Royce, she knew it was Mr. Lu's car. She had been staring at the car the whole time, so she quickly found a parking space and parked her car. She quickly got out of the car, thinking that she would have an unexpected encounter with Mr. Lu, but when she looked up, she saw Suji getting out of the car. Her little face instantly contorted with jealousy, and Zhang Hanlu stamped her foot in anger and walked away. Zhang Hanlu didn't expect that Lu Zong had been beaten to the punch by Suji. What's her claim? After working together for a year, Zhang Hanlu didn't think much of Suji, mainly because Suji was a hard worker and was often praised by her boss. Once, the two of them worked together to complete a task, and Suji completed it quickly and well. Li Jun then said that she had a longer work history than Suji, but was not as efficient as her, and told her to learn from Suji. From then on, she developed a grudge against Suji. In her opinion, Suji was just trying to show off in front of the boss and deliberately embarrass her, so from then on, Zhang Hanlu always deliberately or unintentionally targeted Suji. As soon as Suji walked into the office, the first people there immediately surrounded her. Gigi, I didn't expect you to be so good. Wang Mini gave her a thumbs up. Suji was a little puzzled and was about to ask Wang Mini what she meant when Li Zuyue walked over. Gigi, I heard that you came here this morning in Mr. Lu's car? Suji's face froze. She looked at Li Zhuyu and asked, Yu, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with Mr. Lu. Zhang Hanlu pouted at her half-finished red lips. She had come to work in Mr. Lu's car, and she said she had nothing to do with Mr. Lu. Who would believe that? Hearing her say that, Suji immediately understood that she might have been seen by Zhang Hanlu when she got off the car. Zhang Hanlu, I already said that I have nothing to do with Mr. Lu. I met him on the way to work this morning and he kindly gave me a ride. Please don't make things up here. If this gets back to Mr. Lu's ears, it won't do either of us any good. In order to prevent further misunderstandings, Suji had to make up a lie. When Zhang Hanlu heard Suji say this, she blinked her eyes with false eyelashes and her mood suddenly improved. It turns out that our handsome CEO was not only handsome, but also kind-hearted. I told you, what kind of person is Mr. Lu? He doesn't even look at those famous ladies, so how could he look at a Cinderella like you? Zhang Hanlu's words were full of contempt. Although it didn't sound very nice, at least it cleared up her relationship with Mr. Liu. Suji didn't say anything else and went straight back to her desk. Zhang Hanlu's eyes suddenly lit up. She got up and trotted over to Suji's desk and asked in a low voice, "Which intersection did you say you met Mr. Liu at? If you can tell me, I'll believe you." Suji sighed and thought about the names of the roads they had passed on the way here. Changjiang Road, yes, it was on Changjiang Road that I met Mr. Liu. Okay, I'll believe you this time. Zhang Hanlu smiled contentedly and walked away. Suji was relieved. She really regretted not getting off the bus earlier, so that she wouldn't have been seen. Fortunately, she had managed to get away with it. When she finished work in the afternoon, Suji thought that she had an appointment with Jiang Lu at 7 p.m. at the hospital, but it was a bit too early to go now, so she worked a little longer. After she finished her work, she was still the last one to leave. When she walked out of the company gate, she realized that it was drizzling outside. She didn't have an umbrella, so she had to walk to the bus stop in the rain. Joo Chang stood in front of the French windows, staring at the slender figure, running out into the rain and wind. He got up, picked up the keys on his desk, and walked out of the CEO's office. Suji stood quietly on the platform waiting for the bus. Although the rain was not heavy, because the company was a distance away from the platform, Suji was still soaked to the skin. Although it was summer, the temperature would suddenly drop whenever the weather changed in the city. The wet clothes clung to her body, and Suji was so cold that she had to huddle up with her arms. At this moment, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of her. "Get in." Suji looked left and right, making sure that she was the only one on the platform, and then looked at herself, feeling a little embarrassed. She was afraid of dirtying his luxury car, which cost tens of millions of dollars. She couldn't afford to pay for a single seat on such an expensive car. "Mr. Liu, I need to go to the hospital." "We're not going that way, so I'll wait for the bus." Suji found a reason to refuse. "Get in the car." Joo Chang's voice was impatient, and there was a hint of unreasonableness. Suji pursed her lips and reluctantly opened the car door. Chapter 14. Don't think too much. After Suji got in the car, she found that Joo Chang had turned on the heater in the car. The temperature in the car was very comfortable, and she instantly felt warm. At this time, Joo Chang handed her a box of tissues. She took it and said thank you, then took out a few sheets and wiped her already wet hair. After wiping her hair, she looked at the crumpled tissues in her hand, and the scenes from that night in the car with Joo Chang involuntarily came back to her mind. That night, in the back seat of this car, Joo Chang kept asking her over and over again. She shamefully covered her forehead with one hand, trying to extricate herself from those memories. But the more she tried to get rid of it, the more the image kept playing in her head. She was afraid that Joo Chang would notice her odd behavior, so she subconsciously glanced at the front seat, only to find that Joo Chang was looking at her through the rearview mirror. Her face suddenly turned red, as if she had been burned. Both of them hurriedly looked away. The two remained taciturn throughout the journey. Joo Chang's driving skills were very good, and the car stopped smoothly at the entrance to the People's Hospital. "Thank you, Mr. Liu." After thanking him, Suji opened the door and was about to get out. As soon as the door opened, a cold wind blew in, and Suji involuntarily sneezed. "Wait a minute." Joo Chang took off his suit jacket and said, "Put it on." "Thank you, Mr. Liu, I'm not cold." Suji was a little overwhelmed. She didn't expect Mr. Liu to take off his suit and give it to her. This handmade custom-made suit looked very expensive, at least 6 figures. She didn't dare wear it, for if it got dirty or damaged, it might cost her a year's salary to replace it. "Not cold?" Joo Chang's gaze fell from her head to her long, slender legs, which were wearing only a thin layer of stockings. "Don't think too much. I'm just afraid that if you catch a cold, it will affect the overall progress of the company." Hearing him say that, Suji's heart, which had been a little excited, immediately calmed down. She had no choice but to take the clothes he handed her and put them on in front of him. The suit still retained his body temperature, and Suji suddenly felt much warmer all over. However, Joo Chang was too tall, and the suit, when worn by her, became a coat. At 1.64 meters tall, she looked like a child wearing an adult's clothes. Suji looked up gratefully at the car, but unexpectedly, Joo Chang stepped on the accelerator and drove away with a bang. Joo Chang looked at Suji, who was wearing a suit that didn't fit her at all, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Shorty. As soon as Suji walked into the hospital, she quickly took off the suit. As a poor person, she always worries more than others because she knows she can't afford it. Chen was still lying there quietly as usual, her small chest rising and falling with each breath. This tenacious little life had been fighting hard against death. She believed that Chen would win. Suji was very grateful that she had met Joo Chang that night and had successfully obtained 1 million yuan. Otherwise, Chen might. She didn't dare to think about it anymore. She had given Chen hope to live, and Chen had given her the courage to face a life full of hardships. She went to the nurses' station to ask the nurses about Chen's condition over the past 2 days. Miss Su, Chen has been doing well recently. Dr. Zhao said that if things continue to improve, he will hold a consultation with the specialists to determine the surgical plan. A nurse with a baby face patiently told her about Chen's recent condition. Thank you. Thank you. Tears welled up in Suji's eyes, as if her little nephew would immediately get up from his bed, run to her and call her aunt. The nurse patted her on the shoulder and walked away, and Zhang Lu came over. Ji. Zhang Lu explained to Suji, apologizing for the delay, sorry, it was raining and the traffic was bad. Have you been waiting for a long time? No, I just got here too. At this moment, Zhang Lu looked up and saw Suji's red eyes. She walked up to hug Suji, but didn't know how to comfort her. After such a tragedy, even the most comforting words would be meaningless to Ji. Zhang Lu silently hugged Suji for a while before whispering, Ji, take me to see Chen. Yes. Suji answered, and took Zhang Lu's hand and walked towards the visitation room. Through the screen, Zhang Lu looked at Chen lying on the hospital bed, his body full of tubes. She didn't know how this little body could withstand such painful torture. Zhang Lu's tears of pain welled up in her eyes. She had seen Chen several times, and Chen had called her aunt. This child made even a stranger like her, who had no blood relation to him, burst into tears. It was clear that Suji had been carrying such a heavy burden for so long. Zhang Lu couldn't bear to look at the little Chen on the hospital bed, so she turned her face away. Ji, Chen will definitely get better, right? Yes, the nurse just said that in 2 days, if Chen's condition continues to improve, the doctor will prepare to perform a craniotomy on him. After the operation, Chen should be able to wake up. That's great. Zhang Lu once again turned her gaze to the screen and looked at Chen. Chen, you must work hard and get better as soon as possible. When you get better, your auntie will take you to eat delicious food and have fun. We've made a promise today. If you don't keep your promise, your auntie will spank your bottom. It was already past 8 o'clock when the two of them walked out of the hospital. It was a little chilly outside, so Zhang Lu had already added some clothes when she arrived. She looked at the little bit of clothing Suji was wearing and reminded her to put on the jacket she was carrying over her arm. Suji looked at it and said, I'd better not wear it. Aren't you driving? It won't be cold in the car. The car is parked at the bottom, it will take a while to walk over, you should put it on quickly, don't catch a cold, there is no reason to let someone freeze with a coat. Suji still refused to wear it, so Zhang Lu became a little impatient and grabbed the clothes directly and put them on Suji. After the clothes were draped over Suji, she realized that it was a man's suit. The suit looked huge on Suji, and just by looking at it, you could tell that its owner must be a tall man. Ha? Ji, what's going on? Nothing, don't think too much. A colleague saw that I was dressed lightly and lent me the clothes. I was afraid that I would dirty them, and the clothes definitely can't be hand-washed. Dry cleaning would cost a lot of money, so I haven't dared to wear them. Chapter 15 Ji, you have a problem. After Suji explained it, Zhang Lu noticed that the suit was well-made and well-tailored. This kind of suit must be very expensive. The person who can afford such expensive clothes must be either rich or noble. When she thought of Chen's 1 million yuan treatment fee, Zhang Lu suddenly revealed a knowing smile on her face. Ji, I think you are hiding something. From me. Zhang Lu looked at Suji with a face full of curiosity. Ji understood what Zhang wanted to ask and quickly denied, no, Lulu, don't think anything else. Zhang Lu didn't believe her, but she didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, she smiled and said, I hope you have something going on. Suji smiled and didn't say anything else. Her affair with Joo Chang was purely a shameful transaction, and even if she was facing Zhang Lu, she didn't have the courage to easily say it. Tonight, he was just being kind and giving her a ride, and giving her a coat to keep her warm. She dared not think too much about it. Joo Chang was such a precious person, and she was completely from a different world than him. How could she dare to dream? After getting into the car, Suji quickly took off the suit and put it on the back seat, afraid that she would accidentally wrinkle it again. No matter how expensive a piece of clothing is, it is still meant to be worn. I really don't know if you are taking care of this piece of clothing or the person who lent it to you. Zhang Lu couldn't bear to watch anymore. Suji ignored her. Lulu, where are we going to eat? Don't worry about it, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Look at how thin you've become. Lulu, let's not eat out. I've moved to a new place, and you don't know where it is. I'll take you there. Don't you love my spicy noodles? I'll make you some. Zhang Lu's eyes lit up at the mention of oil-spattered noodles. Suji's oil-spattered noodles are simply exquisite, a taste you can't get in a restaurant. Okay, tonight we'll eat noodles. The two of them chatted as the car quickly drove to the residential area where Suji lived. When Zhang Lu saw that Suji had moved into such a dilapidated residential building, she was full of sympathy. This kind of place is probably only for the elderly who have retired and whose retirement pay is not high. Although Zhang Lu was not born into a wealthy family, she had never suffered much hardship since childhood. Her parents were both teachers, and as they only had one child, they naturally gave her all their love. She never had to worry about food, clothing, housing, or transportation. Suji had cleaned up the house in the past 2 days. Although the house was small and there were more things, it was still relatively clean. As soon as she entered the room, Suji poured Zhang Lu a glass of water and then went into the kitchen to start working. Zhang Lu originally wanted to help her, but the kitchen was so small that the two of them couldn't even turn around in it. In the end, Zhang Lu had to run back to the living room to brush her phone. Suji was a fast cook, and soon 2 bowls of steaming hot noodles were in front of Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu mixed the noodles with chopsticks, and the aroma immediately spread. She quickly picked up the noodles, blew on them twice, and then stuffed them into her mouth. Well, Gigi, why don't you open a noodle shop? I'll invest in it. We won't sell anything else, just this noodle dish. I guarantee it will be a big hit. It's not as good as you say. It's just a bowl of noodles. Any woman can make it. Gigi, I feel like you're scolding me. Zhang Lu said, while sucking the noodles into her mouth. You're not a woman, you're a girl, a little girl. I like to hear that. It was already past 9 o'clock after they finished eating. Suji asked Zhang Lu not to go back and stay with her. The two of them hadn't talked for a long time, and they talked until late into the night before falling asleep. The next day after breakfast, Zhang Lu drove to the company to drop off Suji before going back to work. As she passed Changjiang Road, Suji saw a figure with big waves in her hair walking on the sidewalk, looking around as she walked. When the car got close to the figure, Suji finally saw clearly that it was really Zhang Hanlu. Why is she here? Suji remembered that her home was not in this direction. Every time she came from work, she would come from Chuanwang Road, which was completely in a different area from Changjiang Road. Seeing her looking around, was she trying to hail a taxi? Suji quickly asked Zhang Lu to pull over. She rolled down the window and Zhang Hanlu happened to be passing by the window. She kindly called out to her. Zhang Hanlu, why aren't you driving today? Do you want to come to the company with me? After Zhang Hanlu recognized Suji, her expression became a bit flustered. She first combed her long hair with her hand, then looked at the car in front of her. She said with a hint of arrogance, "Thank you, but no, you should go now." Why would she ride in such a shabby car worth over 100,000 yuan? She had come to this road today specifically to have a romantic encounter with the handsome and imposing Mr. Lu. Zhang Hanlu was about to say directly, "You better leave, don't delay my good fortune here." Seeing her arrogant attitude, Suji no longer insisted, and let Zhang Lu drive away. Zhang Hanlu kept looking back as she walked, hoping that the Rolls-Royce Phantom she had been thinking about would appear soon. Sure enough, her hard work paid off, and she finally saw the extremely prestigious car approaching her from afar. Suji had not lied to her. Lu Zong really did take this road to work. Zhang Hanlu hurriedly walked to the side of the road, pretending to be in a hurry to hail a taxi. When the Rolls-Royce was about to approach her, she desperately waved at the car. Joo Chang had already seen a woman dressed in a very sexy way standing on the side of the road, seemingly waving at him. He looked at the woman and thought she looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. He had seen many women who wanted to hitch a ride with him, so he naturally wouldn't indulge them. He simply ignored her and the car roared past Zhang Hanlu. It had rained all night, and there was a lot of mud in some of the potholes. Zhang Hanlu had not noticed that she was standing next to a puddle. When the car passed by her, the wheels rolled over the puddle, and the dirty water splashed all over Zhang Hanlu. Even the makeup on her carefully made-up face was splattered with mud. Zhang Hanlu stood there for a long time without moving, and she almost cried out of anger. When she was stopping the car, she saw that Mr. Lu had clearly seen her. If he didn't pick her up, that would be fine, but why did he have to get her all muddy? Chapter 16: Zhang Hanlu's failed hitchhiking attempt. Zhang Hanlu took out a makeup mirror from her bag and looked at her face covered in mud. She was extremely depressed. At this time, two pedestrians glanced at her and then passed by her with their mouths covered. She glared at the two people and quickly took out a wet towel from her bag and wiped her face vigorously. The thick layer of powder on her face was wiped off, as were the false eyelashes and lipstick. Looking at the pair of small, single eyes in the mirror, and the ugly face with many spots, Zhang Hanlu wanted to die. For so many years, she has been relying on her superb makeup skills to show people her true appearance. No one knows what her true appearance is like. Every day, as soon as she has time, she will keep reapplying makeup, afraid that others will see her true appearance. Now she was standing on the street, taking off her makeup in public. If her colleagues saw her, how could she ever show her face again? And there was mud all over her body. Zhang Hanlu really wanted to cry but had no tears. It's too early for the clothes store to open, and it's too late to go back and change. If she takes a day off, she'll lose her perfect attendance bonus. After weighing her options, she took out some wet wipes and wiped off the mud. Luckily, she was wearing dark clothes today, otherwise it would have been a mess. After wiping off the mud, she hailed a taxi and quickly took out her makeup bag from her bag and reapplied her makeup. Luckily, she always carries her makeup with her, or else she would have been too embarrassed to show her face today. When she got out of the taxi and paid the fare, the driver was shocked. He remembered that when she got in the taxi, she was an ugly girl with small eyes and freckles, but now she had suddenly become a beautiful woman. The driver muttered something about seeing a ghost and drove off. She and Wang Mimi entered the office one after the other. Wang Mimi suddenly burst into laughter as she looked at her back. "Lulu, why are there so many mud spots on your back? It's early in the morning. You're not fooling around, are you?" Zhang Hanlu was ashamed and angry, and quickly ran to the bathroom. At that moment, she only had hatred in her heart, hatred for Lu Zong, hatred for Wang Mimi, and hatred for everyone. She thought that the mud on her clothes had all been cleaned off, but she never imagined that there was still mud on her back. Suji looked at Zhang Hanlu's back and wondered what she had been through. She kindly offered to give her a ride, but she refused. She didn't know how she got herself into such a mess so early in the morning. Suji was lost in thought when Li Jun walked over. "Suji, Mr. Lu is looking for you," Li Jun said, then lowered his voice. "Mr. Lu looks very angry, so you should get ready." "Why?" Suji was puzzled. Since she returned to work at the company, she had always been conscientious and hardworking, and there didn't seem to be any mistakes in her work. Li Jun shrugged his shoulders and put his hands in his pockets, looking helpless. Suji had no choice but to pluck up her courage and walk towards the president's office. She knocked on the door first, and a stern voice came from inside. "Go in." Suji pushed the door open and walked in. Joo Chang, sitting behind his desk, didn't even look up, holding a pen and writing something. Suji stood there for a long time, but Joo Chang didn't even notice her, just writing with his head down. After standing there for a long time, Suji finally lost her patience. "Mr. Lu, what did you want to see me about?" Joo Chang then looked up at her briefly and then picked up a piece of paper next to him and threw it at her. The paper floated lightly, and before it reached her, it fell to the ground. Suji bit her lip and had to bend down to pick it up. It was a report, and the place circled in red had a big question mark. Suji immediately saw where the problem was. It turned out that the decimal point was in the wrong place. Fortunately, this report was only used as a reference for the company and did not cause any loss of profit for changing. But a mistake is a mistake, and it is not allowed regardless of whether there is a loss of interest or not. But looking at the date, the report was made the day before she returned to work, which meant that the responsibility for the report did not lie with her, but with Wang Mini. Mr. Lu, this report was made on the 12th, and Wrong is wrong. I only look at the results. Don't explain to me. Give me this report and do it again. Remember, if you make this mistake again, you can just leave. Mr. Lu. Suji wanted to argue for herself, but unexpectedly Joo Chang pulled a long face. At this moment, Ziming suddenly pushed open the door and walked in with a smile. Mr. Lu, you moved without telling me, and it was hard to find you. Ziming was talking when he suddenly saw someone else in the office. He quickly hushed and made a gesture of invitation to Joo Chang, meaning that you are busy and I will not disturb you. Then he sat down on the sofa next to him and quietly watched the two people in front of him. Get out. Joo Chang saw Ziming come to the door, and he was about to give him a lecture, but he had to end it early. His voice was not loud, but the two short words were full of a chilling ferocity. It was like he was chasing away a pesky stray dog, his voice full of disgust. Suji's eyes suddenly turned red, and she bit her lips, forcing herself not to cry. If it was her fault, she would never shirk her responsibility, but this newspaper clearly showed that she didn't do it, and Mr. Lu didn't even give her a chance to explain. On second thought, he was the president, and she was just a small employee. What could she do? If he didn't let her explain, she could only keep her mouth shut. Suji took the report and walked out of the CEO's office. Joo Chang then slammed his pen on the table and looked at the door to the office with a sinister expression. This morning, he saw Suji get out of a car at the company entrance, but he was too late to catch her, and the car drove away. He didn't see whether the driver who took Suji to work was a man or a woman. He guessed it was a man. After all, she was of excellent figure and looks, and should have no shortage of suitors. For some reason, he was so upset that he wanted to lose his temper. In the end, he found a reason to call Suji over and scolded her. He thought that after he had vented his anger, he would feel better. Now it seems that he was wrong. After scolding her, nothing had changed. He was still as upset as ever. What's wrong with him? I said, Mr. Lu, don't be so mean to the little girl. Look, you've scared her to tears. You don't know how to treat a lady. No wonder you don't have a woman yet. Joo Chang gave Ziming a cold stare and didn't say a word. Don't say it, that girl just now looked quite pleasing to my eyes. Old Lu, her name is Suji, right? Introduce her to us, and I'll buy you a drink later. Ziming had already memorized her name after glancing at the name tag on Suji's neck. Joo Chang's anger, which had not yet subsided, was rekindled by Ziming's two sentences. I don't care what you do outside, but if you dare to come to my company and make trouble, I won't be polite. Joo Chang warned him coldly, and his expression didn't seem to be joking. Ziming looked at him with a serious expression, smiled and said nothing. He could never persist in anything in his life, but he was always brave and persistent in the pursuit of girls. Not to mention Joo Chang's employees, even his sister he should flirt with. Chapter 17. Throw them all out. Say it. What is the matter with you today? Joo Chang saw that Ziming was no longer talking, and thought that his tone had been too harsh. In order to ease the atmosphere, he took the initiative to speak. Do I have to have something to come to you? Can't I just miss you? Ziming said with a smile. Joo Chang snorted coldly from his nose. Gu Xiao still has time to think about me? Last time I asked you out for some skewers, you, a guy who values sex over friendship, actually stood me up. I didn't expect that President Lu would still remember the grudge. How about it? Do you have time? I'm inviting you to go drinking now to make amends with you. No time. What about tonight? What time? Of course it's up to you, Mr. Lu. Okay, I'll wait for you after work tonight at 7 o'clock. Okay. Ziming finished speaking and walked over to the sofa, sitting down with a thump. Not leaving? Joo Chang looked at Ziming with a puzzled expression. Well, I'm not leaving. I'll stay here with you at work. Are you running away from something and taking refuge here? Joo Chang stared at Ziming. Why did he not believe him? Ziming smiled awkwardly twice. Nothing happened. I was just bored and came to see you. He probably didn't even believe his own words, so Ziming quickly changed the subject. When did you move to this office? You don't go back to the Lu's office anymore? Gu Ziming looked around the office while he was talking. This office was left behind by the previous president, and Joo Chang has not changed it. This is just a place for him to work temporarily. His office is at Lu Group, and that is where he really works. How could that be? That's my base. Gu Ziming nodded, lay down on the sofa next to him, and pulled out his phone and started scrolling. You came here just to play with your phone. What? Don't you have internet at home? Gu Ziming rolled his eyes. You should go about your business and leave me alone. Joo Chang stared at him for a long time, and the more he looked, the more he felt that the kid must be up to something. Miss, you can't go in. You need an appointment to see Mr. Liu. Get out of the way. Who wants to see Mr. Liu? I'm here to see Mr. Gu. Get out of the way. There was a loud noise outside, and Gu Ziming, who was lying on the sofa, suddenly jumped up from the sofa with a start. Joo Chang, I'll borrow your restroom for a while. Gu Ziming said this, and without waiting for Joo Chang's consent, he slipped into Joo Chang's restroom. Joo Chang heard the door lock click, and Gu Ziming actually locked it from the inside. Joo Chang frowned, staring at the door with a cold gaze, as if he could see through the door. Pop. The door to the CEO's office was slammed open from the outside. A tall woman with fiery red lips walked in. Zhang Hui hurriedly followed behind her, and when he saw Joo Chang looking at them, he was so scared that he hurriedly explained. Sorry, Mr. Liu, this lady barged in. I really couldn't stop her. Ms. Gu, you get out of here. After sleeping with me, you want to run away? I tell you, there is no way. If you don't give me an explanation, I will castrate you. Miss, who are you looking for? Joo Chang asked in a deep voice. This hot-tempered woman didn't take Joo Chang seriously at all. She looked around, but didn't see the person she was looking for, so she looked at Joo Chang. I'm looking for Gu Ziming. Has he gone into hiding? The woman finished speaking and started to argue again. Gu Ziming, you son of a bitch, come out here right now. Your car is parked downstairs. You think you can hide? Joo Chang's face turned black. What did this woman think of his place? This is a company, not a market. Joo Chang walked to the door of the lounge and pounded on it. Gu Ziming, if you're still a man, then come out quickly. I can't deal with your nonsense. Gu Ziming inside probably knew he couldn't hide anymore, so he opened the door and walked out. What are you shouting about? I just came to chat with Mr. Liu. I was tired and lay down to rest for a while. Why did you come over like a shrew? Aren't you ashamed? When the woman saw Gu Ziming come out, she rushed up and started to tear at him. Gu Ziming, you're coming back with me. You slept with my mother, you have to give me an explanation. I'm not going back. If you have something to say it here. Go. No. The president's office was surrounded by employees who were watching the fun. The two of them have turned a good working environment into this mess. Joo Chang glares at Zhang Hui and shouts, "Go get the security guard." Gu Ziming heard that Joo Chang was calling the security guard and hurriedly said to the woman, "Hurry up and leave. If the security guard comes and carries you out, it won't look good." The security guards were at the door. They had just chased this woman all the way here. When they heard the president call for them, they knew that the president must be angry. They failed to stop the woman, and if they did, they might lose their jobs. The guards hurried in with trepidation. Throw them both out. Joo Chang's voice was cold and full of unyielding authority. Yes, Mr. Liu. The security guards went up and grabbed the two men by the arms, ready to drag them out. Gu Ziming did not expect Joo Chang to throw him out as well. He shouted in frustration, Joo Chang, you can't do this to me. We are good brothers. Hurry up and throw them far away. In the future, without my permission, these two people are not allowed to enter Changjiang, otherwise you can leave. Yes, Mr. Liu. The security guards all responded in unison, ignoring the two men's struggles, and immediately lifted them up and walked out. Everyone, stop looking and get back to work. Zhang Hui shouted at the employees who were watching the fun. After everyone had dispersed, Joo Chang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, smiling slyly as he watched the two idiots thrown out of the gate by the security guards. This kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, and he deserves it for meeting such a fierce woman who was willing to risk her life. there is always someone who can control him. As the afternoon drew to a close, Jiang Huai suddenly walked in. Mr. Lu, we have news from the orphanage. They say that your sister, Guogua, is probably in Jiangqing too. Lu Jiuqing's heart stirred, and he looked up at Jiang Huai, signaling him to continue. According to the orphanage, there was a woman who had been in the orphanage at the same time as you. She once saw Guogua on the street, but she was on the other side of the road and there were too many cars, so by the time she got there, Guogua had disappeared. Which road did she see her on? It seems to be on Donghai Road. Donghai Road? Although the area on Donghai Road is very nice, it is basically an old residential area, which is jokingly called a slum by the people of Jiangchang. 2 years ago, the government was planning to demolish and rebuild it, but unfortunately, it was shelved for some reason. Let's go to Donghai Road and take a look. Chapter 18, Guogua, where are you? As the sun set, a luxurious Rolls-Royce stopped somewhere on Donghai Road. This place is like two different worlds from the main city. Not only are the buildings dilapidated, but the distance between buildings is also very narrow. Coupled with the lack of trees for greening, it gives people a very depressing feeling. Even the small shops on the street look lifeless and dilapidated. Most of the pedestrians on the street are elderly people, and it is rare to see young people coming and going. Does his little sister really live here? Then she must be living a very hard life. He had once told his little sister that he would protect her forever, but then he broke his promise and was taken away by the Lu family. He cried and begged the Lu family to take his little sister with them, but they refused. He begged, and he even knelt down, but they still refused. Finally, he was forced into the car by the Lu family. Through the car window, he saw his little sister running after the car, crying. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, staring at him in the car with panic and despair in her eyes. She fell down after running a short distance, and the aunt from the orphanage chased after her and hugged her. When they parted, he was only 10 years old and unable to protect her. Later, when he was able to, he came looking for her, but she had disappeared. This has always been Lu Jiuqing's regret, so for all these years he has been searching for her whereabouts. The promise he made when he was young was like a spell, deeply rooted in his heart, so that he would never forget it. The frightened and desperate look in his little sister's eyes when they parted often appeared in his dreams, and every time he would wake up in pain from those eyes. He knew that as long as he didn't fulfill the promise he made to her, he would never be able to rest easy. Only when he found Guogua would his heart finally be at peace. When he found Guogua outside the orphanage gate, she looked no more than 3 or 4 years old. After he had taken care of her for a year, the Lu family took her away. He should be 4 or 5 years older than Guogua, so she should be 23 or 24 now. If she was lucky enough to go to school, she would have graduated by now. At 23 or 24, a girl is at the peak of her youth. Gogo doesn't know if she's grown prettier or uglier. He doesn't think she's ugly. He still remembers her delicate little face and her pretty little nose that was slightly upturned. In winter, her little nose was often red from the cold, and there was always snot coming out of it. He didn't know how many times he had wiped her nose for her. Mr. Lu, look, that looks like Sue from the secretary's office. Jiang Huai suddenly pointed out the window and asked Lu Jiuqing to take a look. Lu Jiuqing, who was deep in thought, was pulled back to reality by Jiang Huai's voice. He looked in the direction of Jiang Huai's finger and saw a slender figure walking across the road. It was indeed her. Lu Jiuqing remembered that night when Suji was being bullied after drinking with her friends. When he was taking her home, Suji told him that it was Donghai Road. Later, he received a call from the old house, and before he could even get there, he turned around. It turns out that she lives here. At this moment, Suji turned into the gate of a residential area and soon disappeared. Mr. Lu, since Miss Sue lives here, why don't I go down and ask her, or ask her to keep an eye out? We don't even have a photo, and since Guogua is already an adult, even if I met her, I might not be able to recognize her. How can you ask her to pay attention? Jiang Huai apologized and scratched his head. He was so anxious to help Mr. Lu find someone that he hadn't thought about it at all. That's right. When Mr. Lu and his little sister were separated, she was only 5 years old. It is said that girls change a lot when they grow up. Now that Gogo is an adult, I'm afraid she really is like Mr. Lu said. I don't think he would recognize her if she walked past him. The two of them observed the situation in the car for about an hour. They didn't see a single person on the street who matched the description of Guegua. You go back first, I'll wait a little longer and then leave, Lu Chang said to Junhui. Junhui replied with a yes. After opening the car door, he turned back and comforted Lu Chang. Mr. Lu, you should go home early too. If she really lives in the Donghai Road area, we can keep an eye on it in the future, and there is no rush. Lu Chang nodded and left. After Junhui left, Lu Chang took out a cigarette, lit it, took a long drag, and exhaled smoke rings out the window. He rarely smoked, and a pack of cigarettes in the car would not necessarily be finished in half a month. Only when he encounters something that upsets him will he smoke a cigarette to calm down. The cigarette was quickly finished, and he still hadn't seen the person he was waiting for. Guagua, where are you? Hurry up and let me find you. I promise I won't leave you alone again. Lu Chang sat there until it was almost dark, then turned the car around and headed for the old Lu residence. When Mrs. Lu heard from Auntie Zhang that the young master had returned, she hurried outside to greet him. When she saw Lu Chang getting out of the car alone, the smile on her face gradually turned cold. Joo Chang, didn't I tell you this morning to bring Miss Su over for dinner? Why are you back alone? Mom, I've told you many times that Miss Su is just an employee of my company, and she and I are just in a superior-subordinate relationship. That night she came to our house purely by accident, so don't think about those things anymore. Son, am I overthinking it, or are you overthinking it? If you say it's okay, then it's okay. I just like Miss Su so much that I want her to come to our house for dinner and talk to me. Is that not okay? Or do you have a guilty conscience and are afraid to let her come to our house? Mrs. Lu's words left Lu Chang speechless. In fact, as long as she doesn't have a stroke, her brain is still very good. Well, if you like her, then go ahead and like her, just don't involve me. That's what you said. Mrs. Lu gave a meaningful smile. Zhang Ma, didn't you make some soup for the young master? Is it ready yet? Bring it up quickly. Madam, it's ready. I'll bring it right away. Zhang Ma replied from the kitchen. Soon the soup was served. This time it was a soup with black chicken and sea cucumber. Mrs. Lu personally ladled a large bowl of soup and meat in front of her son. Lu Chang looked at this tonic soup, which was called a man's gas station, and suddenly he couldn't eat it. He was a bachelor, so why would he need this? Did his mother really care about him, or was she just trying to harm him? Lu Chang had no intention of drinking it, but he knew that if he dared not drink it, his mother would definitely nag at him and force him to finish the bowl of soup. Mrs. Lu looked on with a smile, and when she saw that the soup in the bowl had reached the bottom, she pretended to scoop up another bowl for her son, but Lu Chang was scared off. He was afraid that he would have nosebleeds at night. Chapter 19, Mrs. Lu goes to the company to deliver lunch. After watching her son go upstairs, Mrs. Lu picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. When the call was connected, Mrs. Lu shouted into the phone, "Hello, Gigi, are you home now? I don't feel very well. Can you come over and keep me company?" Mrs. Lu, Suji, am holding the phone with a look of embarrassment on my face. Oh, my chest hurts. Auntie Zhang, bring me some medicine quickly. Mrs. Lu, I'm afraid it's not convenient. I'm sorry, but you should ask your maid to take you to the hospital. Suji had just been scolded by Mr. Lu this afternoon. Mr. Lu's tone sounded like he was disgusted with her, and she didn't dare to appear in front of him again. Besides, there are plenty of servants in the Lu family, so there is no need for her to help out. If Lu Chang sees her, he might think that she is trying to get close to him, and if he gets angry, she might lose her job. So it's better to keep some distance. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lu Chang just went upstairs and suddenly remembered that he had left his briefcase in the car. He went downstairs to get it, but as soon as he reached the top of the stairs, he heard Mrs. Lu shouting that she wasn't feeling well. This made Lu Chang very nervous. He quickly ran down the stairs and ran to Mrs. Lu. If you really don't have time, then I'll hang up. Mrs. Lu hung up the phone with a disappointed look on her face. Lu Chang saw that the phone number was marked as Gigi. Gigi? Mom, are you talking to Suji? I'm right here at home. Tell me what's wrong. Why are you talking to a complete stranger? Lu Chang then turned to Aunt Zhang, who was holding the medicine, and said, Aunt Zhang, you go and pack. I'll take Mrs. Lu to the hospital. No need, I'm fine now. Mrs. Lu got up and went back to her room. Joo Chang looked at her in disbelief. He wasn't sure if his mother had gone crazy again. The next morning, Mrs. Lu suddenly asked him where he was working recently. Mom, I'm currently working at Changjiang. Changjiang was just acquired, so I have to check a lot of things. After I get Changjiang in order, I'll return to the Lu headquarters. Mrs. Lu nodded and asked, does Gigi also work at Changjiang? Gigi, you just met her and you're already calling her by her name, as if you've known her for years. Joo Chang was speechless when he saw his mother. Well, what's wrong? Nothing, I was just asking out of curiosity. Joo Chang looked at Mrs. Lu and thought that she was definitely not asking a simple question. It was just after 10 a.m. and Joo Chang was reviewing some documents when Mrs. Lu suddenly called. Son, I'm going to the company to see you today. Don't let them order lunch for you. I've asked Auntie Zhang to make your favorite dishes for you. I'll bring them over in a little while. Mom, don't bother. It's so far away. I'm not sure if I can trust you to come. It's fine. Uncle Zhao will drive me there. Don't worry. Mom has to go. I'll hang up first. Joo Chang looked at the blacked out screen of his phone and fell into deep thought. He felt that his mother was becoming more and more abnormal. He had never enjoyed such treatment before. Mrs. Lu walked into Joo Chang's office at 11:50. She timed it perfectly, afraid that she would disturb her son's work if she came too early, and that she would miss the train if she came too late. She was carrying a large multi-layered lunchbox in one hand, and Joo Chang hurriedly got up to catch it. Mom, why are you bringing so much? I can't eat it all by myself. It's not for you to eat alone. Mrs. Lu looked at the time and realized that she still had 8 minutes before she could leave work. Mom, you haven't eaten yet? You didn't come here on an empty stomach to eat with me, did you? Mrs. Lu looked at Joo Chang and smiled without saying a word. At this time, Joo Chang placed the lunchbox on the side table and was about to open it to see what was inside when Mrs. Lu stopped him. Jojo, wait a little longer. It's not time to go home yet. Joo Chang suddenly smiled. Mom, your son is the company's CEO. Does the company's CEO have to watch the time when he eats? This reminded Mrs. Lu that, yes, her son is the company's boss, and she is the boss's mother, so she doesn't need to follow so many company rules. Mrs. Lu quickly stood up and walked outside. When she reached the door, she turned back and reminded Joo Chang. Jojo, don't open the lunchbox until I get back, do you hear me? Joo Chang was a little bit amused. Did his mother think he would steal food? Mom, where are you going? Do you need to go to the bathroom? I'll call someone to go with you. At this moment, Zhang Huai just walked over. Zhang Huai had been to the Lu family many times with Joo Chang, so Mrs. Lu naturally recognized him. Mrs. Lu immediately took Zhang Huai's arm. No need, let Xiao Jiang accompany me. Zhang Huai. He had just heard what Mrs. Lu had said, and she had asked him to accompany her to the bathroom. He opened his mouth to say to Mrs. Lu, I'm a man, this is a bit inappropriate. He heard Mrs. Lu say as she walked with him, Zhang Huai, which office does Suji work in? Take me to find her. Zhang Huai let out a sigh of relief. It turns out that Mrs. Lu was asking him to go find someone, not to go to the bathroom with her. Mrs. Lu, what do you want with Suji? Why don't I go get her for you? There's no need for you to go find her yourself. No, I want to go find her myself. Mrs. Lu's tone was very firm. Zhang Huai didn't say anything else, but he was a little curious. He didn't know how Mrs. Lu knew Suji. It had only been a week since the Lu family had acquired Changjiang, and Mrs. Lu had never been to the company before, so how did she know Suji from the secretary's office? Zhang Huai couldn't resist the urge to gossip, so he asked, Mrs. Lu, how do you know Suji? Mrs. Lu has always been kind to people, so Zhang Huai is more at ease in front of Mrs. Lu than in front of Joo Chang. Of course, it was Joo Chang who brought her home, and we got to know each other that day. I was sick that day, and it was Miss Su who found a way to comfort me. When it came to Suji, Mrs. Lu's face immediately lit up with a smile. She has mental problems, and Zhang Huai also knows this, so she doesn't shy away from mentioning her illness. Zhang Huai was stunned to hear that Zhang had actually brought Suji home. My goodness, this is big news. Since Mr. Lu took over as president of the Lu Group, he has been by his side for more than 3 years. He has never seen Mr. Lu get close to any woman. He had heard that Mr. Lu had once had a woman he loved deeply, but that was just a rumor. He had never seen her. Anyway, in the years he has followed Mr. Lu, he has never seen Mr. Lu fall in love with any woman, nor has he ever heard of any rumors involving women. General Lu actually took Suji, the secretary, home. If this got out, it is estimated that the ladies of Joo Chang and the famous ladies would cry themselves to death at home. Chapter 20, Feeding. Suji. It was almost time to go home, and Suji was packing up when she suddenly heard someone calling her. She looked up and saw Zhang Huai, the president's personal assistant, but next to him was a woman with a dignified appearance. The woman was smiling at her. Suji hesitated and didn't know whether to go forward or not, and then she heard the noblewoman speak. Ji, come over here. As soon as she opened her mouth, Suji immediately recognized her as Mrs. Lu. It's no wonder that Suji didn't recognize her. That day at the Lu's, Mrs. Lu had a bad headache the night before and didn't dress up when she got up the next morning. She was still wearing comfortable home clothes. Today, Mrs. Lu was wearing high-end clothes and makeup, looking both elegant and beautiful. Mrs. Lu was a famous beauty when she was young. Even though she is old, she is rich and well-maintained. At the age of 50-something, she looks like she is in her early 40s when she puts on makeup. Mrs. Lu. When Suji recognized her, her eyes were full of an unconcealable look of surprise. Her cry of Mrs. Lu immediately drew the attention of everyone in the office to the door. Everyone looked at this imposing Mrs. Lu and immediately understood that this must be the mother of Mr. Lu, the queen mother of the Lu family. All the eyes that were cast on Mrs. Lu became awestruck. At this point, Suji got up and walked towards Mrs. Lu. As soon as she got to Mrs. Lu took her hand affectionately. Everyone in the office was jealous, because Mrs. Lu actually knew Suji and seemed to know her very well. Zhang Hanlu was even more jealous, her eyes turning red. Mrs. Lu, how did you come here? You are so beautiful today. Suji looked at Mrs. Lu and praised her wholeheartedly, and Mrs. Lu was also very happy to hear it. I love listening to Gigi talk. I missed you so much that I came to see you. Come, I brought you some delicious food. Don't go out to eat for lunch today. Mrs. Lu took Suji's hand and was about to leave, but Suji was embarrassed. Mrs. Lu, thank you for your kindness, but Don't say but, I made Auntie Zhang make a lot of food today, it would be a waste if you don't eat it. Suji, Mrs. Lu is being so kind, how can you refuse? Zhang Huai also chimed in. Suji knew that Mrs. Lu would not bring just one portion of food, and she did not know if she could stomach sitting with Joo Chang and eating with her. Let's go, Gigi. Mrs. Lu pulled her arm and walked out. Joo Chang waited in the office for a while, but when he didn't see Mrs. Lu return, he became a little worried. As soon as he stepped out of the office, he saw Mrs. Lu dragging Suji over this way. He could see that his mother was really pulling with all her might, and Suji looked as if she was being dragged along unwillingly. No wonder she came to deliver the food today, and she even brought 2 large multi-layered lunchboxes. It turns out that she wasn't coming for her son, but for her imaginary daughter-in-law. He was so touched just now. He really regretted not having driven Suji off the road that day, and made a scene of it, and let her stay overnight at the old house, so that she would mistake Suji for his girlfriend. It seems that he has made a problem for himself. After they had walked in, Joo Chang looked at the two of them and said in a lukewarm tone. Mom, you can see how reluctant they are. It's probably not a good idea to force them to do this. Zhang Huai followed the two behind, and when he heard what Mr. Lu said, he suppressed a smile and walked away silently. Mr. Lu, you're such a straight man. How many girls would run away if you spoke like that? Mrs. Lu glared at her son and said, hurry up and open the lunchboxes. You're standing there like a big shot. Mom has spoken, so Joo Chang had no choice but to turn around and go in to set the meal boxes. Gigi, do you like the food? Suji nodded hurriedly, they were all very good, thank you, Mrs. Lu. At this time, Joo Chang picked up a piece of chicken with his chopsticks and was about to put it in his mouth. Mrs. Lu's voice was displeased. Joo Chang looked up at his mother and didn't know what she wanted him to do. Mrs. Lu glared at her son with a look of disappointment, hurry up and help Gigi with the food. Joo Chang was speechless. His mother was really enough. He had already said that he had no relationship with her at all, but she still didn't believe him. He could see a knife growing out of her eyes. He had never dared to anger her, so he put the piece of chicken on his chopsticks into Suji's bowl. Don't get me wrong, I'm just following orders. He was distancing himself from her. Suji nodded hurriedly to show that she understood. Mrs. Liu was amused by her son. This thickhead guy, she didn't know if she would ever see him get married and have children in her lifetime. After Joo Chang put the chicken in Suji's bowl, he thought about it and suddenly picked up the lunchbox and started to dig into Suji's bowl. He was afraid that if his mother asked him to help Suji with the food later, he might as well do it all at once. Joo Chang tried to get a little bit of food from each of the lunchboxes for Suji, and in the end, Suji looked at the bowl of food that had been piled up into a small mountain and was about to cry. Although the food was well prepared, Suji couldn't taste it at all. Mrs. Liu kept smiling at her, while the CEO kept his face screwed up, as if he owed her money. Suji experienced for the first time what it was like to be unable to eat, but she could not show any signs of it, and always maintained a pleasant expression. After the meal, Mrs. Liu silently opened 2 more containers. It turned out that she had brought 2 more containers of fruit and kept offering them to Suji. Mrs. Liu's hand holding the fruit was almost about to feed it to her mouth. Suji felt that the mountain of rice she had just eaten was now reaching her throat, and that if she opened her mouth, it would come spurting out. But Mrs. Liu was still enthusiastic, only complaining that she was eating too little. No matter how Suji explained that she was full, Mrs. Liu still didn't believe her and kept saying that she was too thin and needed to eat more to gain some weight. In the end, Suji was about to cry from being fed so much. This is not eating, this is clearly torture. Joo Chang couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, she's not a pig. Can you stop feeding her? Can't you see that she's about to throw up? Mrs. Liu finally let Suji go. At this moment, Suji's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and looked at it. It was the hospital calling. Chapter 21, Qinchin is ready for surgery. Miss Su Qinchin's attending physician will ask you to come over this afternoon to discuss Qinchin's surgery. Okay, I understand. I'll be right there. Suji was overjoyed. Qinchin could finally have the operation, and Qinchin would soon wake up. Mr. Liu, I have something to do this afternoon and need to take a leave. It's after work and our boss is not here. Can I ask you for a leave directly? Suji looked at Mr. Liu, her eyes full of anticipation. What's the matter? I need to go to the hospital. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Liu. After saying that, Suji turned to Mrs. Liu and said, Mrs. Liu, thank you for lunch. I have to leave first because I have something to do. After saying that, Suji hurriedly walked out. Gigi, what are you doing at the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Mrs. Liu's voice came from behind. Suji didn't have time to think about this. She quickly walked into the secretary's office, grabbed her bag, and went downstairs. When she arrived at the hospital, the doctor had not yet started work, and the nurse asked Suji to wait in the waiting area for a while. Suji couldn't contain her excitement for a moment, and pulled out her cell phone to send a voice message to Jian Lu. Lulu, Qinchin is going to have an operation soon. Really? When? Jian Lu's reply came quickly. I don't know, I'll ask the doctor when he comes in. Okay, let me know when the time is set, and I'll wait with you when Qinchin comes out. Okay. Miss Su, Dr. Zhao is waiting for you in his office. You should go there quickly. The little nurse just now came over to call her. Suji quickly got up and walked towards Dr. Zhao's office. Hello, Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao looked up at Suji and said straight to the point, Miss Su, after observing Su Qinchin for the past few days, I have decided that he is ready for a craniotomy. I called you over here to get your opinion. If you agree, please sign the preoperative agreement. Dr. Zhao took out an agreement and asked Suji to take a look at it first. The agreement explained in detail the various risks associated with the surgery. Of course, as long as the family agrees to the surgery, the risks associated with the surgery will be borne by the patient and the patient's family. She had worked so hard for so long, and all she wanted was for Qinchin to wake up as soon as possible. She had to face the risks, she couldn't let Qinchin just lie there forever. Suji signed her name on the preoperative agreement with trembling hands. Dr. Zhao, when will Qinchin's surgery be performed? It will be in the next few days. After you sign the surgery agreement, I can consult with the experts and then finalize the surgery plan. After the surgery time is determined, I will notify you. Okay, I understand, Dr. Zhao. After leaving Dr. Zhao's office, Suji realized that her hands were cold. She looked at Qinshan again and called out to him twice. She didn't know if it was her eyes playing tricks on her, but she thought she saw Qinshan's little finger move. Suji was so excited. Qinshan, the doctor is going to operate on you soon. After the operation, you will wake up. Qinshan, don't be afraid. Your aunt will always be with you. You must work hard. Your aunt bought you your favorite Ultraman card and Ultraman Warrior. When she came out of the hospital, Suji glanced at the time and saw that it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Thinking that there was nothing to do at home so early, she decided to go to the office and finish her work before it piled up and she had to work overtime again tomorrow. Suji. She was standing there waiting for the bus when she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Suji looked in the direction of the sound and saw a black Maybach parked in front of her. The window slowly opened, and Suji first saw a slickly combed head, and then the profile of a handsome man appeared. Suji looked at the handsome man's face and thought it looked familiar, but she couldn't think of who he was. In the end, she decided that she didn't know the man, but how did he know her name? The man in the luxury car saw Suji's puzzled look and hurriedly explained, "You probably don't know me, but we actually met once. My last name is Gu, and I'm a good friend of Mr. Liu. I met you in Mr. Liu's office that day." When she mentioned her surname, Suji immediately remembered. The day before, she had been called into the office by Mr. Liu and scolded. A man had come in and acted as if he knew Mr. Liu very well. Later, a woman barged into the CEO's office, cursing a man named Gu Ziming. Later, Mr. Liu had the security guard throw him out along with the woman. At the time, almost everyone in the secretary's office came out to watch, but she was still angry because she had been scolded by Mr. Liu, so she didn't come out to eat melon. It turned out that he was the male lead from yesterday, a playboy who likes to toy with women. After Suji found out who he was, she immediately gave him the lowest score in her heart. An expression of remembrance involuntarily appeared on her face. "Let's go." "Where are you going?" "Are you going back to the company?" "We're going that way." Suji hurriedly replied, "No need, Mr. Gu, I can take the bus, so I won't trouble you." "Mr. Gu must be very busy, so please go first. She'd better stay away from this kind of rich young master who misbehaves and likes to play with women." At this time, a bus came from behind, and Suji glanced at it. It was not the number 3 bus she wanted to take. "Miss Su, I'm not busy at all, so don't be polite to me. Get on the bus quickly, let's not delay the bus from stopping. Mr. Gu, you really don't have to worry about me. You should go." Beep. The bus behind was a little impatient and started honking its horn. Gu Ziming was born with a thick skin. He didn't care about the bus or not. He only knew that the girl he wanted to date must be his. The tigress who cornered him in Joo Chang's office that day was the biggest failure of his dating life. Before they had sex, she was gentle and sweet, like a little lamb. But after they had sex, she immediately revealed her true nature as a tiger. She kept pushing him to marry her, but how could he marry her? She chased him everywhere, and that day she even managed to block him in Joo Chang's office. He lost a lot of face. In order to get rid of that woman as soon as possible, he spent a large sum of money to get rid of her. This incident taught Gu Ziming a lesson, and he vowed to be more careful when picking up girls in the future. The moment he saw Suji's head in Joo Chang's office, he was instantly attracted to her. The girl had red eyes and tears rolling around in her eyes. The sense of grievance and broken heart that she carried struck him right in the pit of his stomach, and he felt a sudden surge of compassion. He wanted to take her into his arms and hug her tightly. Joo Chang's warning was just a load of crap to him. Love is free, and even his father can't control him. Joo Chang is nothing. Beep, beep, beep. The bus driver was inexplicably angry at the car in front of him. "You're taking up the bus lane here to talk about love. Do you have any sense of public decency? Are you planning to let everyone on this bus watch you flirt?" A passenger with a hot temper started to scold them. Chapter 22. Gu Ziming was turned away from the door. Suji's face suddenly turned red. "Mr. Gu, please leave quickly. Look, the passengers on the bus are angry." "Miss Su, then don't waste everyone's time here. Come on up, I'll take you to Changjiang. Are you still going? If you don't move, I'll call the police." The bus driver also came down cursing. Suji's face was burning hot. She had never lost anyone in such a public place before, and today was the first time. In order to avoid a bigger incident, Suji had to grit her teeth and open the door of the Maybach, then climb in. Ziming stepped on the accelerator and the Maybach roared forward. Is this right? If you had gotten in earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Ziming said with a smirk while turning the steering wheel. Mr. Gu, we don't know each other. I don't understand why you have to let me ride in your car. It's because we don't know each other that I want to get to know you, that's why I want you to ride in my car. What? Are you scared? I'm not going to eat you, what are you afraid of? Does Mr. Gu always use such a high-handed approach when he wants to get to know someone? Miss Su, you're too direct. That's not very cute. Suji looked at his back coldly, and Ziming felt the hostility in her eyes. Miss Su is overthinking things. I, Gu, am purely well-intentioned. Don't treat me like the big bad wolf. I hope you are as good as your word. After a while of arguing, Ziming quickly stopped the Maybach at the gate of Changjiang. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for driving me home. Goodbye. Suji said, opened the car door and jumped out. Miss Su, please wait. Ziming quickly stopped Suji, who was about to turn around and go in. Mr. Gu, do you have something else to do? Miss Su, let's add each other on WeChat. Since we've met, let's be friends and keep in touch in the future. If Mr. Gu is free, I'll go in. Goodbye. Suji said, and quickly walked inside. Ziming saw this and hurriedly chased after her. However, before he could even enter the door, he was stopped by the security guard. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, you can't go in without Mr. Lu's permission. After the incident the day before, Ziming had already been put on Changjiang's visitor blacklist. Mr. Lu said that if they let Ziming in again, they would lose their jobs. So the security guards at Changjiang stared at everyone entering and leaving the company every day, afraid that someone on the blacklist would take advantage of the situation. How dare you stop me? Do you know who I am? Ziming pointed at his own nose and asked the security guard. I don't care who you are, even if the King of Heaven himself came, we wouldn't let you in without Mr. Lu's permission. Good, you guys are really good. Ziming's nose was almost crooked with anger. He took out his cell phone, looked up Joo Chang's number and dialed it. But a voice prompt came from the phone, the user you dialed is busy, please try again later. At this time, the phone in the security room rang. A security guard ran in, picked up the phone, listened for a few seconds, and then put it on speakerphone. Listen up, you guys. Don't let that kid in, or you're all fired. The voice on the phone was so familiar to Ziming that he was furious. You Joo Chang, you and I will see who is the last one standing. Ziming angrily opened the car door and got into his Maybach. He stepped on the accelerator and the car sped down the road. Joo Chang stood in front of the French windows until he saw Ziming drive away. Then he returned to his desk. He watched the whole scene that just happened at the gate from beginning to end. Suji had clearly gone to the hospital on leave, so how could she have returned so early, and in Ziming's car at that? That kid obviously had bad intentions. He was holding Suji's hand and holding a cell phone in his hand, obviously asking for her contact information. Joo Chang saw Suji seemed to be a little impatient to shake him off and quickly came in. He had warned Ziming before to stay away from the female employees in his company, but it seems that he didn't take it seriously at all. So he deliberately called the security guard just now. Judging from the way Ziming was jumping up and down in anger, he probably won't come looking for him again anytime soon. That's good, he doesn't want him to come and ruin his company and the people in it. Joo Chang thought about his brilliant life, but he repeatedly failed in the road of making friends. He only had two good friends, Lin Wenyang and Ziming, but these two guys, one was greedy and the other was lecherous, and the greedy one always took advantage of him. And this lecherous one has actually set his lustful eyes on the staff of his company. This is intolerable. He must kill this evil wind and evil spirits, and in the future, stay away from bad friends. It was just after work, and the secretaries were packing up to go home. Suddenly, Jiang Hui came over. Miss Su, Mr. Lu wants you to fill out a leave form and send it to the CEO's office. Okay. Suji replied, and after Jiang Hui left, Li Zhuoyue asked her casually as she passed by, Ji, did you take the afternoon off? I thought you were late. Since Suji even got to ride in Mr. Lu's car, what does it matter if she writes a leave note? As long as she acts cute in front of Mr. Lu, it's fine. Not only did Gigi ride in Mr. Lu's car, but today Mrs. Lu personally delivered food to Gigi. I think someone's pink eye is acting up again, and it's time to see an ophthalmologist. Li Zhuoyue can't stand Zheng Hanlu's strange appearance. She wears a white face all day long, thinking that she is the most beautiful and that she looks down on everyone. Humph, don't look at how many sparrows there are, and how few of them can fly up to the branches and become phoenixes. I'm afraid that in the end, you'll only end up getting yourself involved and it'll be a waste of time. Zheng Hanlu, I don't know what I did to offend you, why do you always like to target me? I already said that the time I rode in Mr. Lu's car was a complete coincidence. I didn't go to him to ride in his car, can't you understand? Zheng Hanlu shrugged. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Miss Su knows, and I'm not interested. Really? The other day, you saw me taking Mr. Lu's car to work, and you kept asking me where I met him. The next morning, when I was going to work, I met you on Changjiang Road and offered you a ride, but you refused. Miss Shang, why were you on Changjiang Road that day? Were you also hoping to hitch a ride with Mr. Lu? Chapter 23, No More Pampering. Which day? Wang Mimi asked excitedly. It was the day she got splashed with mud. Hada, she said that she was rubbing up against me, but she was rubbing up against me too. The office was suddenly bustling with activity. Suji dared to say this because she wasn't making it up. She remembered that after Jiang Lu had dropped her off at the company gate that day, she saw Lu's car following behind. Then, when she thought about Zhang Hanlu's embarrassing appearance that day, she suddenly came to a turning point. This Zhang Hanlu was against her at every turn, so she decided not to indulge her today. I didn't. Don't listen to her nonsense. When she was exposed, Zhang Hanlu's face turned red like a pig's liver, and the thick foundation couldn't cover it, but she still insisted. Wow, Lulu, tell me, did you meet Mr. Lu that day? Did you get into his car? Yi Zi, who was sitting in the back, looked at her with a look of disbelief. I didn't. She's talking nonsense. Don't believe her. Zhang Hanlu tried hard to restore her image. Yi Zi, I can only say that your IQ is your weak point. She came to work with mud all over her, so you tell me if she got into Mr. Lu's car. Xian Chang, who was quietly eating melon, suddenly interrupted. Yi Zi was about to get angry at Xian Chang for his rude remarks, but then she suddenly laughed. Look at my brain, it really has a little IQ overdue. Changjiang Road? Great, I'll go for a walk there tomorrow and see if I can meet Mr. Lu. Wang Mimi was already dreaming of the excitement. I advise you not to go, or we can lose some weight, and maybe there will be some hope after losing weight. Xian Chang gave Wang Mimi a cold shoulder. Brother, can we be a little more considerate? What's wrong with me being a little chubby? What's wrong with me being a little chubby? Do I eat your rice? No, I don't have that idea. Chang Qian's words successfully made everyone in the office laugh. Wang Mimi finally realized what he meant, and she was about to hit him. Everyone laughed and left the office in a flurry. Suji was writing a leave request form with her head bowed. When Zhang Hanlu passed by Suji, she snorted from her nose, as if to say to her, Suji, I'm not done with you. Suji glanced at her back and then continued writing the leave request. She was afraid that if she was late, Mr. Lu would scold her again. After writing it, she quickly walked towards the president's office with the leave slip in her hand. The office area of Jianghuai is outside the president's office. As the president's personal secretary, she dares not leave first when the president is still at work. Secretary Jiang, I've finished writing the leave form. Please give it to Mr. Lu. Suji didn't want to go in. She was a little afraid of him. Miss Su, Mr. Lu is inside. You should give it to him yourself. Jianghuai refused. He had been working for Mr. Lu for 3 years and knew very well what he could and could not do for him. Suji looked at the closed door to the president's office, took a deep breath, and pushed the door open. Mr. Lu, here is my leave request. Suji placed the leave request on Lu Jiucheng's desk. Lu Jiucheng glanced at it and looked up at Suji. What's going on between you and Gu Ziming? Suji was taken aback by his question. What does he mean by what is going on between her and Gu Ziming? Did he see her riding in Gu Ziming's car today? Mr. Liu, I was out of the hospital today and it was still early, so I was going back to work. I met Mr. Gu at the bus stop and he gave me a ride, that's all. Gu Ziming is not someone you can get close to. You'd better stay away from him and don't get any ideas. Mr. Liu, I didn't. Went out. Suji was really angry. This person always scolds her without distinguishing between right and wrong, and then doesn't even let her explain. She stormed out of the CEO's office. She shouldn't have come to work this afternoon. She had taken a leave of absence, but she didn't get paid, and she was scolded for no reason. The more she thought about it, the more she felt wronged. She went back to her workstation and started to daydream. Could it be that because she stopped him from buying a night with her, he has always been biased against her and finds her unpleasant to look at? No, if this continues, her job will be over sooner or later. Even if he doesn't fire her, he calls her over to scold her without any reason, and she has to put up with this kind of nonsense every day. Thinking about this, Suji opened her computer and re-edited her resume, sending it out to more than a dozen companies. She couldn't just hang herself on one tree. She had to find another way out. It was already past 7 p.m. when she finished all this. Suji took her bag and walked out of the company's gate. When she got off the bus and walked to the residential area where she lived, she saw a car parked on the road in front of her that looked very familiar. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. Looking at the license plate number, isn't this Mr. Liu's car? How did he get here? The closer Suji walked, the closer she got to the car. She glanced at the car window, which was covered with a film, so she couldn't see anything from the outside. Suji didn't stop and walked straight past. It didn't matter if it was Liu's car or not, why bother to get close to it and make herself look cheap? She had only sat in Liu Ziming's car because he had asked her to, and if she went near his car again, he would probably think even worse of her. Suji walked straight ahead without looking back, and soon disappeared into a residential building. Before she got close to Joo Chang's car, Joo Chang saw her in the rearview mirror. When he saw that she had clearly recognized his car but pretended not to see it and walked straight past, he felt a little uncomfortable. One of his employees clearly saw their boss but pretended not to. Did she not take him seriously? This hateful little woman, it seems that he is too good-natured, even a small employee dares to ignore him. Joo Chang had been waiting here early this evening. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He had lost patience waiting. But he couldn't find anyone to help him with this task. He didn't even have a photo, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to recognize Gui if she walked past him. Just when he was feeling frustrated, Joo Chang suddenly remembered someone. This person might be able to help him. So, he quickly took out his cell phone and called Jianhui. Chapter 24, Interview in Kos. Jianhui, can you contact the orphanage and ask the person who said they saw Gui to come over? I want to see her. Okay, Mr. Liu. Jianhui's call came a little later. Mr. Liu, the orphanage said that Ms. Sun has been on sick leave recently and will not return to work for a few days. They will personally send Ms. Sun over when she returns. I understand. Joo Chang hung up the phone. He had waited for so many years, he wasn't in a hurry. He would wait a few more days. The next morning, Suji received several interview calls in the morning. If she went to the interview, she would have to take another day off, and if she kept taking days off, the company might not be willing to keep her on. After thinking about it all morning, she still couldn't come up with a good solution. Just as she was worrying about it, she received a call from the hospital. The call was from a nurse who said that the doctor had already given Chenshin a comprehensive consultation and that the operation plan had been finalized. The operation was scheduled for the following morning. Suji was overjoyed and hurried to ask her boss for leave. Considering that Chenshin would need a long recovery period after the surgery, she would have to take at least a week off. Li Jun looked at his leave application and was a bit troubled. The key was that she had already taken more than 10 days off, and now she wanted to take another week off. She didn't know if the boss would approve. I know you are going to take care of the patient, and your situation is special, so this leave should be approved. However, you just took more than 10 days off last time, and you are asking for more days off before you have worked for a few days. I really can't make the decision. Otherwise, I will go and ask for permission from Mr. Liu. If he agrees, I will have no problem. Okay, thank you, boss. Suji also knew that she was putting Li Jun in a difficult position, but this was not a problem that could not be overcome. she had to take the leave. After a while, Li Jun came over with a smile and told Suji that Mr. Liu had approved her request, so she could take care of the patient and come back to work to repay the company. Suji nodded and said she would. The next day, Suji had just arrived at the hospital when Jiang Lu rushed over behind her. Chen Chen was taken into the operating room. After watching the door to the operating room close with a click, Suji clenched her fists and suddenly began to tremble. She kept her eyes fixed on the door to the operating room. She kept praying in her heart, hoping that the operation would succeed in waking Chen Chen up. Jiang Lu saw that her hands were about to bleed, so she held her and kept comforting her and encouraging her. The surgery lasted nearly 5 hours. During those 5 hours, Suji did not dare to drink a drop of water or eat a bite of food. She just sat there, staring at the door. When the door to the operating room slowly opened and several doctors came out, Suji immediately jumped up from her chair and rushed towards the doctors like a machine that had received a signal. "Doctor, how was the surgery? Did Chen Chen wake up?" "The surgery went well, but it is still too early to tell whether the child will be successfully revived and whether there will be any after effects." At this time, the nurse pushed Chen Chen out of the operating room. Chen Chen was lying on a small trolley, his eyes tightly closed. Chen Chen, it's your aunt. Can you hear me calling you? You have to wake up quickly." Suji shouted and rushed over to Chen Chen, but was stopped by a doctor. "The child had just finished the surgery, so you can't get too close to him. If he gets infected, it could be very dangerous." Hearing the doctor say this, Suji didn't dare to get any closer. Jiang Lu, who was standing nearby, quickly took her hand. This was the first time since the day of the accident that Suji had seen Chen Chen up close. The child's little face had no color at all, and Suji was so distressed that she could only cry. The nurse pushed Chen Chen back to the intensive care unit, and Suji and Jiang Lu followed behind, all the way to the door of the intensive care unit. After watching the nurse close the door, Suji collapsed into Jiang Lu's arms and cried silently. "Ji, don't cry. Chen Chen's surgery is over. This is a good thing. The next step is to see how well Chen Chen recovers. Children recover faster than adults. I believe Chen Chen will get better soon." Suji looked up, wiped away her tears, and nodded solemnly. The child has suffered so much, and will surely survive the critical period. Jiang Lu accompanied Suji to eat out, but she was forced to leave by Suji. She is not a child, and she can't just go wherever she wants because she needs someone to keep her company. After seeing Jiang Lu leave, Suji returned to the hospital. Chen Chen had just undergone surgery and was in a critical condition. She had to stay with him here, even though she could do nothing for him and even had to watch him through a screen. She had to accompany him through this difficult 24 hours. Suji stayed with him for a day and a night. The next morning, when she saw Dr. Zhao coming out of the intensive care unit, she rushed up to him. "Doctor, is Chen Chen okay?" "So far, he is doing well, but we can't let our guard down. There is still a possibility of cerebral edema, and we can't ignore the possibility of postoperative infection. So all we can do is wait patiently." Suji nodded. Dr. Zhao had already told her all this before the operation. She knew that Chen Chen had to overcome these obstacles one by one, and there was nothing she could do to help him. It was almost noon when Suji received another interview notice. The company that had invited her for an interview was the Koss Group. Although it is not the #1 company in Jiangcheng, it is at least in the top 3. Before Changjiang was acquired by the Liu family, it was in a completely different league from Koss. I heard that not only is the salary high, but the employee treatment is also one of the best in Jiangcheng. Suji was very excited. This was a rare opportunity for her. However, the requirements for recruiting employees at KOS are also relatively strict. She has already beaten many people to get an interview with KOS. After Chen Chen woke up, there were more places to spend money. Even for Chen Chen, she had to fight for it. If she succeeded, she would be able to give Chen Chen a better living environment in the future. Then she thought about Liu, the boss who had bought her for a night, who always treated her like she was a nuisance, so she decided to leave before she became a nuisance herself. It would be better to leave on her own initiative, rather than be asked to leave. After Suji had made her decision, she went to see the doctor the next afternoon to check on Chen Chen's condition. After making sure that there was nothing unusual, she picked up her bag and hurried to KOS. This time, KOS only recruited 10 employees in total, but there were hundreds of applicants. Suji looked at the crowd and her heart grew cold. Her heart sank even more when she saw the various graduate and master's degree certificates in the hands of others. She had studied at a university in Joo Chang, but it was only a regular first-tier university. In the face of these highly educated people, she didn't have any advantages at all. She kept telling herself in her heart that since she had come, she had to at least be interviewed. She had given up hope of getting the job, and was just trying her best. When the staff called her name, Suji took a deep breath to relieve her nervousness, and then walked towards the door. "Miss Su, please sit down." A familiar voice suddenly came from across the room. Chapter 25, Have you found a new home? Suji was startled and quickly looked up. Behind the long interview table sat a row of interviewers, and the one directly opposite her was Gu Ziming. "Mr. Gu? You?" Suji never expected to see Gu Ziming here. Is he also working at KOS? It's hard to believe that such a slacker would work at KOS. Gu Ziming was wearing a dark blue suit today, his hair perfectly combed, looking more composed than usual. The pair of peach blossom eyes on that handsome face were staring at her intently, and Suji didn't notice that there was also a barely perceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. Suji looked at him, who looked like a business elite, and couldn't possibly associate him with the womanizing playboy who was being chased around by women to avoid paying off his debts. "Miss Su, I am your interviewer. Let's begin." Suji nodded. Gu Ziming asked her a few questions, and she answered them one by one. Then the other interviewers also asked her some questions, as well as her expectations regarding salary and benefits. Suji did her best to answer perfectly, and she didn't dare to ask for too high a salary, expecting to be around 15,000 yuan. After the whole interview, Suji was satisfied with her performance, but she couldn't control whether or not KOS would choose her. After the last interviewer finished asking her questions, he told her that she could leave and that they would call to let her know if she had been selected. Suji bowed to them and left. A girl who had been waiting with her outside for the interview hurried over to her. "Miss Su, please wait. Is there something wrong?" Suji asked, looking at the master's degree certificate in her hand. The girl was a little embarrassed. "Miss Su, could you please tell me what questions you were asked in the interview?" Seeing that the girl was sincere, Suji felt that she didn't have much hope anyway. For her, there was no competition at all, so she told her all the questions that the interviewer had just asked. The girl thanked Suji repeatedly, and Suji, who had to rush to the hospital, quickly left after she finished. 3 days later, Suji unexpectedly received a call from KOS, saying that she had passed the interview and could go to KOS to complete the employment procedures a week later. She was a little incredulous. Among so many job seekers with higher education and more work experience than her, she really didn't have anything outstanding. It was almost unbelievable that KOS would actually hire her. It was a good thing that she had hope when she had given up hope. Suji began to prepare for her trip to KOS. In the spacious president's office, Joo Chang was reading through documents when a melodious ringtone suddenly sounded. It was Gu Ziming calling. He stared at the screen for a long time before finally pressing the answer button. "Hello, Lu, I have some good news for you. Your employee Changing is coming to work in KOS. From now on, if I get together with her, you won't be able to do anything about it, haha." Gu Ziming hung up the phone after saying that. What is he showing off? Joo Chang didn't say a word during the entire phone call. The guy said something completely incomprehensible and then hung up. I don't know what he was thinking. It seems that the guy really took it to heart that he wasn't allowed to come in that day. It's not a big deal that his employees have jumped ship to work for KOS. People want to move up, and Changing is not as good as KOS right now, but he believes that within 3 years he will definitely take Changing to a new level. After all, it took him only 3 years to make Lu's company the richest in the country. He believed he had the ability to do it. In a company with hundreds of employees, it is not uncommon for employees to come and go, so Joo Chang didn't care at all. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Joo Chang said, "Come in." A slender figure pushed open the door and walked in. The girl was wearing a loose white t-shirt, blue jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. This outfit is so ordinary, but it looks great on this girl. It was probably because the curves of the body inside the clothes were so beautiful that this sporty outfit actually made her look soft and graceful. Her black hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and the youthful spirit that flew with her movements brought the air in the entire office to life, and the fragrance of the girl quickly spread. It's Suji. He always remembered the scent on her body. It was very nice, and he knew it was her just by the smell. Suji held a piece of paper in her hand, and now she opened her red lips. Mr. Liu. Suji? Didn't you take a leave of absence? Yes, Mr. Liu, I'm here today because. Suji said, handing the resignation letter in her hand to Joo Chang's desk. Yes, she came here today specifically to submit her resignation. If she followed the normal procedure, she would have only needed to fill out the resignation application and give it to her department head, who would then submit it to the Human Resources Department. The whole process takes a month, but Suji is resigning urgently, so Li Jun does not have the right to approve it. Suji's reason for resigning was to take care of her sick child, and this reason was also one that he could not refuse, so Li Jun had to give her an idea and let her go to the president. If the president agreed, then everything would be fine. Suji had no choice but to go to the president with her head held high. She thought there shouldn't be a big problem. Mr. Liu had always looked down on her, and now that she had offered to resign, he would definitely sign it right away. Joo Chang frowned as he looked at the resignation report, and suddenly remembered the call he had just received from Ziming. This can't be a coincidence. Joo Chang looked up at Suji coldly. Have you found a new employer? Mr. Liu. Koss is right, isn't he? Joo Chang stared at Suji's face. His eyes were sharp, as if he could see through her heart. Suji suddenly panicked, as if she had been caught doing something bad, and she seemed a bit at a loss. Looking at her like that, without her admitting it, Joo Chang already knew the answer from her expression. She really has found a new home. Is it because of Ziming? Mr. Liu, it has nothing to do with him. This is the truth. She went to apply for a job at Koss, and she didn't know that Ziming also worked there. Even if she knew he was working there, would she not be able to go to Koss? Koss is not their families, so whether she goes or not has nothing to do with him. Did Ziming arrange for you to go to Koss? This is something Suji doesn't like to hear. Who is she looking down on? What does it mean that Ziming arranged for her to get in? She got into Koss with her own abilities, right? What does Ziming have to do with it? No, I applied for the job myself and passed the interview on my own merits. When she said this, Suji's voice involuntarily rose a tone, as if to protest against the CEO's contempt for her. Joo Chang snorted. You think you could get into Koss without someone helping you behind the scenes? Chapter 26. I'm going to chase after her. Someone helped you behind the scenes? Who? Suji looked at Joo Chang in puzzlement. She didn't quite believe what he said, but when she thought about how she had been able to get into the company so easily, she didn't think that anyone else would believe it either. Even she herself still thought that she had just been lucky. It is said that when things go too far, they will eventually turn around. Her life has been so miserable that even the heavens can't stand it anymore, so they threw her a candy to let her continue her practice in the human world. If someone was helping her behind the scenes, she thought it was a bit far-fetched. She didn't know anyone at KOS, so who would be stupid enough to help her? She knew Ziming, but she wasn't even his friend, so why would he help her? Thinking about this, Suji straightened her small body and said, Mr. Liu, I don't know anyone in the company. If you still don't believe me, I have nothing to say. Do you know who the Prince of Koss is? I don't know. I'm just a little working girl. Whether I'm working at Changjing or at Koss, I'm just looking for a job to earn a living. I'm not the type of person who should be concerned about the prince. Since you don't know, I might as well tell you that the Prince of Koss is Ziming. Ha! This really surprised Suji. She thought Ziming was a senior executive at Koss, but she never imagined that he was the Prince of Koss. So, the company is his family's. No wonder Joo Chang suspected that she was placed in Koss by Ziming. Is it true that, as Joo Chang said, she was accepted by KOS because Ziming helped her behind the scenes? I don't know him well, why would he help me? Joo Chang looked at the delicate and pure girl in front of him and was amused by her stupid question. Because he wants to woo you. Joo Chang's words were very direct, so direct that Suji couldn't help but blush. Suji stood there and couldn't help but reflect. That time, when they met on the platform, Ziming forced her to take his car, and when they got off, he asked her for her contact information. That was all there was between them, and she didn't really believe that Gu Ziming had deliberately given her the back door just because he wanted to hit on her. At this time, Suji's phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar phone number. She glanced at Joo Chang, who was staring at her, and then she hung up the phone. Why didn't you answer it? Maybe it was Gu Ziming calling you. Suji was about to argue, but the phone rang again. She glanced at the number and it was the same one. In order to prove that the strange number was not from Gu Ziming, Suji turned on the speakerphone on her phone. Hello, Miss Su, did you quit your job at Changjiang? The voice sounded a little familiar, and Suji's heart skipped a beat. She looked up at Joo Chang, who was not looking at him at the moment. He knew it was Gu Ziming the moment he spoke. This kid really has his sights set on his employees. Are you? I'm Ziming. What, you can't recognize my voice? I'm so sad that you can't recognize my voice, Miss Su. Suji. This is so disgusting, Suji almost threw up yesterday's leftover rice. At this time, Joo Chang gestured to Suji to give him the phone. Gu Ziming, how old are you? Are you still breastfeeding? Aren't you sick of it? Do you want to keep your face? You're reaching for my hand. I'll break your leg if you don't stop. Gu Ziming was stunned. He didn't expect Suji to be with Joo Chang. Joo Chang, how could you be with Suji? What's going on with you two? Joo Chang looked at Suji guiltily, and Suji pretended not to hear as she turned her back. Gu Ziming, I have already warned you not to harm the female employees in my company. Not just Suji, but anyone. I am the company president and have the responsibility to protect them from bad people. Joo Chang, it's none of your business who I like and who I pursue. Since you have nothing to do with Suji, then I'm going to pursue her. Joo Chang's face suddenly turned cold. Are you looking for death? Come on, kill me. Whoever is afraid is a coward. Gu Ziming also lost his temper. Secrets are kept by keeping them secret, and words are revealed by revealing them. Today, he has thoroughly understood the meaning of this saying. He now regretted his foolishness. He had no business meddling in other people's affairs. No, he can't just sit there and wait to die. The phone on the other side hung up. Joo Chang stared at the phone for a long time without speaking. It's over. Suji regretted it so much that she should not have answered the phone. Should she go to the Kosas or not? If she goes, this Mr. Gu is obviously trying to get involved with her. Just because she was chased by a woman to Changjiang the other day, she would not fall in love with this kind of playboy. But if she doesn't go to Kos, she definitely won't be able to stay in Changjiang. Mr. Liu and that young Master Gu are fighting, and everything started because of her. Mr. Liu will definitely blame her for this. What should she do? Is she going to lose everything? How much does the company pay you? Mr. Liu was hesitant to speak. Hurry up and say it. Joo Chang's eyes were filled with a grimness, and his tone was urgent and severe. Suji was so scared that she quickly spoke up. 15,000. Joo Chang stared at her coldly. He knew she needed money, but she didn't think about it. Could Gu Ziming's money be asked for casually? She is like a little white rabbit who has never seen the world. Gu Ziming is an old hand in the world of love, and all he wants is something new. She probably won't even know how he played her to death. The main thing is, how can he let his brothers use the women he has used? Just thinking about it is disgusting. He would never allow this to happen. If there is a difference, I will let the finance department make up for it. You just stay in Changjiang and don't go out. Suji thought she had heard wrong and asked in disbelief. Mr. Liu, are you saying you're going to raise my salary to 15,000? Joo Chang raised his eyebrows. Why, do you think it's not enough? No, it's not. Thank you, Mr. Liu, thank you, President Liu. Suji grabbed the resignation letter on the table and quickly left the president's office. She was afraid that if the president regretted it 1 second later, she would be disappointed. I wonder why President Liu has suddenly become so kind. Not only did he not scold her, he also raised her salary all of a sudden. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? She went back to the secretary's office to explain the situation to Li Jun, and then helped Wang Mimi deal with the accumulated work before leaving the company. As soon as Suji reached the door, she saw a Maybach parked at the gate. "Miss Sue, where are you going? How about I become your full-time driver?" Chapter 27, Little Goo, the driver. The passenger in the car was Goo Ziming. She had just been provoked by Joo Chang on the phone, and his rebelliousness had been aroused. Joo Chang didn't want him to do it, but he was determined to do it anyway. He wanted to see what he could do about it. They have been friends for nearly 20 years and have been fighting for nearly 20 years. When they were in school, he was always outshined by Joo Chang in every aspect, and he refused to accept it. After entering society, Joo Chang took over the Liu family and soon became a big boss in the business world. Goo Ziming could not catch up with him no matter how hard he tried, and he could not win in any competition. Later, he started to mess around, and then he simply laid down. Of course, he had the conditions to lie down. His father had built the Goo family's empire with his own hands, and he could eat and wear for 10 lifetimes. So Goo Ziming lived a carefree life. But the main reason was that he really liked Suji a little. That day, in Joo Chang's office, he caught a glimpse of her. Suji, dressed in a professional outfit and with a curvy figure, was like a feather that had fallen into his heart, tickling him endlessly and making him itch. But Joo Chang wouldn't let him in changing store. He was worried about how to get close to Suji, but he never expected Suji to come to him. This made Goo Ziming almost ecstatic. He thought that Suji was already in his grasp, so he deliberately called Joo Chang to provoke him and try to anger him. When he called Suji later, Joo Chang was actually there, and it made him a little nervous, thinking that Joo Chang and Suji had something going on. No matter how casual he is with women, he would never touch his best friend's woman. That's his bottom line. Since Joo Chang and Suji had nothing, he could do whatever he wanted, whether Joo Chang agreed or not, and whether he was happy or not. At this point, Suji had already walked up to his car, and Goo Ziming quickly got out of the car, opened the door very gentlemanly, and made an inviting gesture towards Suji. He looked at her beautiful little face and her slender figure, and secretly made up his mind that he would get her. Suji looked at him without saying a word and walked straight ahead. "Miss Sue, please wait a moment. I have something to say to you." Suji still didn't turn around and continued walking. Goo Ziming had no choice but to turn around and get back in the car, slowly following behind. "Suji, why are you doing this? Where are you going?" "I'll drive you there so you don't have to take the bus." "Mr. Goo, please don't follow me anymore, I have things to do and no time to play with Mr. Goo here." "Suji, don't be so defensive with me, I'm not a monster, don't be so cold, okay? Since you can see that I am very indifferent to you, please leave me alone, Mr. Goo. Mr. Goo and I are from two different worlds, so we don't have a common language. Mr. Goo, please go back." The bus stop was just around the corner. This time, Suji had learned her lesson. She didn't dare to go any further, for fear that Goo Ziming would do the same thing as last time. She had already been humiliated in public once with him, and she definitely didn't want to be humiliated a second time. Suji stood on the side of the road and persuaded Goo Ziming for a long time, but the guy still insisted on being her driver. She had never met anyone so persistent before, and finally she got into his Maybach angrily. He can't eat her anyway, so if he insists on being the driver, let him be the driver. "Miss Sue, just tell me where you want to go, and I will be happy to be your horse and groom." Suji couldn't help but laugh at his witty remarks. People's Hospital. Good, driver Goo will surely deliver Miss Sue to her destination safely. After saying that, Goo Ziming glanced at Suji in the rearview mirror. "What are you going to the hospital for? You don't look sick." "Toothache." Suji lied a little. She didn't want him to know too much about her. The hospital was a place she often went to. It would be bad if he followed her there and got entangled with her. "I know a dentist who came back from the United States. His skills are top-notch in China. Why don't I take you to him?" Goo Ziming was particularly attentive. "Thanks, but no thanks. Why are you always unwilling to accept other people's kindness?" Suji's behavior made Goo Ziming feel that she was very different from the women he knew. The women he knew always wanted him to pay for everything, and they took advantage of any opportunity to get something for free. So he thought he had figured out the psychology of women: as long as you are willing to spend money and flatter them, there is no woman you can't get. But Suji was completely different from them. She always rejected him. He couldn't believe that there were people in the world who didn't love money. Miss Sue, did you quit your job at Changjiang? COS is not an easy place to get into, so you should take this opportunity. Mr. Gu, I was just about to tell you about this. I'm not going to work at COS. Gu Ziming's pupils suddenly contracted. Why? Joo Chang threatened you? He forbade you to quit? This old six, I'll find him later. Gu Ziming's eyes flashed with a hint of annoyance. The thing he was worried about had happened. I know I can't get into Costco with my abilities. I don't know if it was Mr. Gu who helped me behind the scenes. I'd like to thank Mr. Lu for believing in me. Suji paused and then continued, but I can't rely on knowing Mr. Gu to hold you back. If I can't do the job at COS, I'll be slapping Mr. Gu in the face. So I've thought it over and decided to stay at Changjiang. Mr. Gu should leave the position to someone who is suitable for it. Gu Ziming heard this and was once again taken aback. He had finally got a chance to get close to her, and he couldn't just say it was gone. I will double the salary you get from Changjiang, and you don't have to worry about work. I will have someone arrange the easiest job for you, and I guarantee it won't be difficult for you. Mr. Gu really wants me to go to COS? Suji's bright eyes stared at Gu Ziming, who was driving in front. Sitting in the back, she could only see half of Gu Ziming's side face. Suji believed that this half face alone could charm a group of girls, not to mention that he also sat on the throne of the Prince of COS. Handsome and rich, these two hardware are fatal for women. No wonder he was chased by Changjiang the other day and asked to take responsibility. If she could become his wife, she would have endless money and enjoy endless wealth and luxury. Gu Ziming did not respond to her, and continued to ask, your salary at a small company like Changjiang's must be less than 10,000. How about this, if you are willing to go to KOS, I will give you a monthly salary of 30,000. What do you think? Mr. Gu, it's not about the salary. 50,000. Mr. Gu is really willing to spend money, but I. 100,000. Okay, stop it. Suji stopped Gu Ziming, who was shouting at the top of his lungs. The car was driving when it suddenly came to a screeching halt. Fortunately, Suji had fastened her seatbelt, or she would have smashed her head into the front seat. Chapter 28. Why didn't you answer my call? What happened? Suji asked in a trembling voice. Gu Ziming turned his head and looked at Suji. Miss Su, I'm not joking with you. I'm serious. If you're willing to come to KOS, I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000. Suji, still in a state of shock, reached out and touched her chest. Her brother and sister-in-law had died in a car accident, and she had already developed a psychological shadow, so every time she got in a car, her nerves were on edge. She glared at Gu Ziming. Are you sick? Why did you slam on the brakes? Who do you want to scare to death? Gu Ziming saw that Suji was not responding to his topic, and he was a little anxious. Miss Su, have you listened to what I've said? Can you please give me a response? Are you really going to give me a monthly salary of 100,000? Suji blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Gu Ziming with a smile. Yes, did you promise? Suji, I knew you would say yes. He said that there is nothing in this world that money cannot solve, including love. All of his love affairs were almost filled with the smell of money. He was not a man of long-lasting love. If he wanted to, all of the women would be willing to marry him and have children with him. Of course, many of them were attracted to his ability to make money. As for how much true love he had for them, he didn't know and didn't want to know. He just wants to enjoy the pleasure they bring him, and he doesn't want to be with them forever. Suji suddenly straightened up and said, Gu Ziming, do you think my work ability is worth this much? What do I have that makes COS hire me for a salary of 100,000 yuan? Even if you dare to offer it, I have to dare to take it. I say you are worth it, then you are worth it, and they dare not fart. It seems that Mr. Gu is determined to use money to crush me. Do you want me to? Gu Ziming suddenly pushed his chair back, and his face almost touched Suji's face. His eyes were full of lust, staring at Suji without blinking, as if he could almost pull out a thread. Suji believed that if she just flicked her finger, he would be ignited in an instant. Although Suji was no longer a virgin, she was still scared by the man's unbridled gaze and quickly hid herself away. Mr. Gu, please behave yourself, Suji reminded him coldly. Gu Ziming sighed, readjusted his seat, and was about to start the car when he heard Suji speak again. Mr. Gu, are you trying to chase me? She could see his little scheme clearly, so she decided to adjust her tactics. She would take the initiative and make him give up completely. Gu Ziming was immediately delighted to hear this. He hadn't even said it yet, and she was already asking. She had just pretended to be aloof, but now she had changed her tune. She knew a lot. Gu Ziming turned around and said, "Yes, how about it? Miss Su, let's have a relationship. I, Gu Ziming, will never let you down. Is it just about falling in love? What else does Miss Su want? Is it a bit too hasty to go to bed? But if Miss Su is willing, I would be happy to spend the night with you." Gu Ziming was not pretending anymore after Suji asked that question, and immediately revealed his own nature as a womanizer. Bah! Suji stared at Gu Ziming's back and spat at him. He really is a playboy. He just said a few words and then talked about having sex. Gu Ziming smiled and said, "If Miss Su doesn't want to, I won't force her, but I believe that one day Miss Su will climb into my bed." You can forget it, Gu Ziming. I'm telling you, I'm not going to coast. I won't go for any amount of money. Because I know my own limitations. I'll only do what I'm capable of. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Mr. Gu, you've got the wrong person. At this time, the car had already stopped at the entrance to the People's Hospital. Thank you, Mr. Gu, I'm getting off. Suji got out of the car directly after she finished speaking. Miss Su, wait a minute. I'll park the car and walk with you. No need, Mr. Gu, if you want us to remain friends in the future, please don't have any inappropriate thoughts about me, because Mr. Gu and I are not the same. Goodbye. After Suji closed the car door for him, she walked towards the hospital entrance. She held her back straight. Her mother had told her since she was a child that one must always keep one's integrity. Others may despise you, but you must never despise yourself. She had already humiliated herself once for the sake of Qinchen's medical expenses, but it was for Qinchen, and she had no regrets. She believed that if her mother knew, she would not scold her. No matter how poor she was, she would never sell herself for material gain. She would never do that because she was afraid that her mother would be sad if she knew. Gu Ziming sat in the car, looking at Suji's back, with a dim light in his eyes. He didn't understand why he had failed today. In the past, he had used these tried-and-true tricks to capture the hearts of those women one by one, but why didn't it work today? This woman is so difficult to deal with. Could it be that he didn't throw enough money at her? Could it be that this seemingly harmless little white rabbit had a big appetite? No matter how big her appetite is, as long as he, Gu Ziming, wants to get it, nothing can scare him off. Gu Ziming suddenly smiled. It's just money, isn't it? He has money left in his life. It doesn't matter. He'll get a big one some other day. He didn't believe there was a woman he couldn't win over with money. At worst, he would just have to play twice more to get his money's worth. Suji arrived at the floor where Qinchen was staying and first ran to the nurse in charge of taking care of Qinchen to get an update on his condition. When she learned that Qinchen was still in a coma, Suji's face was instantly covered with worry. She went to the visiting room to take a look at Qinchen, who was still lying in various instruments. He didn't know pain, nor did he cry. He just lay there quietly. How long was he going to lie there? Qinchen, good boy, wake up quickly. Your auntie is dying of worry. If you wake up quickly, your auntie can take you home. When your auntie has a rest, she can take you to play and eat delicious food. Qinchen, can you hear me? Suji was talking to Qinchen on the screen when a melodious ringtone interrupted her. She took the phone out of her bag and glanced at it. It was a strange number, so she was afraid it was Gu Ziming calling again, so she hung up the phone. But before she could put the phone back in her bag, the phone rang again. Suji had no choice but to answer the call. Why didn't you answer my call? A man's voice full of magnetism came from the other side. It turned out that the call was not from Gu Ziming. Chapter 29, Playing with Her. The person on the other end was Joo Chang. He had a stern voice and asked Suji why she hadn't answered his call. Sorry, Mr. Liu, I thought it was a prank call, so I didn't answer. Suji glared at the phone. I didn't know it was your number, so why are you yelling at me? Come back to the company. There's something I need to take care of. Back to the company? Why, is it inconvenient? No, Mr. Lu, okay, I'll be right there. What is it about? Why didn't she say anything when she was at the company? Now she's at the hospital and you're asking her to come over. She's on vacation, who's she going to talk to? Suji walked out of the hospital irritably. While waiting for the bus, she suddenly remembered the salary increase she had just received from President Lu, and her heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that the president of the Lu Group had changed his mind? She thought again and again, but it was unlikely. The president of the Lu Group would not go back on his word for 5,000 yuan. All the way, Suji was worried about the 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan is not much, but it is not little either. It's not worth mentioning for the rich, but it's very useful for her. When Qinshan wakes up and is able to eat, the 5,000 yuan can buy a lot of nutritional products for Qinshan. With the extra 5,000 yuan, she wouldn't have to live so frugally, and she could save up a little money each month to provide a safety net for Qinshan. Before she knew it, the bus had stopped at the bus stop. Suji approached Shangjing and, after getting off the elevator, went straight to the CEO's office. She knocked on the door a few times, but there was no response. At this time, Jiang Hui came over. Miss Su, Mr. Lu is not here. He just called to say that everything has been taken care of, and he told me to tell you that you can go back now. What? Is he playing with her? Suji was a little angry, and her face also became a little ugly. He said he had something to do on the phone, but then he said it was nothing. What did he think of her? He called her when he wanted her, and dismissed her when he wanted her to go? This is too much of a bully. Sigh. Suji's heart was crying. She turned and left, and as soon as her figure disappeared down the corridor, Jiang Hui took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hello, Mr. Lu, Miss Su just came by. I'm fine with her. She seemed a bit angry, but she's left now. Did she have a car to take her here? I don't think so. I think she walked to the company gate. Jiang Hui said, and walked to the window again, watching Suji leave the gate and turn right. To the right was the bus stop, and Suji took the bus to and from work every day. Mr. Lu, Miss Su has just left the gate and is alone. There are no suspicious vehicles at the gate. I see. Joo Chang couldn't help but smile. More than half an hour ago, when he drove out, the security guard told him, as if to take credit, that Ziming had come by again today. Fortunately, he didn't force his way in today, or else they would have had to carry him out. After hearing this, Joo Chang frowned. Why did he come? He probably came to pick up Miss Su, but Miss Su didn't take his car, and she didn't even give him a good look. Later, he followed Miss Su. Joo Chang's face became a little gloomy. He knew Ziming well. He was the best at being a stalker. He guessed that Suji was no match for him. Joo Chang immediately took out his phone and asked Jiang Hui to give Suji's phone number to her, and then directly dialed Suji's phone number. Ziming couldn't control him, but he could control his employees. He also asked Jiang Hui to wait in Shangjing to see if anyone would send Suji when she came over. After learning that Suji came and went alone, he finally felt relieved. Suji returned to the hospital angrily, and it was almost noon. The nurse in charge of taking care of Qinshan, Li, saw her coming and called out to her anxiously. Miss Su, I was just about to call you. Qinshan's condition is a bit bad today. What's wrong with Qinshan? Suji's voice trembled involuntarily due to her nervousness. Li Xia patted her on the shoulder. Miss Su, don't get too excited. Today, when Dr. Zhao went to do a routine check on Qinshan, he found that the swelling in his head was a little worse than yesterday. Dr. Zhao gave him treatment for intracranial dehydration, but it wasn't ideal. He just went in for another check and found that it was getting worse and worse. Where is Dr. Zhao? I need to see Dr. Zhao. Suji's face suddenly lost its color. Miss Su, don't get excited. Dr. Zhao is in a meeting with the neurologist to discuss Qinshan's condition. If Qinshan's brain edema continues to worsen, it will be very dangerous and could kill the child at any time. The only way is to perform a second surgery. Nurse Li said this and looked at Suji with some embarrassment. Miss Su, the money in Qinshan's account will not last for more than a few days. You still have to find a way to raise money. When Nurse Li was talking about raising money, she was worried about Suji herself. An ordinary person, the more than 1 million yuan that was taken out earlier was not easy to come by. The illness was not cured, and she had to continue to throw money into it. Just thinking about it made her head ache. She also understands Suji's situation. She has no family left, and she is the only woman struggling to hold on here. In this situation, if she were in her place, she would not know how long she could hold on. She would probably have gone crazy long ago. Money, more money? How much more money? When Suji heard that Li Xia needed more money, she felt numb. At least 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. I need to get 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. Where am I going to get 400,000 to 500,000 yuan? Suji muttered to herself, and her body suddenly went limp, and she collapsed directly on the ground. At this time, Dr. Zhao must have finished his meeting and was walking towards the intensive care unit where Chen was. Chen, I want to go see Chen. Suji hurriedly followed, and Li Xia followed behind her, pulling her back in time. The door to the intensive care unit slowly closed in front of her. Suji broke free from Nurse Li's hand and cried in pain, lying on the door. She really had no choice. Why did the heavens always treat her so badly? When Chen was not having surgery, she hoped that the doctor would operate on him as soon as possible, thinking that once the surgery was over, Chen would get better quickly, be able to call her aunt sweetly, and stand in front of her lively and full of energy. Why does God not spare this poor child? He was still so young, and he didn't understand many things. He hadn't even lived a few good years, and he had already experienced all the suffering in the world. Suji only wished she could take the pain away from Chen. Soon, Dr. Zhao came out of the room. Seeing Suji standing outside the door, he said to her with a serious face, "Miss Su, Chen's brain edema is getting worse and worse. We can't delay any longer, or it will be life-threatening. If you still want to save the child, please go and raise the money now, so that I can arrange for the surgery as soon as possible." Chapter 30, Need Money? Once again, Suji felt that life had no meaning. If she could, she would find a luxury car and drive it into a wall, then use the compensation money to pay for Chen's treatment. Although this is a bit immoral, it is the fastest way she can think of to make money. However, if she died, Chen would really have no one in the world, and he would become an orphan. The word orphan suddenly brought Suji back to reality. If Chen became an orphan, he would be sent to an orphanage. No, she couldn't let Chen become an orphan, and she couldn't let him live in an orphanage. She had spent some time in an orphanage when she was young and knew all too well what it was like. There were either abandoned children or children who had lost their closest relatives. They had no one to love them. The children there were so lacking in love that they would call any woman they saw mommy. Children's desire for a mother is innate. They all long for a mother's love and companionship. There were so many children that the caretaker couldn't take care of them all. They had to endure being thirsty, hungry, and sick. Fortunately, she only stayed there for a little over a year before she was adopted. The person who adopted her was the same caretaker who took care of them in the orphanage. After being adopted, she had a mother to love and a family to love. She was prepared to repay this great kindness with her whole life, but fate just loves to play tricks on her. Before she reached adulthood, her adoptive parents, who treated her like their own, passed away one after another. Her brother was several years older than her, and after her foster parents passed away, he took on the responsibility of raising her and supported her all the way through college. After entering university, she refused to accept money from her brother. She worked as a tutor, handed out flyers, and worked in a breakfast shop. As long as she could earn money, she was willing to work hard and endure the hardships. Her brother was worried about her hard work and repeatedly stopped her. Whether she wanted it or not, he would regularly transfer her living expenses to her card every month, telling her to study hard and not to make herself so hard. Suji promised, but secretly she never dared to slack off for a day. Although she was once an unfortunate orphan, she was also very fortunate to have met such a kind family and become one of them, so that she would never be alone again. She didn't spend a single cent of the money her brother sent her, and even used the money she saved from her part-time job and her scholarship to save up 30,000 yuan, which she gave to her brother and sister-in-law as a surprise when they got married. Later, when Chen was born, the family was happy and harmonious. Her sister-in-law treated her like a real sister, and she thought that these happy days would last forever. Her brother and sister-in-law died, and Chen was lying in the hospital. She gritted her teeth and endured the blows, knowing that she had to be strong because Chen still needed her. For the sake of Chen, she was willing to sell her body, but God, why don't you open your eyes and take a look? Why do you have to put so much suffering on her and a 5-year-old child? The doctor just said that Chen's condition is very dangerous, and she must get the money as soon as possible. But it's not 3,000 or 5,000, or 35,000, it's 500,000. How can she get another 500,000? Jiang Lu is the one she can ask, but she only has 100,000 yuan in her hands. Where can she get the remaining 400,000 yuan? And the doctor also said that at least 500,000 yuan, which means that the possible expenses will far exceed this amount. Maybe she will have to prepare several 100,000 yuan more. If she could sell her blood or kidney to raise the money, she would definitely not hesitate. But who would want her blood or her kidney? Unable to think of a solution, she mechanically kept walking forward. It was as if she would definitely think of a way if she just kept going. She even forgot that pedestrians should walk on the sidewalk. She kept walking on the motorway, and the cars behind her kept honking at her, but she just kept walking. At this moment, a luxury car suddenly stopped beside her. Suji How did not notice it and continued to move forward like a walking corpse. The person in the car had no choice but to honk the horn. Suji still didn't turn around and continued walking forward. The driver of the luxury car seemed to realize something was wrong and sped up to catch up with her. Suji. A cold, hard voice finally pulled her out of her daze. Suji stood there with her eyes glazed over, not moving a muscle. Joo Chang looked at her. Her small face, which had almost no trace of life in it, also looked at him blankly, as if she were looking at a stranger. Joo Chang frowned. What's wrong with her? Suji, get in the car. Joo Chang ordered. Suji obediently got into the car, and Joo Chang found a wide place to stop the car. Is something wrong? Joo Chang looked at Suji in the rearview mirror. He noticed that she was getting more and more strange. Since getting in the car, she had not said a word and her face had always had the same expression, no longer the lively expression of the past. His question of whether she was okay completely broke her down. She had been holding it in for so long, and finally found an outlet for it. All her grievances, helplessness, and frustration were completely vented at that moment. Joo Chang did not get up to comfort her, but instead lit a cigarette, holding it between his long fingers and taking a deep drag. From time to time, he glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Only when she had cried herself out of strength and her voice had gradually weakened did he hand her a pack of tissues. Suji wiped the tears from her face and even blew her nose hard, regardless of her appearance. Tell me, what happened? Suji pursed her lips and looked at the man's back. The smoke that had just come out of his mouth blurred his face, and Suji couldn't see his expression clearly. Chen has developed severe cerebral edema again and needs to undergo a second operation. You need money, right? The man took another puff of his cigarette, and the smoke curled and escaped out the window. Joo Chang's voice was still cold, and no emotions could be detected. Suji didn't say anything, just nodded. She had once thought of finding Joo Chang again and selling herself to him for another night, but she was no longer a virgin, so would he still pay so much for her? What if he didn't want her and told her to leave? Could she still pester him like that time? No, she didn't think she could do it. Before, it was because they didn't know him, but now she works for him. If it works out, it's fine, but if it doesn't, won't she lose her job as well? How much is needed? Joo Chang's words made Suji's heart flutter. He was. Suji dared not think any further. She was afraid of being disappointed. The doctor said that at least another 500,000 yuan would be needed. Joo Chang didn't say anything, and he put the cigarette butt in his hand that had already been extinguished in the ashtray. He started the car, turned the steering wheel, and drove quickly in one direction. Chapter 31, I need to talk to you. The car stopped in front of a bank. Get out. Joo Chang got out of the car first, and Suji had to get out of the car, but she stood in front of the car and didn't move. After Joo Chang had walked a few steps, he noticed that Suji had not followed him, and frowned in displeasure. Come here. The man stood tall and straight not far away, his voice neither high nor low. His voice light and full of magnetism. Suji looked at the big characters above the door. She wasn't sure what Joo Chang wanted to do. Did he really want to? Suji quickly walked up. As soon as the Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of the bank, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the bank. The bank manager saw the two people getting out of the luxury car and immediately stood at the door to greet them warmly. "Are you depositing or withdrawing money? Transfer money for me." The man didn't even look at the bank manager and walked straight inside. "Okay, sir, please follow me." Instead of taking them to the counter, the bank manager led them directly into the VIP room. Joo Chang took out a bank card and put it in front of the manager, transferring 1 million yuan. Then he turned to Suji and asked, "What's your card number?" For a moment, Suji almost forgot to breathe. This man was actually going to help her. She took out her bank card from her bag with trembling hands and handed it to the bank manager. Soon, she received a message on her phone. She opened it. 1 million yuan has been deposited. Joo Chang turned and walked out of the VIP room, and Suji followed him silently. It wasn't until they were in the car that Suji said a soft thank you to the man in front of her. She knew that those two words meant nothing compared to the million, but she still had to say them. It was a thank you for his help. Joo Chang drove the car all the way to the gate of the People's Hospital. Suji sat in the car and did not hurry to get out. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "Mr. Liu, you can ask me for anything, I will agree to whatever you ask." She knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and that she would have to pay a price for what she had taken. Her price was her body. She had already sold herself to him once, so it didn't matter if she did it again. Joo Chang looked at Suji in the rearview mirror. At this moment, the girl's white face had turned red from embarrassment. He understood what she meant, and his larynx rolled a few times, but in the end, he managed to squeeze out a single word from his throat. "Get out." Suji quickly rolled off his luxury car. She had thought that he would accept her suggestion and make a request of her, but she never expected him to kick her out of the car. Did he really not want to? Or was he disgusted by her? Then why did he reach out to help her? It was $1 million, and he knew her financial situation. She had no way of paying him back. Then he must have done it purely out of kindness and charity. Suji shook her head and walked quickly towards the elevator. She didn't have time to think about it now. The most important thing was that she finally had the money to pay for Qinchin's treatment. Joo Chang sat in the car without moving. He lit another cigarette. He was tempted by the little woman's proposal, and he almost wanted to make a move. But his upbringing told him that he could not take advantage of someone in need. The image of the girl begging for mercy on his car that night kept ringing in his ears. He was a normal, mature man, and after that one time, every night became the hardest time for him. When he closed his eyes, he saw Suji lying beneath him. He even dreamed of her once, and he had a long, lingering affair with her. He knew he should have a woman, but the strange thing was that all his fantasies about women were related to Suji. Every night, the image of Suji was in his mind, and he couldn't get rid of it. He really wanted her. If it weren't for his self-control, he would have taken her right then and there. After finishing a cigarette, Joo Chang drove away. Qinchin's second surgery was completed successfully, and the problem of cerebral edema was solved, but Qinchin still did not wake up. Dr. Zhao comforted her and told her to wait and see. If the doctors can't wake him up, what can she do? All she can do is wait. Qinchin lay there as usual, without anyone to keep her company or serve her. Her condition had stabilized, and Suji went back to work. Joo Chang had helped her so much, she had to work hard. He didn't want her, so the only way she could repay him was to work hard. After work that night, Suji received a text message. The text message was from Joo Chang, and it was only a few short words: "I'll be off work a little later. I need to see you." He wants to talk to her. What about? She had no intention of leaving work early, because during the day she had taken off, her work had piled up. Suji was working so hard that she suddenly noticed a dark figure in front of her. When she looked up, it was Joo Chang. "Mr. Liu. Are you done?" "Yes, almost," Suji said as she began to tidy up the desk full of papers. "I'll wait for you in the car." Joo Chang finished speaking and then lifted his long legs and walked out the door. Suji looked at his back, the well-tailored suit pants, which made his legs look long and straight, and his long, envy-inducing legs. After Suji finished packing, she quickly took the elevator down. He is the president, and she didn't dare to keep him waiting too long. When she opened the car door, the man sitting in the car seemed to be in a daze. Even after she got in the car, he still didn't react at all. "Mr. Liu, what can I do for you?" "It's not me who has something to do, it's my mother. She wants to see you. Can you come back with me?" "Mrs. Liu?" Thinking of Mrs. Liu, who had been particularly kind to her, Suji couldn't help but smile. "Good, I've been thinking about her too. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I need to prepare something before I go see her. What do you think we lack at home?" The man's lukewarm reply left Suji speechless. Yes, he is the head of the Liu family, with an endless supply of wealth. What could they possibly lack? Nothing. Chapter 32, Mrs. Liu is teased by her son. When passing a fruit shop, Suji asked Joo Chang to stop the car. She went down and picked up a few fresh seasonal fruits. She felt that it was a bit shabby to just take these, so she bit her teeth and asked the shopkeeper to pick another durian for her. Suji usually wouldn't buy such expensive fruit, but she thought that Joo Chang had given her 1,000,000 yuan without even blinking an eye, so what was she still reluctant to buy? Although her family didn't lack this kind of thing, she couldn't go empty-handed, and she still had to do the proper etiquette. After leaving the fruit shop, Joo Chang couldn't help but frown at the durian she was carrying. His mother hated durian and it was not allowed in the house. But seeing how sincere Suji was, he held back and didn't say a word. As soon as the car had stopped, Mrs. Liu came over excitedly. Joo Chang got out of the car first. When Mrs. Liu saw that her son was alone, her face immediately turned sour. "I told you to bring Suji back to me, why are you alone again?" "Suji." As Mrs. Liu was scolding Joo Chang for not bringing Suji back, she saw the back door of the car being pushed open from the inside, and then Suji walked down from the car with 2 bags of fruit in her hands. "Oh, Gigi, you're finally here. I thought Jojo didn't bring you back. Go inside. Look at you, you're here, so why bring all this?" Mrs. Liu took the fruit from Suji's hands and handed it to the maid next to her with a smile on her face. "Gigi is really good at shopping. She bought all the things I like to eat. Look at that durian, it's big and round, the flesh inside must be very delicious. I was worried that you wouldn't like it when I bought it. Of course I like it. Durian is so nutritious, how could I not like it?" Joo Chang followed the two of them, watching his mother take Suji's arm and walk in together. A hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. He had grown up, and for the first time, he realized that his mother was more skilled at hypocrisy than anyone else. A large table was set with a sumptuous meal, but Mrs. Liu sat there without even putting a single chopstick into her mouth because she was too busy serving Suji. She even personally peeled a few shrimp and put them in Suji's bowl, making Suji feel very embarrassed. "Mom, you should eat quickly, or the food will get cold. She's a big girl, let her help herself to whatever she wants." "Yes, Mrs. Liu, you don't have to worry about me. I'll be full soon. You should eat quickly." Suji also persuaded her. Mrs. Liu then picked up her chopsticks and started to eat. After the meal, Auntie Wang and Auntie Zhang came to clear the table. Suji hurriedly got up to help, but Auntie Zhang said, "Young lady, you don't need to help. Auntie Wang and I can do it." "Yes, young lady, you shouldn't do such hard work. You just stay here and chat with Mrs. Liu." Auntie Wang also agreed. Auntie Zhang and Auntie Wang sighed. "Auntie Zhang and Auntie Wang, she is not your young mistress, so please don't call her that if you don't know what you're doing." "Yes, young master." Auntie Zhang and Auntie Wang hurriedly replied, and then they carried the tray to the kitchen. Mrs. Liu looked at the two young people in front of her who were confused by the title of young lady, and couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. When she looked up and saw Joo Chang's gaze sweep over her, she quickly picked up her cup and drank some water. "The food tonight seems a little salty. Jojo, go get Gigi a drink." Joo Chang looked at his mother, and he always felt that his mother seemed to be holding back some big move tonight, and it seemed that this big move was specifically used against him. "No need, Mr. Liu, I'll just drink water," Suji hurriedly said politely. "Gigi, don't worry about it, let him take it," Mrs. Liu said, and pulled Suji towards the sofa, where the two of them went to talk. Mrs. Wang followed Mrs. Zhang into the kitchen. After she put the dishes in the sink, she quickly closed the kitchen door and then patted Mrs. Zhang on the shoulder. The two of them looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Mrs. Lu had told them in advance that today's young mistress was Mrs. Lu, and she had asked them to call her that in front of them. They understood Mrs. Lu's urgent desire to find a young mistress for the family. After all, the young master is almost 30, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend. Which mother wouldn't be anxious? They have been in the Lu family for many years, and they have never seen the young master bring a girl home. This Miss Su is the first one. It is already the second time that Miss Su has come to the Lu family. No wonder Mrs. Lu would think in that direction. They have lived most of their lives, and they only know that poor people have difficulty finding a daughter-in-law because they have no money. They never knew that the Lu family, which is rich enough to rival a country, would also have such a problem. It's so difficult that even Mrs. Lu has resorted to such a trick. They don't understand why the young master, who has good looks and money, refuses to get married. If he were willing, there would be girls from Jiangcheng willing to marry him, and they could line up from Jiangcheng to the capital. But the young master just wouldn't look at any of them. I really don't know what kind of woman he wants to be his young mistress. On the night that Madame had her stroke, the young master brought Miss Su back. They thought that Miss Su was the young master's girlfriend, and they were secretly happy for him and Madame. But after that night, the young master seemed to have forgotten all about it, and he never brought Miss Su back again. They also began to worry along with Mrs. Lu. Tonight, they finally saw Miss Su again. Mrs. Lu had already told them that they must let Miss Su stay at the Lu residence for the night, no matter what. In the living room, Joo Chang was holding a drink in one hand and a large durian in the other. Yes, it was the one that Suji bought. When Mrs. Lu saw the durian in Joo Chang's hand, her brows involuntarily knitted together. She couldn't stand the smell of durian, so she had to give Joo Chang a look to tell him to get rid of the durian. Joo Chang pretended not to see and said to her, "Mom, Suji bought this for you. Let's open it and eat it together while Suji is here." "Joo Chang, Mom has been a bit irritated lately, so let's eat something else." "Look, this mangosteen is very good and it also helps to reduce internal heat." "Gigi, let's eat the mangosteen." Mrs. Lu picked up a mangosteen and started peeling it. "Mom, don't worry. After we finish the durian, I'll ask Auntie Zhang to make you some tea to clear your fire." Joo Chang then picked up the fruit knife on the table and sliced the durian back and forth, trying to find a suitable angle to cut it. "Joo Chang, don't you have work to do? Why don't you go up and work, and I'll talk to Gigi for a while." "Mom, I don't have anything to do today. My main task today is to serve these two ladies in front of me well." Mrs. Lu ground her back molars in anger. This kid is doing it on purpose today. He knows she can't stand the smell of durian, so is he getting back at her? At this time, Joo Chang had already stabbed the knife into the durian shell. Mrs. Lu hurriedly held her breath. "Fine, you little brat, you're so capable, I'll let you brag for a while longer, and see how I'll fix you tonight." Chapter 33, Mrs. Lu forces Suji to stay. The durian was opened. This is a classic 5-chambered durian, with each chamber full of flesh. Mrs. Lu could only feel that the air she breathed into her nostrils was foul, and the smell was worse than shit. Mrs. Lu couldn't help but pinch her nose to let less of the stench breathe into her. Joo Chang took out 2 small plates, put 2 pieces of fruit meat in each, and pushed them in front of Mrs. Lu and Suji. "Mom, why are you pinching your nose? Don't you love durian the most? Eat it." Joo Chang said, then picked up a piece of the fruit and took a big bite. The taste was sweet and soft, and it was no wonder that such a delicious thing was called the king of fruits. Joo Chang actually likes durian very much, but because Mrs. Lu doesn't like it and can't stand the smell of it, nothing related to durian is allowed in the house, so he hasn't eaten it for many years. He never thought that one day he would dare to eat it in front of his mother. He owed it all to Suji. But durian is a strange fruit. Those who like it think it is delicious, while those who don't like it can't even stand the smell of it. Mrs. Lu is now feeling like throwing up. She is holding back her urge to let Suji find out, but the smell is so bad that it is hard to say how hard Mrs. Lu is holding back her breath. "You two eat quickly. It would be a waste not to eat such a delicious thing." Upon hearing this, Suji pinched the durian in her plate and brought it to her mouth. She took a bite and the soft, sweet durian instantly filled her mouth. The fruit shop owner really didn't lie to her. This durian is really a good deal. After Suji took a bite, she saw that Mrs. Lu was still sitting there without moving, so she quickly picked up the small plate with the durian and brought it to Mrs. Lu. "Mrs. Lu, don't you like durian very much?" This durian is really good, Mrs. Lu, hurry up and try it. Joo Chang couldn't help but smile. He kept his eyes on Mrs. Lu, waiting to see if she would eat it or not. Yes, he did it on purpose. He wanted to tear off his mother's hypocritical mask. He clearly didn't like it, but he had to say he liked durian in order to please a little girl. He wanted to see how long she could pretend. Mrs. Lu had no choice but to take the durian flesh that Suji handed her. The closer she got, the stronger the stench became. Mrs. Lu's mouth opened, and the food she had just eaten almost went down her throat, but she forced it back up to her stomach. Mrs. Lu, hurry up and eat. Suji, who didn't understand what was going on, continued to urge her. Okay, I'll eat it. Mrs. Lu closed her eyes and, with a determination to die, bit into the durian. A strange thing happened. The smell of the stinky durian was not so bad in her mouth. Not only was it not smelly, it was also sweet and sticky. Mrs. Lu carefully savored it. After swallowing, she didn't even spit. She had eaten the durian, and she had not thrown up. Mrs. Lu herself was a little incredulous. She tried another bite, then another, and before long she had eaten the whole durian. Joo Chang was stunned by the sight. Mrs. Lu winked at her son defiantly. You little brat, you thought you could make fun of your mother, but you didn't expect that your mother could be so flexible. I've conquered the durian, so what else can you do? Joo Chang saw that he could not embarrass Mrs. Lu, so he went upstairs in a bad mood. After chatting with Mrs. Lu for a while, Suji saw that it was getting late and so she said goodbye to Mrs. Lu. Okay, then go upstairs and see Jojo. Ask him to drive you home. No need, Mrs. Lu, I'll just take a taxi back. Joo Chang is her boss, so how dare she, a small employee, ask her boss to be her driver? Mrs. Lu looked at her with a troubled expression. Gigi, we are in a villa area, quite far from the main road. If you go back, you won't be able to get a taxi here. Alas, Uncle Zhao is not here today. Otherwise, I would have asked him to drive you. In fact, Uncle Zhao was deliberately given a day off by Mrs. Lu today, in order to create a situation where no one would drive. Suji frowned. Why hadn't she thought of this when she came? It was over. Gigi, why don't you stay here tonight? We have plenty of rooms. I'll ask Auntie Zhang to prepare a room for you. It would be great if you could go to work with Jojo tomorrow morning. Mrs. Lu, I'm afraid that's not a good idea. What's wrong with that? Yes, let's do it this way. It's so late. If you let Jojo take you to work again, it will take more than an hour each way. He's been working all day, and I'll feel bad. Let's just decide it this way. You can take Jojo's car in the morning, and everyone will be more relaxed. After Mrs. Lu finished speaking, she didn't wait for Suji to respond, and shouted, Auntie Zhang, go prepare a room for Gigi. Gigi is going to stay tonight. Yes, ma'am. Auntie Zhang replied, and quickly walked upstairs. Suji was very passive. Even though she was very unhappy about staying, she had to follow Mrs. Lu's arrangements. Yes, it takes more than an hour to drive back and forth, and it's only natural for a mother to worry about her son. After accepting this fact, Suji also settled her mind. She would stay for one night, after all, no one could eat her. Gigi, since you're not going back, then stay with me for a while and talk. It's been a long time since anyone has talked to me like this. Okay, Mrs. Lu. Gigi, can you stop calling me Mrs. Lu? It sounds so formal. Just call me Auntie. It won't sound so formal. Okay, Auntie Lu. That's right. When Suji and Mrs. Lu were chatting until almost 8 o'clock, Joo Chang came down from upstairs. Let's go. I'll take you home. Joo Chang grabbed the car keys on the table and was about to leave. Jojo, Gigi is not going home tonight, you go ahead and get on with your work. Joo Chang looked at Suji meaningfully, as if to confirm with her. Auntie said you must be tired after a long day at work, so she asked me to stay here for the night and take your car to work with me in the morning. Whatever you want. Joo Chang left these words and quickly went upstairs. Chapter 34 What to Do? The door won't open. Suji and Mrs. Lu were sitting on the sofa talking, and Mrs. Lu asked Aunt Wang to make 3 cups of coffee. Soon after, Auntie Wang came with the coffee, and placed 2 cups in front of Mrs. Lu and Suji. After exchanging a glance with Mrs. Lu, she took the last cup of coffee and went upstairs. Auntie knows that you young people like this, so tonight I'll drink with you. Mrs. Lu took a sip of coffee and said, I know you young people like this. I'll drink with you tonight. Suji also took a sip and started drinking. The two of them chatted while drinking, and before long, the cup of coffee was empty. Mrs. Lu yawned at the right moment. Seeing this, Suji hurriedly stood up and said, Auntie, are you sleepy? I'll take you back to your room to rest. Well, I am a little bit sleepy. Suji, I will go back to my room to rest first. You should go up and rest as well. As Suji was about to escort Mrs. Lu back to her room, Auntie Wang came over with a glass of freshly squeezed vegetable juice. She handed the glass to Suji. Miss Su, are you going to rest up too? I'll take care of Mrs. Lu, and I'd like to ask you to take this juice up to Master. Suji wanted to refuse, but she was embarrassed. After Wang Zi helped Mrs. Lu walk a few steps, she turned back and said, Miss Su, your room is next to the young master's. Ji, good night. Mrs. Lu turned back and said to her, Good night, Auntie. After seeing Mrs. Lu enter her room, Suji walked upstairs. She walked to the door of the lighted room and knocked a few times. Enter. Suji pushed the door open and walked in. Joo Chang had just finished drinking that cup of coffee and felt unbearably hot. He had just taken a cold shower when Suji came over. He was wrapped in a white bathrobe, which was wrapped very casually, revealing a strong chest. The tan skin glowed with a healthy luster, making people feel a little jealous. The wet hair was still dripping water, making the man in front of him even more refreshing and sexy. Mr. Lu, your juice. Suji waved the juice in her hand at Joo Chang. Joo Chang squinted. He remembered that he didn't seem to have asked for any juice, and he didn't have the habit of drinking juice. Well, just leave it there. Upon hearing this, Suji put the juice on the table next to her. After saying good night to Joo Chang, she went to pull the door to get ready to leave, but found that the door wouldn't open. Mr. Lu, why can't this door be opened? Suji cast a helpless look at Joo Chang. Joo Chang walked over and found that the key that had been in the lock for years had also disappeared. Since he moved into this villa, the key to this door has always been inserted in the lock, so why is it missing today? He squeezed the door handle and tried to open it, but found that the door was really stuck. He took out his cell phone and dialed Auntie Zhang, but the voice prompt said that her phone was turned off. He had to dial another number and call Auntie Wang, but the phone was still off. He stood there staring at the door with his cell phone in his hand, and a kind of half-smiling emotion flowed in his eyes. Suji was a little worried when she saw Joo Chang standing there motionless. She took out her cell phone and was about to dial Mrs. Lu's number when Joo Chang stopped her. No need to call, her phone must be turned off as well. How could that be? Suji didn't believe it. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Suji looked up Mrs. Lu's phone number and dialed it. Sure enough, the other end said the phone was turned off. What's going on? Why are all their phones turned off? Is this a habit of theirs? Or is it a rule in the Lu family that phones must be turned off at night? Suji stared at Joo Chang with her clear eyes, and Joo Chang was also looking at her. The two of them stared at each other. Suji reluctantly held the doorknob again and shook it twice, but the door still didn't budge. Don't waste your energy. The quality of this door is definitely beyond your imagination. What should I do? Suji leaned against the door and looked at Joo Chang, hoping that he could come up with a good solution. Joo Chang pursed his lips. He had already suspected something when he felt a burning sensation in his body after drinking that cup of coffee. When he called Auntie Zhang and Auntie Wang and the phone was turned off, he knew it all. Someone had deliberately locked the door from the outside. Who would have the guts to lock his door? It must have been his mother. First, she put something in the coffee he drank, then she sent Suji to bring him juice, and then she locked the door from the outside and turned off the phones of the three of them. This was a really sloppy plan, and it was obvious to anyone who looked at it. At this point, Suji had not yet realized the trick, thinking that the door was an accident. She thought that she was just unlucky and that was why she had encountered these bad things. When Suji was at a loss, she suddenly saw the window. However, it was installed with a security net, so it was impossible to climb out of the window, but at least she could open the window and shout outside. The distance between the floors was not that great, so Suji thought that the people downstairs should be able to hear her. She pushed open the window and found that all the lights downstairs had gone out, and it was already pitch black. Suji put her hand to her mouth and shouted down into the darkness. She shouted for more than 10 times, but there was no response from below. Save your strength. Don't you think these are all too coincidental? What do you mean? Suji's body stiffened. What a fool. Joo Chang left these words and walked towards the bathroom. The heat that had just been quenched by the cold water was back, and he had to rinse again. Hey, you tell me clearly, what is going on here? Suji was so anxious that she chased after him. I'm going to take a shower. Get out. She was driven out by Joo Chang. Didn't you just take a shower? Suji asked in confusion. All she heard was the sound of running water. Suji had to walk back to the door and reluctantly shook the doorknob again. Somehow, she suddenly felt increasingly irritated, and also felt a little hot. Joo Chang's room was air-conditioned, so it shouldn't be hot. She analyzed that it might be because she was anxious to get out, and that was why she was so anxious. She leaned against the door and squatted down to calm herself down. The door was cool and it felt much better to lean against it. But after a while, the temperature in her body began to rise again, and even her breathing became a bit scorching. What was wrong with her? Suji touched her forehead with her hand. It was hot. She thought for a moment and thought that she might have a fever. At this time, Joo Chang came out of the bathroom again. The man who had just bathed, as he walked, exuded a cold and refreshing feeling that seemed to lower the temperature of the room. Suji suddenly felt that if she could hold him in her arms, it would definitely be very comfortable. Thinking this way, her body involuntarily walked towards him. Chapter 35, The Clothes Are a Little Short. Joo Chang looked at Suji, who was walking towards him. Her small face was flushed with 2 patches of red, and her eyes were even a little bit blurred. He was suddenly shocked. Mr. Liu, I'm so hot. Do I have a fever? Do you have any fever-reducing medicine in your room? Give me some, I feel so bad. As Suji said, her body had already uncontrollably fallen over Joo Chang's body. Joo Chang grabbed her clothes, almost pulling her off the ground. Suji, listen to me. You don't have a fever. Now go to the bathroom and take a cold shower. You'll be fine in no time. But Suji's body was already too weak to walk properly. Joo Chang had to carry her in his arms, but as soon as his skin touched Suji's body, the temperature that had just dropped suddenly rose again. Although the girl's body was covered by a layer of fabric, it was only a thin layer. The heat from her body seared his skin through the clothes, causing some pain. He didn't expect his mother to be so desperate that she would resort to such a desperate measure in order to get him a wife. Joo Chang looked at the girl in his arms, her little face rubbing against his chest, and her hands began to claw at his body. He froze there, and his breathing became heavy. He knew he couldn't do it now because she was under the influence of the drug, not because she wanted to. He couldn't take advantage of her. He took 2 deep breaths and tried to get rid of the thought in his mind before carrying Suji into the bathroom. He turned on the shower, and the cold water fell from above. Joo Chang held Suji under the shower, allowing the rain to wet their clothes and bodies. Suji was wearing a gauze dress today. After getting wet, the dress stuck to her body embarrassingly, revealing her body curves in full view in front of Joo Chang. Joo Chang looked at this graceful body, his throat was a little dry, and his eyes were almost able to spit fire. He had not only seen this body, he had also tasted it. Looking at the woman in his arms, his body was getting more and more out of control. The cold water poured on his body had little effect. At this time, Suji was stimulated by the cold water, and her body temperature slowly dropped. When she realized that she was wet and being held in Joo Chang's arms, she seemed to realize something and quickly broke free of his embrace. Suji looked up at Joo Chang and said, Mr. Liu, what's wrong with me? We were drugged today, the kind of drug that makes you want to eat something. The flush on Suji's face, which had just faded, flew up again. What should we do? There is no better way. Taking a cold shower can only temporarily relieve the symptoms. Unless we can go to the hospital now, we can only do what the drug dealer wants. I feel better now, you can take a shower. Suji moved her body away to make room for Joo Chang. Joo Chang just stood under the shower, and suddenly felt a burning sensation in his nose. He reached out and touched it, and found that he was bleeding from his nose. Mr. Lu, you're bleeding from the nose. Suji exclaimed. Joo Chang raised his face and patted his forehead with his hand for a while, but the nosebleed still wouldn't stop, and the water on the ground was turning red. Suji remembered when she was a child, her brother used to get nosebleeds all the time. Whenever he had a nosebleed, his mother would take out a small rubber band and tie it to his middle finger, and the nosebleed would stop quickly. Thinking of this, Suji took the rubber band tied to her hair and pulled it off. She walked up to Joo Chang and saw that he was bleeding from his left nostril. She took his right hand and wrapped the rubber band around his right middle finger. Soon, Joo Chang's nose stopped bleeding. At this point, Joo Chang felt a little better. He walked out of the bathroom and soon came back in, dry and refreshed, with a white shirt in his hand. His pajamas were too long for her petite body, the kind that dragged on the ground. He thought his white shirt should be just right for her. Put on some clothes. You'll catch a cold if you keep running around like this. Joo Chang finished putting Suji's clothes on the hanger and turned around and left. After he left, Suji quickly turned off the shower and took off her wet clothes. She first wiped her body and hair with a dry towel, then quickly put on the white shirt that Joo Chang had brought her. As Joo Chang had predicted, the shirt fit her just right, covering her bottom and part of her thighs. But it was all vacuum inside, how could she go out? She was afraid that if she moved too much, she would be seen. Suji stood at the door, hesitant to step out of the door. Joo Chang had already heard the sound of water inside, but after a long time, he still didn't see anyone come out. He was afraid that she would have an accident, so he knocked on the door. Suji didn't know how to respond to him, so she didn't say anything. Joo Chang was a bit anxious, so he pushed open the bathroom door. Seeing Suji standing quietly in the bathroom, he frowned in displeasure. Why aren't you going out yet? Are you planning to stay in the bathroom all night? Suji smiled embarrassedly and had to follow Joo Chang out. She took every step very carefully, desperately holding onto the hem of her clothes, afraid that if a gust of wind came, she would be ruined. Joo Chang looked at her and was a little confused. He had completely forgotten about the underwear. Can't you walk properly? Suji didn't know how to respond to him. Mr. Lu, where am I going to sleep tonight? Joo Chang looked at his bed and thought about the flame in his body that wanted to rise again. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. Go blow your hair first. Oh, where is the hairdryer? It's next to the sink. Joo Chang tilted his chin towards the sink. The sink was just outside the bathroom, and Suji carefully walked over to it. She plugged the hairdryer into the socket next to it and then turned it on. She was blowing her hair vigorously when Joo Chang suddenly felt unbearably hot again and hurried back into the bathroom. As soon as he reached the sink, he saw Suji, who was exposing her body. Suji was blowing her hair when she saw Joo Chang standing there, motionless, staring at her. There was a ferocious beast in his eyes, ready to devour her at any moment. She saw Joo Chang's lips move a few times, but the sound of the hairdryer drowned out his voice, and she didn't hear clearly what he was saying, so she turned off the hairdryer. Mr. Lu, what did you say? I said, the clothes are a bit short. Joo Chang said this while forcibly closing his eyes. Suji looked down at herself, and at this moment, she wanted to die. She had just blown her hair and she had forgotten about it. She wanted to explode on the spot, and her two small hands squeezed her palms at the same time. Suddenly, she felt a hot body slowly approaching her. Chapter 36, Mrs. Lu and the maids fled together. Joo Chang reached out and took her into his arms, and his hot hands moved back and forth. Suji's whole body froze there, not daring to move. Mr. Lu. She called out softly, her voice trembling a little. Joo Chang suddenly reached out and cupped her small, palm-sized face, then lowered his head and kissed her delicate lips. He kissed her passionately and fervently, and Suji felt her breathing become labored. She reached out to push him away, but he held her too tightly, and she was unable to break free. At this moment, Joo Chang was like a fish stranded on the beach, desperately trying to find a source of water, and she was the source of water that would save him, so he desperately drank it in. He tried to use his tongue to open her teeth, but Suji defended herself tightly and wouldn't let him succeed. After feeling the girl's resistance, Joo Chang looked up, his pair of scarlet eyes staring at her face with unbridled heat. Suji lowered her eyelids, afraid to look into his eyes. Joo Chang suddenly reached out and grabbed her small chin, opening her mouth. Suji twisted her head and tried to continue to resist, but the man picked her up and carried her to the bed. Joo Chang was full of masculine provocation, and the devil hiding in Suji's body also began to show its fangs and claws. She lay there watching Joo Chang take off his bathrobe, and the man's strong body was fully exposed. The 8 protruding abdominal muscles were clearly defined and glistened with a charming luster. She suddenly felt an urge to reach out and touch them, to feel those firm abdominal muscles. Below that was the six-pack, and underneath that was the manly essence that could not be concealed by the underwear. After just one glance, Suji's face turned red, and she quickly looked away from him. Joo Chang leaned down and reached out to push her clothes up. Suji suddenly decided to give up struggling. Without an antidote, they were each other's antidote. It was just a matter of spending another night with him as a way of repaying him for his kindness. Before Joo Chang could act, Suji started to unbutton her clothes herself. Joo Chang, who was already close to madness, was still stunned by her actions. His larynx rolled back and forth, and he didn't know how much determination he finally made, so he straightened up and staggered toward the bathroom. Suji knew that he was going to take another cold shower. He was always going from hot to cold, and it would definitely damage his body. She stood up and chased after him, wrapping her arms around his slender waist from behind. "Mr. Lu, I also want you to take me." Joo Chang turned around and looked at Suji. The girl was looking up with her small, palm-sized face, and her eyes were shining with a dazzling light. He could no longer restrain himself, and lowered his head to kiss her soft, red lips. This time, Suji no longer had any defenses, and let him plunder her at will. The next day, Suji woke up in Joo Chang's arms. What greeted her was the man's handsome face, as if it had been carefully sculpted. Every part of this face was just right, and she couldn't help but reach out a finger and trace it across his face. The man in his sleep was tickled by her soft fingers, and he reached out to sweep them away in displeasure. Suji quickly withdrew her hand. The man then grunted in satisfaction, then rolled over and placed one of his long legs firmly on Suji's waist. The arm that had just been removed once again held her tightly. The temperature of the man's body had already returned to normal, and the warm touch was very warm and comfortable. Suji actually felt a little greedy. Let her stay in his arms for a little longer. She knew that when he woke up, the two of them would return to their original state, and he would still be the cold and distant CEO, and she would still be the little employee. With this thought, Suji fell asleep in Joo Chang's arms again. While the two people in bed were sleeping soundly, Mrs. Lu sneaked up with a bunch of keys. She first leaned over the window to take a look inside, but the window was covered with curtains, so she couldn't see anything. She then listened at the door, but hearing nothing, she inserted the key into the lock, turned it a few times and the door opened. Mrs. Lu crept into the room. Joo Chang's bedroom was like a normal family's living room. Mrs. Lu walked through the living room and headed straight for the bedroom. The bedroom door was open, and Mrs. Lu walked to the door without any problems. When she saw the young couple sleeping together in the bed, she couldn't help but smile. Mrs. Lu quickly retreated from the room. She went downstairs and asked Auntie Zhang to prepare some food and drinks for Auntie Wang to put on the table, so that the two young people could heat them up in the microwave oven and eat them after getting up. Then, she asked Uncle Zhao to drive the extended version of the Bentley in the family, and took Aunt Wang and Aunt Zhang with him. The four of them fled together. Mrs. Lu knew her son's temper. When he was angry, even his own mother would not be spared. She knew that what she had done the night before had already touched Joo Chang's bottom line. When Joo Chang woke up, he would not spare her. Anyway, let's hide first. It was not known how long it took before Joo Chang finally woke up from his slumber. He looked at the girl in his arms, and his mind went blank for a moment. Soon, the scenes from last night began to flash through his mind. He realized that he had slept with her again, and couldn't help but look at her small, palm-sized face again. Her face was as white as a freshly peeled egg, smooth and delicate, with long eyelashes hanging down like two tired butterflies resting there. The two red lips were obviously swollen, which must have been caused by his kissing. How could he have kissed her so hard that she was swollen? The girl was sleeping soundly in his arms. He wondered if she had had a bad dream in her sleep. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, adding a touch of childishness to her pretty little face. At this moment, the mobile phone on the bedside suddenly reminded him. When Joo Chang rolled over to get the phone, Suji woke up. Seeing Joo Chang's naked upper body, she quickly opened a small slit in the quilt and found that she was the same. She pulled the quilt over her head. After Lu Chang finished the call, he found Suji still hiding under the covers. He got up, put on his pajamas, and then went to the closet to get a set of clothes. After a quick rinse in the bathroom, he changed into the clothes. Lu Chang, who had just come out of the bathroom, was wearing a handmade black suit that looked even more expensive on him. He had once again become the aloof Lu Zone. Lu Chang looked toward the door and suddenly remembered something, so he hurried toward the door. Chapter 37. Mr. Lu, is it appropriate for me to wear this to work? Lu Chang walked to the door, gently turned the handle with his hand, and the door opened immediately. He looked out and saw that the missing key was inserted in the lock. He walked downstairs quickly, looking for the room one by one, but he didn't even see a ghost. The phone was still turned off. Lu Chang was so angry that he laughed. His mother was capable of doing those things, but she didn't have the courage to take responsibility. Lu Chang returned to the bedroom along the way and saw Suji still lying on the bed. He raised his eyebrows. Are you planning to stay here forever? Lu Chang looked at the petite body wrapped in the quilt, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Mr. Lu, I don't have any clothes to wear. Suji's voice came from under the quilt, a little muffled. Lu Chang stared at the quilt, a smile curling the corner of his mouth. How could he have forgotten this? He picked up his phone and dialed a call to Jianhui. Jianhui, send 2 sets of women's daily wear over right away. Hurry up. Oh, and 2 sets of underwear. Okay, Mr. Lu, what size do you need? Lu Chang looked at the bed again. She is about 165 centimeters tall and weighs about 100 kilograms. You can buy it according to her measurements. Suji, who was lying on the bed, was a little upset. Who weighs 100? She's never been 100. Okay, Mr. Lu. The phone hung up, and Jianhui was laughing so hard that his mouth was about to close. Mr. Lu has a woman, and he had his clothes delivered early in the morning. It seems that Mr. Lu must have been very tired last night. But who is this woman? Last night, when he left work, Mr. Lu told him to leave first. He had no idea when he left work or who he went home with. Zhang quickly went through all the women in his mind who matched the description of Lu, a woman who was 165 centimeters tall and weighed 100 kilograms. Suddenly, a figure flashed through his mind. This height and weight seemed to match her. An hour later, Jianhui appeared outside the villa of Lu De, the president. Lu Chang, who was sitting there working on his computer, received a call from Jianhui and quickly walked downstairs. In a short while, he came in with 2 bags of clothes in his hands. He quickly packed up and went to the company. Lu Chang finished speaking and returned to the small living room outside to work while waiting for Suji. One set of clothes was a professional-style suit, while the other was a silk dress. She glanced at the price tags on them, which were all from famous brands. She estimated that the 2 sets of clothes must have cost tens of thousands of dollars. She had never worn such expensive clothes before. In the end, Suji could only sigh, it's good to be rich. Suji got up and went to the bathroom to rinse off again. She picked out the professional outfit and put it on, then stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself. She found that it fit her quite well. I didn't expect Jianhui to be such a good shopper. When she appeared in front of Lu Chang, he looked at her smartly dressed figure and raised his eyebrows. In fact, he liked her better in a skirt. Her graceful figure was especially eye-catching in a skirt. Let's go, Mr. Lu. You go down and eat something first, I'll be right down. No, Mr. Lu, let's leave quickly. The 2 of them were making love upstairs last night, and I guess everyone downstairs knows about it. Although this was a conspiracy they had planned, Suji still felt very embarrassed. She thought that if she saw them at this moment, she would be too ashamed to lift her head. Although she knew that she had been set up by Mrs. Lu, she didn't blame her at all. Suji could see that Mrs. Lu really liked her, and she had sent her to Lu Chang's bed herself in order to make her his daughter-in-law. After sleeping with Lu Chang for a night, she also felt a little more at ease. Otherwise, with that $1,000,000 hanging over her head, she would never be at ease if she didn't do something. She said she wouldn't eat, and Lu Chang didn't force her to. He took the car keys and went downstairs first. Before going downstairs, Suji was worried that she might run into Mrs. Lu and the others, but in the end, she didn't see a single person in the entire first-floor lobby. It was surprisingly quiet. Suji's tense nerves finally relaxed the moment she sat in the car. As soon as her butt touched the seat, Joo Chang handed her a bottle of water, then took out the bottle of medicine from last time and handed 2 pills to Suji. Joo Chang didn't expect that this bottle of medicine would help him twice. This Gu Ziming can be considered to have done a good deed. Otherwise, he would still have to go around buying contraceptives in the morning. It's really much more convenient to have it on hand. Suji understood what he meant and took the pill without hesitation, putting it in her mouth and then drinking it down in one gulp after unscrewing the cap. When the car passed a fork in the road, Suji suddenly called out to stop. Joo Chang didn't know what she was going to do, but he still stopped the car by the side of the road. "What is it?" Joo Chang's voice was a little cold. "Mr. Liu, do you think it's appropriate for me to wear this to work?" Joo Chang didn't understand what she meant and turned to look at her. The black and white professional suit was well-fitting and appropriate. He couldn't see anything inappropriate about it. "What do you mean?" Suji helplessly pursed her lips. Men are really pig's feet. No matter how noble their status or how superior their intelligence, they can't change their nature as pig's feet. "Mr. Liu, you told Jiang Hui to buy this suit for me, right? If I wear it to work, do you think we can keep this little secret between us?" Upon hearing her say this, Joo Chang finally reacted. "What do you think? Just let me go down. It's not far from my house. I'll go home, change my clothes, and then come back to the office." Suji was about to push the door down. "Why don't I drive you?" Joo Chang was actually a little grateful to Suji for her thoughtfulness. He realized that she was really different from the women who always tried to get close to him. If it were another woman, she would have made it known to everyone, but she was carefully maintaining it so that no one would find out. "No need, Mr. Liu is so busy, I'll just take a taxi. Goodbye, Mr. Liu." As Suji was closing the car door, she remembered the clothes she was carrying and hurriedly said to him, "Oh, yes, thank you for the clothes, Mr. Liu." Joo Chang didn't say anything, started the car and left. Suji looked at the time, it was almost 8 o'clock. They had to be at work at 8:30, so she had to hurry. She hailed a taxi and, after getting out, asked the driver to wait for her at the entrance to the residential area. Suji went upstairs, quickly changed her clothes and came down. When the taxi arrived at Changjing store, it was 5 minutes to 8:30. Suji quickly got into the elevator and when she appeared at the secretary's office, it was 1 minute to 8:30. After punching in her time card, she was about to head to her desk when she saw Jiang Hui walking over. When he saw that Suji was not wearing the 2 sets of clothes he had sent her, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Suji deliberately greeted him with a big smile. "Good morning, Secretary Jiang." Jiang Hui seemed to have not heard, and turned and walked towards the president's office. Suji looked at the back of Zhang Jie and a smile slowly appeared on her face. Chapter 38, Miss Su and the driver, Xiaogu. Tonight, Suji finally finished work on time and walked out of the office with Li Zhuoyue. As soon as they reached the gate, they saw several security guards lined up like a line of soldiers, staring at the gate. A Maybach was parked outside the gate. Gu Ziming had his hands in his pockets, leaning against his luxury car, looking up at the sky with a carefree expression. Wang Mimi, who was walking in front, went up and grabbed Zhang Hanlu's arm. "Lulu, look, there's a luxury car at the door. Wow, there's a handsome guy too. Oh my god. A luxury car with a handsome guy. Who is this going to kill?" Zhang Hanlu looked at the handsome man leaning against the Maybach. "Isn't this the handsome man who was chased by a woman and forced to marry Changjing last time? This car is a match for the Rolls-Royce that General Liu has. No wonder that woman would be so brazen as to come to someone else's company. Who wouldn't want to hold on to a rich and handsome man?" Thinking about this, Zhang Hanlu quickly shook her big waves, her small waist twisted, and her perky buttocks swayed back and forth, looking as flirtatious as possible. She is a person who knows how to create opportunities for herself. Even if there is only a chance of 0.0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Although Zhang Hanlu's face is not very good looking, she has a good figure, with a protruding front and a round back. Coupled with her good craftsmanship, she will fix and repair her face. If a man has never seen her true appearance, he can really be charmed by her. Li Zhuoyue watched Zhang Hanlu twist her waist like a water snake, covering her mouth and poking Suji with her elbow, signaling her to take a look at the flirtatious Zhang Hanlu. Suji had no intention of looking at others. When she heard Wang Mimi shout that there was a handsome guy at the door, she glanced over and saw that it was Gu Ziming standing at the door. She couldn't help but have a headache. She had already seen how persistent this person was. She was really afraid that in front of so many people, that Gu Ziming would not let her go, and then she would have to provide free topics for everyone. Suji smiled perfunctorily at Li Zhuyu, then reached out and pushed her long hair to the sides. She tried to hide her small face with her hair, trying to avoid Gu Ziming's eyes, and then slipped past him quietly. But as soon as she stepped out of the door, Gu Ziming spotted her. When he saw Suji coming out of the room, Gu Ziming's eyes lit up and he straightened up. Wow, he's so handsome. Wang Nini stared at Gu Ziming like a flower-crazy girl. Gu Ziming heard someone praise him for being handsome and casually shook his hair. This provocative action made Wang Nini's mouth drop open. Handsome guy, can we take a picture with you? Zhang Hanlu took the initiative to promote herself. Sorry, beautiful lady, I'm busy right now. Gu Ziming glanced at the two of them. One was as fat as a pig, and the other looked quite attractive, but Suji had already come over, and he couldn't let Suji look down on him because of these two. He is really handsome. Wang Nini was reluctant to let go of Zhang Hanlu and wanted to leave. Zhang Hanlu, however, blinked her fake eyelashes at Wang Nini and said, Wang Nini, come take a picture of me with the luxury car. Wang Nini readily agreed, and the two were taking the picture when Suji came over, hiding behind Li Zuyue. Miss Su, driver Xiaogu has been waiting for you for a long time. Would you like to go home or go shopping? Xiaogu will take you to your destination safely with the best service. Miss Su? Driver Xiaogu? Zhang Hanlu, who was trying to pose, and Wang Mimi, who was taking pictures with her phone, both froze. They looked at Suji and the handsome guy at the same time. Li Zhuoyue, who was standing nearby, took a moment to realize that the Miss Su mentioned by the handsome guy was actually Suji. When Suji saw that the plan had failed, she let go of Li Zhuoyue's arm and walked straight ahead without a care. Gu Ziming hurriedly chased after her, but after taking 2 steps, he remembered that he still had his car, so he jumped into the luxury car and the car started with a roar. Zhang Hanlu and Wang Mimi quickly hid to the side. This handsome guy was actually waiting for Suji. Oh my god, how lucky is Suji? Did she burn incense in her previous life? How could she meet such a handsome guy? Wang Mimi was full of envy. Zhang Hanlu snorted, do you know who this person is? Who? You forgot, last time a woman came to our company and demanded that Mr. Gu take responsibility for her. In the end, Mr. Lu had to kick them all out. Think about it, is this handsome guy similar to the man involved that day? After being reminded by Zhang Hanlu, Wang Mimi finally remembered. Oh my god, no wonder she looked a little familiar just now. She had met him before. So, this guy is a heartbreaker. That woman doesn't even know if he's settled down yet, and now he's already after Gigi. I hope Gigi doesn't get on his bad ship. Maybe they've already rolled into bed, so why are you worrying about it here? Zhang Hanlu, you are typical of someone who says grapes are sour when they haven't even tasted them. I saw it with my own eyes just now. As soon as I saw the handsome guy in the luxury car at the door, I almost broke my back. I even wanted to take a photo with him. What? You're starting to change your face because the handsome guy ignored you? Li Zhuoyue's words were well-founded, and Zhang Hanlu was a little embarrassed. It's none of your business. I know you and Suji are in the same boat. I don't want to deal with you. Zhang Hanlu had no intention of fighting, and she walked away in her high heels. At this moment, Joo Chang's car slowly drove out from inside. Li Zhuoyue looked at Wang Mimi and said, let's go, Mimi. Wang Mimi responded, and the two left together. Joo Chang saw the whole scene at the gate clearly through the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office. He wanted to see if Suji would get into Gu Ziming's car, but Suji didn't, so Joo Chang let out a sigh of relief and hurried down the stairs. He drove his car and saw Suji walking in front of him from a distance, with Gu Ziming slowly following behind in his car. This guy is really like a dogskin plaster, which can't be shaken off. Joo Chang increased the speed and blocked the car in front of Gu Ziming's car. Suji. Joo Chang lowered the window and shouted at Suji. When Suji looked up and saw it was Mr. Liu, she quickly walked up to him. Get in the car. Suji obediently opened the door and got in. Gu Ziming was so angry that he didn't care about his image and started to curse directly. Grandson, you dare to ruin my good thing, I'm not finished with you. Chapter 39, then I'll squeeze in with you tonight. Where to? Joo Chang held the steering wheel in his hands and looked straight ahead. To the hospital. Suji turned her head and looked around, and when she saw that Gu Ziming was not chasing after her, she said again. Mr. Liu, you can just drop me off at the bus stop. I can take a bus from there. Joo Chang didn't say anything. After passing several bus stops, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, so Suji didn't call out to stop the bus again. The car sped along, and soon arrived at the People's Hospital. Joo Chang parked the car, and Suji got out of the car, thanked Joo Chang, and then entered the hospital lobby. Taking the elevator to the floor where Chen Chen was, Suji first looked at Chen Chen on the monitor and found that everything was the same as usual. Then she went to the nurse on duty to ask about the situation. After the nurse confirmed that Chen Chen was still the same as yesterday, Suji finally felt relieved. She then took the elevator down again, which took almost half an hour. As soon as she walked out of the hospital lobby, she heard a horn. Suji looked up and saw Joo Chang's car still parked in the same place where she had just gotten off. He didn't leave? Suji walked up to him, and Joo Chang lowered the window. Get in. Mr. Liu, why aren't you leaving? Joo Chang didn't say a word. Suji had no choice but to open the door and get in. She felt a little happy in her heart. Was he deliberately waiting for her? Suji really wanted to ask him, but she was afraid that if he said no, she would be embarrassed. In the end, she held her tongue. Joo Chang had tortured her all night yesterday, even more crazily than the night in the underground garage, so Suji felt sore all over for the whole day. Now. Sitting in the car, Joo Chang ignored her again, and she fell asleep. When she woke up, she found herself lying in bed. Looking around, she realized that the surroundings looked familiar. This is General Manager Liu's room. How did she end up in General Manager Liu's room? Suji was so scared that she sat up in bed with a start. At this moment, Joo Chang came out of the bathroom with wet hair. Are you awake? Then go take a shower. Joo Chang's tone was light and casual, as if she was supposed to be here, as if they had been married for many years. Mr. Liu, how did I end up here? Joo Chang looked at her coldly and said, You should ask yourself. Myself? I fell asleep, and you should have woken me up, Mr. Liu. Suji complained with a little emotion while putting on her shoes. I did, but I couldn't wake her up. Joo Chang's tone was tinged with a hint of helplessness. Is she that dead asleep? How come she never knows? Suji suspected that Joo Chang was doing it on purpose, but she had no evidence. Mr. Liu, where am I going to sleep tonight? You can sleep wherever you want. Joo Chang sat on the bed, leaning against the headboard, and picked up the laptop on the bedside table. He didn't know what he was doing, but he was busy anyway. Suji looked at Joo Chang and wanted to ask him to take her back, but seeing his hands fiddling with the keyboard, she was too embarrassed to speak up. She pushed open the door and walked out. Since she couldn't go back, she had to find a place to sleep. Suji came to a door and twisted the handle, but it wouldn't open. She had to try another room, but she couldn't open it either. Why did the Liu family lock all the doors? There were 4 bedrooms upstairs, and Suji tried all of them, but none of them opened. She was not willing to give up, so she looked downstairs. The hall downstairs was dark and she didn't know what time it was. She went back to Joo Chang's room to find her bag and took out her phone. She looked at the time and it was just a little after 8 o'clock. Do the Luck family go to bed so early? Mr. Liu, all the rooms upstairs are locked. I'll go downstairs and see if there are any empty rooms. Joo Chang nodded, but his hands were still busy, still fiddling with the computer. Suji turned on the flashlight on her phone and then went downstairs. After she got downstairs, she found the switch for the chandelier and, with a pop, the hall was suddenly as bright as day. Suji walked to a door. She knew which was Mrs. Liu's room, but she didn't know which were Auntie Zhang's and Auntie Wang's rooms. She was afraid of waking Mrs. Liu, so she didn't dare to shout, so she had to try one door at a time. She opened 3 doors in a row, but none of them would open. What was going on in the Liu family? Not only were the empty rooms locked, but even the rooms with people in them were locked. Suji was a little confused. In this mansion, there were 2 shifts of people on duty day and night. Did they need to be so careful? Suji looked at the last door that she hadn't tried yet and began to pray in her heart, hoping that the heavens would bless her and allow her to open the door without a hitch. She slowly walked towards the door, and when she placed her small, white hand on the doorknob, she was so nervous that she could hear her own breathing. Finally, Suji gritted her teeth, gripped the handle with her small hand, and turned it clockwise. It didn't move, and it still didn't move when she turned it again. "It's over," Suji cried out in her heart. Who would believe that such a large mansion could not find a single bedroom? Suji sat on the sofa in the living room for a while, and soon felt a little coolness in her body. She had to turn off the lights and walk upstairs again. "Why aren't you going to bed?" Joo Chang asked without even looking up. "Mr. Liu, why are all the doors in your house locked? Why don't you call Auntie Zhang or Auntie Wang and ask them to get up and open the door for me?" "Oh no, they're not here. They must have locked the doors when they left, for fear of burglars. A villa with such strict security could be robbed?" Suji didn't believe it. But this is someone else's territory, so she had to believe it. "You mean Mrs. Liu, Auntie Wang, and Auntie Zhang aren't home? They 3 conspired against us yesterday, using such despicable tactics. Do you think they would dare to stay in this house?" No wonder when she came downstairs this morning, she didn't see anyone. It turns out they all took refuge. "So, where do I sleep, Mr. Liu?" Joo Chang looked up, and the girl was looking at her carefully, with a hint of flattery on her face. "Why don't you sleep with me tonight?" "What? Cuddle up with him? Pa! You're dreaming." Suji really wanted to spit the saliva that she hadn't spit out in Joo Chang's face. She now felt like she had been made a fool of. But when she looked up at Joo Chang, who was still typing away at the keyboard, he was still as indifferent and detached as ever. This look of sanctimoniousness doesn't look like the kind of person who would play mind games with women. After standing there for a while, Suji's legs felt a bit sore. She had a sore back and aching waist, and she had been wearing high heels all day. It was already so late, and she was still standing here. She felt that her body could not hold on any longer. She deliberately cleared her throat to get Joo Chang's attention. But that person was as blind and deaf as if he had never opened his eyes. It was as if she was invisible. "Mr. Liu, I'll just squeeze in with you tonight." Chapter 40, Dressed in Fine Clothes. The next day, Suji regretted it so much that she pounded her chest. He said he would just squeeze her, but this man didn't keep his word. From last night until this morning, Suji felt like she hadn't had much rest at all. Even at dawn, she was so tangled up with him that she had trouble breathing. She wanted to turn over and get away from him, but as soon as she moved, he wrapped himself around her again and bullied her. She lay there, unable to move, as if she were being tortured. She closed her eyes for a while, and when she woke up, she saw Joo Chang had already gotten up. As she was about to sit up, she saw Joo Chang walk in from outside. He was dressed in a black handmade suit, looking cold and noble. "Wake up and have some breakfast. Didn't Mrs. Liu take all the servants with her? Who's cooking?" Suji asked curiously. "I." Joo Chang turned around and left. It was quite a surprise for Suji that the president of the Liu family could cook. She quickly got out of bed. After taking a bath last night, she had also washed her clothes and hung them out to dry. Suji went to the balcony and touched it. The clothes were already dry. Fortunately, they were dry, otherwise she would have to ask Jiang Hui to bring the clothes over again. Suji went to the bathroom to rinse off and went downstairs dressed. Joo Chang was pouring milk into a cup. There were 2 plates on the table, each with a fried egg and 2 slices of bread. Although it was simple, it should be rare for a company executive like him. Suji picked up the chopsticks and looked at the egg. It was well fried, golden on both sides, and not burned. She couldn't help but praise him. "Mr. Liu, you're a good cook. You can even fry eggs. Eat quickly." Joo Chang lifted the milk to his mouth and took a sip, never even raising his eyelids. His expression of indifference and aloofness was completely unimaginable when he was in bed, clinging to her and not enough, and the sound of his breathing all night long. Suji realized that this man had two faces. In bed, he wanted to eat people up, but as soon as he got out of bed, he immediately became an ascetic. It was almost like a split personality. She didn't know if he was pretending or if it was a genuine expression. Suji was a little uncomfortable seeing him like this. After dinner, Suji habitually opened the back door and was about to sit in when Joo Chang said unhappily, "It seems that Miss Su really thinks of me as your full-time driver." Suji looked at him in confusion. "Mr. Liu, what's wrong? Sit in the front." These three words came out of Joo Chang's mouth, not a discussion, but an order. Suji pursed her lips, not knowing why this person was so nosy. "Does it matter where you sit?" But she didn't dare to disobey his order, so she obediently walked to the passenger seat. After getting into the car, Joo Chang, as usual, handed her 2 small pills and a bottle of water. Suji took them, but didn't take them right away. "Mr. Liu, I think you owe me an explanation for last night." She was so confused that she was sleeping with him again. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that everything last night seemed to have been designed by Joo Chang. Joo Chang took a card out of his pocket and threw it into Suji's arms. There was 1 million yuan in it. Joo Chang's voice was cold, as if he was buying something, without any emotion at all. "Mr. Liu, I didn't mean it like that." Suji was really angry with him. He still treats her like a piece of merchandise, paying her 1 million for 1 night and 3 million for 3 nights. He's really generous. What? Not enough? This is the price you set in the first place. Only you would do this. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even sleep with me for free. Joo Chang was telling the truth, but Suji was deeply hurt by what he said. She grabbed the card and threw it at Joo Chang. "Who wants your broken card? I'll say it again, I'm not for sale." Who was it that cried and begged me to buy her for a night, and now pretends to be so high and mighty? Suji was so shocked by Joo Chang's words that her eyes turned red. She pouted with her lips that were slightly swollen from his kisses last night, and said tearfully, "You bully people." Seeing her like that, Joo Chang felt his body change again. He wanted to throw himself at her and review the homework from last night. "Miss Su was so angry in the morning. Was it because I didn't satisfy you last night? If you give me 1 million, I'll be happy to serve you once, so you don't have to cry here." Joo Chang finished speaking and his handsome face leaned towards Suji, and a layer of red slowly spread across his eyes. Suji never thought that the well-dressed company executive in front of her would actually say something that made her blush and her heart beat faster. He said these words with a serious look on his face, which was hard to believe that these words came from his mouth. Suji was so scared that she quickly pushed him away. "Mr. Liu, please behave yourself." "No. No, don't." "Then take this card. If you want me to provide you with services one day, you won't have to worry about not having the money to pay for them." Joo Chang then shoved the card back into Suji's hand. "I won't." Suji bit her lip and glared at the man. Joo Chang didn't even look at her, and drove the car out of the villa. When they were still a ways from the company, Suji asked Joo Chang to stop the car, then she opened the door and got out. Joo Chang understood her caution and didn't say anything, just drove straight ahead. In the morning, Joo Chang went out alone for something, and didn't return to Changjing until almost the end of the afternoon. Zhang Hui hurriedly came in with a gold-embossed invitation. "Mr. Liu, the Fu family is holding a party today and has specially invited you to attend. Mr. Liu, do you think you should go?" Joo Chang took the invitation and looked at it. The Senheo technology of the Fu family is second only to the Liu family in Zhangcheng. The two families have business dealings from time to time. Although Joo Chang is not at all interested in parties and receptions, he basically pushes them off whenever he can and lets Zhang Hui do it for him, but because it is the Fu family, Joo Chang still has to give them face. Recently, Joo Chang heard that Fu's daughter, Fu Shuiying, had just returned from studying abroad, and this party was held specifically for Miss Fu. Today, the Fu family has invited almost all the celebrities in Zhangcheng. The party is nominally held to celebrate their daughter, but in reality, they want their daughter to choose a husband. Joo Chang closed the invitation. "Okay, I'll go." "Oh, Zhang Hui, I'm going to bring a female companion tonight. Go buy her a dress." "Mr. Liu, what size should I get?" Joo Chang thought for a moment and then bought the dress according to the size I told you last time.